starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. future with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new. It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final day of the first round of group stages, because afterwards, of course, the top four of both A and B will be in another group stage, but that will be handled by other people. My name is DK Truman. I'm joined by Winter. This will probably be our last series of the Dream League 19. Winter.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir. And good night, sir.
Good
How
morning,
are you doing,
good
sir?
afternoon, good night. Indeed. I'm doing just fine.
Have you had your awesome breakfast?
Yeah, had some nice
Wait,
yogurt
it's
and
lunch?
stuff.
It should be lunch, right?
Yeah,
For you?
but I wake up slightly later than I'm supposed to. But yeah, there's Dota today, and there's an interesting match coming up. One team still has a chance, very slight chance, to make it forward, which is Hellraisers. They have a pretty rough one ahead of them because Shopify, I mean, they have already advanced on towards the next stage. Hellraisers are really reliant on others, not having the best time. But afterwards, there will be Tundra versus Nouns that will be handled by Gareth and Lacoste. But Tundra can make it. Nouns is also already eliminated of the tournament, so they won't be able to get forward here. You can see the current standings. I think Entity is the only one out of Group A, technically, but like TSM needs to win one more game and then Hellraisers is eliminated. Or if Acer or Execration 2-0, then same story happens. So we'll have to wait and see if Hellraisers can at least force out tiebreakers, because that's pretty much what they're fighting for at the moment.
Tiebreakers sound good. More Dota.
Yeah, I don't really think we're going to get tiebreakers, unfortunately. There's
Really? No chance?
There is a chance, but Group A has one team that needs to advance, and Group B has one team that needs to get eliminated. So, I mean, Group B is a lot closer, as you can see, because there are 4 teams that are 7 and 5. So there might be some tiebreaker shenanigans over at Group B, but Group A, I think it's a little bit spread too far. If TSM win the next series 2-0, they're advanced on. If they lose 2-0 and like the other one, there's a chance, but it's a slim one that we get to see any fun tiebreakers this time around.
So, okay, I guess the highest chance is the 7-5, 7-5, 7-5.
Yeah.
Tiebreaks.
And that would be the series later. Tundra will be playing as well against Nouns to try and get themselves above that grade, but we'll have to wait and see what happens there. We first have Shopify versus Hellraisers. There was a little bit of a talk, of course, Solo might not be playing, but luckily enough, he is here, so we have the entire ex-Hellraisers side. Shopify still without Abed. They will be competing here with Mikey from the Winter Bear squad, as they have done in the last couple of days as well. He's done really well. We'll be jumping in towards the draft, which has started right now, and they're quickly banning and picking, and we get to see someone deciding to ban out the DK against Hellraisers, but I see little Tech Deck is still available.
Oh, come on. Give them the disrespect treatment, you know. You disrespect my techies, I'm just gonna bomb you out of the game, man. Oh no! Why? Oh no!
Nah,
No.
it's still possible.
Wait, do they have no chance at all? Why are they doing this? Can't they
Uh,
qualify if they win all their games?
Hellraisers can qualify if they win, but then they're completely dependent on the other teams as well.
So there's still a chance, right?
Yeah, TSM needs to lose 2-0. Actually, I need to check who TSM is even playing against.
Yes.
I think TSM, they're up against... Okay, so TSM needs to lose 2-0, and Execration and Aster need to either tie or lose their series as well, and
Yeah.
Execration is up against EG, and...
It's tough. Okay, it's
yeah,
tough.
it's
okay, never mind.
they're
Okay.
like it's rough. It's not easy, and they need to win this series 2-0. Granted, Shopify's already through, so Shopify doesn't really have to play for anything at this stage. Maybe seeding could be.
Oh,
a thing.
you get a better seeding?
No,
if you
actually,
have,
there is no seeding because they're going into a second group stage.
Yeah, top 4 from each group goes to a second group stage.
Yeah, so
I guess
Shopify,
there is-
they don't have to play this really. Like, yeah,
So
they can try out stuff.
I'm sure if they are not gonna play it seriously, the other teams are gonna be upset.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
I
they're
mean,
definitely got to play it
Execration.
seriously. But this is a moment where you could, like, you know, try out some fun stuff. Like we saw yesterday. I mean, even though it wasn't a game that they, you know, it was an important game for instance, OG, but they
You
played
know
that
what?
anti-magic, the magic strat, which was kind of cool.
Winning is fun, so let's try.
Winning
to win.
is fun, indeed. It is very much entertaining. We do get to see a puck here. Hellraisers banned out the Batrider. We saw, so far, Mikey has been playing a ton of Batrider for Shopify in the tournament, so makes sense that they quickly got rid of the good old Bat. Even though we don't get to see too many Bat. I think the only one we've seen was Miro playing it from Hellraisers.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, you're right. The other teams are not really prioritizing the hero so much. Doom, Dragonite, Beastmaster. I feel like these are the 3 heroes. If you're a core, like I said yesterday, you want to open a draft with a core, those are the 3 heroes that you think about first. And if you're thinking about support, I feel like Enchantress is probably... Enchantress and Disruptor. They're 2 stronger ones that you can open the draft with. So overall, I feel like... I mean, I guess the patch is just there for too long of a time, you know, so everybody's kind of really well versed with what you should be picking and banning in the first couple of heroes, and then the next phase, it's probably when things will start to change up a little bit.
They are getting rid of everything Ramses likes with these hero bans coming through. No Doom, no DK, no Night Stalker, no Drow. His entire hero pool has been destroyed. Obviously, you know, Ramses playing against his old team. That's also, well, it's when they used to be EG, old team. So, even though that one has been a while ago.
I mean, he'll know some of their secrets for sure.
I don't think that there are many secrets anymore left on the Shopify Rebellion side. I think the world knows them at this point. If it was Abed playing, it would have been Storm every single time by Mulva.
Yeah, but back to the draft. Like, Clockwork Invoker is definitely not a conventional opening, I would say. Like Invoker is not a hero that you want to open with early, you know. I know Entity did it before, and they've kind of didn't really have a very good result with it. Like, when you pick Invoker out this early, you get countered. And Invoker is not a core where you can just pick him and, oh, whatever, you know, if he doesn't have a good game in the lane, doesn't have a good lane, then you don't care, you know. But it really matters to the hero a lot. You have to pick the hero in a game where he can excel.
Do you feel that way as well, considering there's the Meteor Hammer build these days that we saw from Stormer, or do you? Yeah, because you can flexibly build the hero a bit more than that you used to.
Yeah, I guess that's also partially true, where you can just decide whether, okay, this game I'm heavily counted, so I probably want to go Quaswex first, you know, and go for the Meteor Hammer, so you don't feel so bad in the early stages. But if it's a really good game for it, then you go Exalt. I mean, I guess that's that way of treating the hero. But I still feel like Invoker is just not a hero that I open out early and I show the opponent. I don't want to show them my Invoker if I want to pick Invoker. I want to show them in a point of the draft where they kind of already set up the draft in a way where the Invoker is really strong.
Radiant team pick.
It does look a little bit interesting here now with the addition, of course, of Disruptor. Clockwork Disruptor, support duo we've seen time and time again. Absolutely deadly. One gets vision, the other glimpses the heroes all the way back. Then you get the Voker with his entire arsenal. Could even be Sunstrikes coming into place. Most of the time you have to time it like an absolute G. But on the opposing side, Beastmaster, we saw it yesterday, dominant all the way through. It was disastrous to deal with there when Collapse played it. Will that be the case this time around? They've got that Ench and Beastmaster combo that honestly a lot of teams have opened up their draft with those two heroes as well.
Yeah, it's very, very potent in the early game, and on top of things, they have a Puck. Puck is also a very, fast-paced hero, so together with the Enchantress and Beastmaster, it's scary, The first 15-20 minutes can be very scary for Hellraisers if they don't get a good start. Even if they get a good start, Clockwork, Disruptor, Invoker, they are just by nature slow-paced heroes. And you're going to need like tower defenders. You're going to need like a Timber, Underlord kind of hero, or even a Venom to defend like all the heroes that can hold and delay or keep out of the light against this Zoo lineup.
I think if you go Coddle, you're going to get absolutely destroyed. With
Underlord.
Super
I think
Spirit.
Underlord.
Yeah, but we constantly say Underlord. No one likes it. No one loves Underlord.
It
as much as we
doesn't
do.
mean the hero is bad if people don't like it. Just they haven't tried the hero out. Like Underlord is very good against Beasts, the summons, and Underlord is very good against Puck. And on top of things, when you're playing against Puck Beastmaster, it's good to buy Pipe on your hero so you can negate a lot of their early game spell damage. And on top of things, there's also another Snapfire. So they are very heavy magic damage right now. A hero that builds Pipe is definitely important for HR.
Okay, yeah, I definitely can see that. Greaves Pipe's always a nice tool. We get Snapfire on Shopify, which probably is going to be the 4th position, and also a hero that can build into the Guardian Greaves even as a support. But Hellraisers is going for the TB, which I love the TB, but it seems very dangerous in the lane against Beastmaster Snap.
I don't even want to talk about the lane. I just want to talk about the game. You have Invoker, Terrorblade against a Beastmaster Puck and Enchantress Snapfire. Are you sure this is the game to be greedy? Okay, they definitely need like some Underlord, Venom, Timbersaw to defend the towers. But some hero that can just waste the enemy's time.
Yeah, the rough TB game.
Alright,
even the Ents
that
can
goes
steal
your
your
Timber.
illusions if you're trying to split the map. Every little bit helps.
That's gonna be the least of their concerns right now. I feel like they need to secure a tower defender. They need to figure out which pick is gonna allow them to hold on to the map before they run out of map. So for Shopify, they're gonna need like a carry that can synergize with their lineup. If they want to go like a really fast-paced lineup, they can go for like if you want like some Zoo hero, there'll be like a Lone Druid to push the towers. If you want to secure, I guess, the late game, you can go for, I guess, Faceless Void can be quite decent. With Snapfire and Void against Terrorblade can be also decent. But if they want to all in the push, like you can go like some Luna, some Lone Druid, like just push with the Beast.
I think that one, especially the Lone Druid, seems to be such a nice pick this game. For Shopify, I don't think they can do anything if they start balling together early game and just demolishing all the buildings. You get the magic damage from Snapfire's Kisses plus Puck. TB can't play. Invoker doesn't have the levels at that stage, and Disruptor is not a hero that likes to, he wants to get the catch. Yeah, they banned out Lone Druid because it was such a good call out by you.
There is still Lycan. Not as strong as Lone Druid early, but Lycan, Beastmaster plus Puck Enchantress can be pretty scary. Oh no, Lycan's banned. Okay, never mind. Oh, that's still Morphling. Okay, Morphling means that it will secure them the late game. You can play fast, and it also secures them the late game. It's a pretty solid pick here.
Yeah, the Axe as well against TB is really freaking good. He steals all his stats away.
What can you pick now? I feel like you're pretty much stuck in a corner. You have to pick up some front line mech pipe hero. I mean, there's Darkseer, there's Underlord, there is it's not many heroes actually. Centaur is not even that good.
You're laning with the clock most likely.
And Morphling Enchantress is a scary lane. The lane is so fucking strong. I mean, good luck, man. I don't know. I think they're just fucking done. I mean, they're gonna pick like some whatever hero. I feel like their pick is not gonna be able to solve a lot of their problems right now. 'Cause
Clockwork
they have a lot-
off lane Techies 4, I believe.
No.
I don't know what else you can go for. It's all.
I mean, they should just
rough.
go all in for this terrible invoker. You need to go for like some hero to delay the game. It doesn't matter which
Centaur
one.
and get Ags, and then just go. Drag a cart, take TB with you, and hope to God he does enough damage.
It's tough, you know. I still feel like Underlord could be a solution for them. That's just me.
Yeah.
The
Underlord
lane
is
is-
such a nice hero, but it's I don't. Yeah.
The lane is tough, but you can survive with. I feel like you can survive. Oh,
Tide.
okay. Tide, yeah, it's still similar. It's a tower defender. You hold down the towers, but I would say that Tide is a little bit more susceptible in the lane. Like you need to be able to have a good start in the lane to be useful in the game. So it's tight clockwork against Morphling and Chan. Man, this lane is tough, man. Like no matter how you see it, you know, this lane is gonna be very, very hard for Tide. But the Tide gives them like super late game, you know, because you have Ravage with the Cataclysm Invoker. So if you get to the late game, I mean your lineup is just gonna beat the Shopify lineup, I feel, most of the time. But getting there is gonna be a huge task right now.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I agree with you. It's going to be rough late, early, but even late, Morphling stealing the TB stats away at the later portions of the game is pretty rough to deal with.
You know what? It might actually be better for them to have the Disruptor with the Tide. The lane might be stronger. Then put the clock with the Terrorblade.
Yeah, but Solo's playing Disruptor, so I don't think that's going to be the case this
Why
time
not?
around.
Or they never swap lanes with players.
I don't actually ever see them swap lanes with the players. I think Solo just sticks to, his safe lane. It would make a lot more sense because then you got melee range, which is always a little bit more helpful than 2 range, 2 melee.
Yeah, I mean, with Tide, because you have Gush, right? Then you have a ranged hero to right click and you have the glimpse. So I feel like you have kill potential in the lane against the Enchantress. But Clockwork and Tide is like, I mean, sure, you have the Battery Assault, but it's not easy to get close to Enchantress. I feel like with Disruptor, the lane is probably more stable, but I guess they are not going to do the swap because, like you said, they rarely do it. Like Solo is always playing the safe lane.
Well, hopefully they will have a pretty decent time here on the Hellraisers side. The draft looks a little bit rough. Tide is a nice one, though. Quick question. Tide, Meteor Hammer, yay or nay? What's your thoughts on it?
This game, I mean, he's going to have a trashy start, so nay.
Okay. Nay, it is from Winter. Personally, in general, what do you like it in general? Like,
yeah, in general, I think it's good. Yeah, because Tide, like I say, on offlaners they don't kill towers quickly. Meteor Hammer is always a very nice item for you. The stats is very good. HP regen, mana regen, helps you stay in the lane, helps you get the tower. So yeah, I mean, I would say that it's a very nice item for sure on Tide Hunter.
Well, it looks currently like Kiyotaka is going for Exortfolker, so not necessarily the first thing that we thought of, but can help the side lane significantly. You try to attribute shift on the Morphling, for instance, and you get that perfect snipe, can really start to snowball your team as well in your favor, so maybe that's what they'll be looking for. They do get themselves 3 bounce rooms at the start, at least on Hellraisers, and we are now in game. 3 lanes, 1 question, Winter. Which lane should we keep our eyes on? Actually, Antares is going top with Solo.
Tri-lane. Watch the tri-lane. Tide is alone. Oh my god, he's gonna be so sad. So sad. Oh no, it's Enchantress. It's not Snapfire.
Oh, that's actually really good for Tide. That's
Oh,
actually
here we go.
way better for Tide. They're going in on
Reflection.
Let me
Glimpse.
get the catch. And Fly is going to be first blooded. Most likely.
Yep.
Easy for Ramses. Question
Easy
is, are they
cut.
going to continue the tri lane or? Yeah, no, he's just going to TP out because Miro is already getting bullied. I think you're a lot happier that the Ench is playing in the off lane.
I agree. It's rather strange. I feel like it's better for Ange to be a bot to secure the Morphing's lane, because I feel like the Morphing needs the Ange more. than the Snapfire. And Snapfire plus Beastmaster is still like a very potent kill lane, you know. You have stuns, slows, you have a lot of damage. So pretty interesting to see they are not going to do that lane setup. So I'm trying to figure out why. It might be because they feel like with the Ench they can pressure the Terabit more at the start, and they feel like Terabit they want to slow him down.
I guess that might be the case, though. If you have like Wild Axes spam from Saberlight in combination with your Scatter Blast, Fire Snap, Hooker, you should be able to possibly kill off a Terrorblade pretty easily. Speaking of killing, bottom lane, Miro dropping very low, is still going to stay alive. And actually, Antares gets a lot of damage in onto crit in the meantime. Clockwork doing some nasty tools. Miro is trying to just rush up the Ring of Health, but yeah, he's going to need to send out a healing salve, otherwise that lane is over. Oh, top side, Ramsey's close, but no Sakar doesn't have the slow enough to get the kill.
Yeah, this lane is tough for him. They're able to poke, do a lot of damage onto him. Like, I mean, eventually they're going to... Wow, Morphling actually dies to... Oh, Sunstrike. Okay. All right. They need that very, very badly. They have this kind of so greedy lineup. So anything they get from the early game, it's a huge plus for the XHR side.
The one plus, of course, that Kiyotaka also has with the Exode Foker is the Water Rune control, because he just sent the Forge Spirit one side, picked up the Water Rune on the other side, and denies any bottle refills for the puck that way.
Yeah, just definitely very nice that you can do that with the Exode Invoker. And he's doing pretty well in terms of denies. He has 8 denies compared to the 3 from the puck, and he's going to get a couple more last hits here under the tower. So yeah, like overall, the Invoker's really happy with the start that he has on top of the kill there.
His bounty gets stolen, though. That's slightly unfortunate.
It's okay. It's not that big of a deal
Support,
for
stop
him.
slacking. How could they steal it?
Supports have to stay in the lane, Tim. Have you not heard? Don't leave your core alone in the lane.
Yeah,
Have you not learned anything?
I've seen him win lanes with DK against every counter there's possible. I'll let him alone. Solo, it doesn't really matter. Actually, solo does matter. Still getting a pull off right now. Rotations towards mid to secure the Water Runes. And... yeah, one gets denied, the other gets picked.
Very nicely done. So in bot lane, Tights, because of the kill on the Morphling earlier, so he's having a pretty decent time with the ring, and he's indeed going to go. Yeah, he's indeed going to go for Meteor Hammer, so it helps a lot with his tower push. Gives him very good regen in the lane. So just a very nice item, to have early game.
Yeah, a lot of offlaners these days that I've seen pick up the Meteor. Like Mars, I don't like it on, even though it technically is really good. Glimpse onto Saberlight. He's taken down by Solo.
Holy shit, he just
nice
died
glimpse
actually.
damage. And
Yeah, Glimpse and Thunderstrike. That was so much damage.
Oh, Thunderstrike, not really, but the Glimpse is pretty nice damage.
Thunderstrike deals what? 140 damage.
Yeah, but 35 damage per time. It also has 25% magic resistance. It tickles every single. It's like 20 damage. Well, 25 damage you take every time.
It tickles, but it is still damage. You cannot disregard it.
It is still damage, but I'd rather get the 200 max glimpse smack in one go than slight dot damage.
Yeah, bot lane, Miro.
Yeah, taking some damage, doesn't really care. Turns around to get the extra damage reduction smack on the Morphling, and he'll be able to regen nicely because he's got a Ring of Health and a Ring of Regen. With the Tango and the Inspiration Aura from the Flag Bearer creep, his regen is insanely high.
Yeah, and he has 2 points in Kraken Shell. Oh, he actually decides not to get the Meteor Hammer. Guess Hood.
I was expecting Hood originally, but then he showed Meteor Hammer. I guess if his lane went slightly better, he might have just rushed the Meteor Hammer. But currently, Ramsey's is doing really well.
I mean, the Tide's doing well though.
I know he's doing well, but like if it was a lane where he'd be, I guess, not bullied as much because he got pretty low a couple of times there.
Lower your expectations, team.
I believe, okay? Hero is amazing.
A Tide killing the Morphing with the Invoker Sunstrike. I mean, sure, it's not something that happens all the time,
Meteor
but
Hammer
you take it.
Wombo combo, though. And it's a good setup.
Yeah, don't forget the Tendrils of the Deep, you
Oh,
get the
top
shot
lane.
as well. Glimpse?
They're going for a fight. They actually need to glimpse them away because Ramses is in a bit of trouble. It's slowed down. Can they keep him alive? Clockwork's rotating through. Here comes Antares. Ramses is almost dropping dead. Shotgun blast. Ramses is on the very edge, staying alive. Fly action in response will be taken down. And now the Clockwork will falter, but they at least kept the TB alive. Ramses is just trying to get his level 6. Come on, give me that XP. I need to get level 6 quickly. Speaking of which,
Ooh.
Mikey is rushing up top. He sees such a low HP TB. He wants to get a
He's
freebie.
greedy. He's gonna die if he doesn't TP
Yeah,
back to base.
They fortify the
Aye.
creeps to make sure he doesn't get it in time. And
Oh, TP.
Nope.
Oh no, too late. Too late. It's too late.
order level needed. Sunstrike's not going to connect. Actually, the glimpse kind of off-puts the entire timing of that Sunstrike by solo, so bit of a miscommunication, I guess, between the mid and the Pulse 5. Nonetheless, it's still a 2k net worth advantage for the side of Hellraisers. Like, they're winning all 3 lanes currently.
How is that possible? I think that's because of the supports being in the not the most efficient lanes for Shopify. That's just my opinion, but I believe that has a lot of impact on what happened in the lane. Morphing is still pretty farmed, just slightly behind the Terra Blade, but XHR is definitely going to be very, very pleased with the outcome of the laning phase. You know, they have a very greedy lineup. If the laning phase doesn't go well, they'll have a tough time. But right now, I think everything is going according to plan. If you're XHR, you're happy with what has happened.
Yeah, Exord Voker has not been punished at all, which is very important. I don't think they've even rotated towards mid to do anything.
It's a 6/7 Invoker and he's top net worth. How? So it means that the 8th pick part did not punish the Invoker.
Yeah, your first phase pick Invoker, easy peasy. Yutaka loving life. He's just maxing up Exort probably at this stage. You got, of course, the extra Forged Spirits now to help out with farming. He did go for the drums, so not as greedy as you normally see with like the Hanamitis Rush.
He's probably still gonna get the... Oh, they're gonna call him, but he misses the Scatter Blast.
And Kiyotaka is going to be just fine, actually turning it around onto crit at the moment. A slight misplacement of that ice wall. Nonetheless, they need to be a bit careful now. Kiyotaka's got Sunstrike. Does guess incorrectly because Mikey did blink in a slightly shorter range. Huh. They're not having the best time here on Shopify. It's still going to be a Meteor Hammer, by the way, by Miro. It's just slightly delayed.
Greedy.
But
But
that 23
understandable.
passive regen with the extra aura, or 20 passive regen already.
Bot lane, here comes crit. But I think it's understandable, you know, they're having a good start, so you can be greedy.
Can level
He's so-
Ravage,
he's
but
so
he doesn't have the
tanky.
mana, so
Oh my god, he's so tanky with the Kraken.
no one's gonna
He's
help,
gonna-
but he's at least distracting them.
Nice. He's gonna die.
While in the meantime, on the other side, Fly will be caught out. The 2 supports, Antares and Solo, it's so freaking deadly. They have Static Storm available now as well. And the Ancient Sack's actually about to be cleared by Saberlight, or at least a decent amount. Ooh. Yeah, he does. Yeah, at
he
least
got
a big
some of the
dragon.
crits with the raw
Yeah.
damage.
But Antares gets the 2 big black dragons afterwards, and Saberlight now made a mistake. Yutaka walking in, rotation from behind. It's going to be Mikey. He finds Saberlight, and Yutaka is going to be next in response here. Actually, Mortimer's Kiss is completely whiffed. What the hell? Okay.
Nobody died? Okay.
They just whiffed everything. That entire Mortimer's Kisses was just like nice. The ground's a little bit hot. you gonna do?
Yep. Sometimes players just fuck up, you know. What else can we say? And we just pretend that it didn't happen. Let's go on with the game. So right now, state of the game, Tide is gonna finish his hammer in a bit, one creep. And there's a rotation down.
Oh, the Sunstrike in as well. Hook shot, Sunstrike combo. Ravage was not really a necessity there, but nonetheless, they do manage to take down Artur. Take the tier 1 tower towards bottom as well, and well, that lane is now in control of Hellraisers, ex-Hellraisers. And the Tide has his Meteor Hammer being delivered as we speak.
But he already killed the tower, so why do you still
Tier
need
2
the
push,
hammer?
I guess.
tier,
Oh.
tier 2 push. 12 minutes in the game. Sure.
Shit. I mean, if no one's going to defend the tower, you might as well drop a couple of
Yeah,
hammers
sure.
on it.
Nobody's gonna defend your tier 2 tower at 12 minutes. I like your optimism.
Well, it's going to be Artur that's looking to defend it, but he can still drop it right now and do some
Yeah, in
undealable
front of a
damage.
morphling. In front of a morphling that has stun. No.
Behind the
Hook
tree.
shot.
They'll find crit after they got Saberlight. 2 kills for Kiyotaka. Voker first phase pick seems to be very effective.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm not gonna say that it's correct to first phase the Invoker. If you're fishing that out of me, I'm not gonna say it's correct.
Hey, didn't Storm Summer also do that?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he lost most of the games that they did that, but when they pick Invoker later in the draft, when it's a good Invoker game, they
But
won
yesterday,
the
didn't he
games.
pick it first phase?
Yeah, but it was number 8. It was not 6, 7.
Oh, okay.
That's a
Okay.
huge difference with 6, 7 and number 8.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Kiyotaka does finally get taken down. 5 kill streak picked up there by Mikey, and Terry's takes a lot of damage trying to run away. Can they catch up? The dot damage is going to be enough. And Mikey gets the kill secured with the Witchblade dot for more towards mid.
Artis is going in.
Actually turns into the Disruptor to get glimpse possibly off onto Solo.
Dire structures are fortified.
TB's just farming. Ramsey's having fun. Doing what he loves best.
Totally did not expect the game to be like this, given the draft, you know. Like ex-Hellraisers, they got away with this really greedy draft. And they're in a very, very good position right now with the draft. I mean, granted that the Invoker didn't really go full greed mode. He went drums into he's going Witchblade. So he has a pretty good item build to fight early and just let the Cherubate and Tide more of the farming. But overall, if you're ex-HR, you're very, very happy with how the game has progressed, you know, so far. You're doing well across the board in all 3 cores. Everybody has decent farm. And you have very strong late game with the Tide Ravage into Cataclysm. You have a Terrabate.
They have 2
I mean,
drums
this is-
on ex-Hellraisers. Kiyotaka's got one, and Terry's has one as well.
It's fine.
And
they can.
Solo's building one as well.
It's fine. They can afford it.
Sunstrike, and nope. And Terry's is
You see, the drums save him.
Do they,
is it
though?
gonna save him? Oh.
Oh, yes, yes. So far it does. It actually catches out Fly. Value right there.
Wounded to my heart.
But Ramses is going to die on the opposite side, and that is a big one.
Yep, big kill.
Actually
have
marked
ups.
up that he wants to go for Skadi instead of finishing up the Manta. Top side, Artur, fat meatball on his face, waveform back, Solo has not the mana for Glimpse just yet, now he does. But Artur is going to get taken down regardless. The roar on Tundra is still not dead. Saberlight wants to hit him, but can't get it done. Glimpse does not interrupt.
What? It doesn't
No, it doesn't interrupt channel spells.
But it cancels TPs.
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
What the hell?
I've had this same problem before playing Disruptor a lot, where I'm like, glimpse, and then it just doesn't interrupt it, and I still die.
So it doesn't stop Witch Doctor ulti as well?
I don't know. I think it works kind of... I don't play that much against Witch Doctor, so I don't necessarily know out of the top of my head. But it interrupt Black Hole, because that would really screw up your own team fight. If you, like, displace the Enigma.
Yeah, that would be right. I don't know. Like, Dota is very weird sometimes. And Mikey, They're trying to hunt him with solo. He has silence soon. 1 second. Oh, they don't see him. Alright. Unlucky. They didn't see him with the kinetic field.
Oh, Ramses. Okay, Scotty is a really good item if you can pick it up at a decent timing against the Morph. It's actually really freaking good. Oh, Solo needs help. Though if Mikey jumped forward, he needs to be careful because then he's going to get stuck. And
What a bro! What a
Ramses
bro!
with the save! Sunstrike comes in. Oh my lord.
Another Ravage miss.
That's a team player right there. Glimpse is available as well. Crit is
no!
gonna dodge the meteor hammer because of it, but he's still gonna die afterwards.
Alright, Ty's having a tough time, man.
Well, Miro is going for Ag, so it doesn't matter. He's got his farming tools being stacked up. Okay.
Whoa, okay. What?
Kiyotaka dies top, and Ramses dies solo to a sneaking little Artur.
I mean, they should know there's an observer there already. He died twice in the Ancients. Alright, they get the D-Ward, but that's a huge kill for Shopify. You know, those 2 kills kind of salvaged the game for them. Those are 2 really, really big kills. And, you know, even if the Terrible gets the Skadi, he still needs BKB. There's too much magic damage from Shopify. Like the Puck, Snapfire, you have the Morphling with his burst. So yeah, he still needs to get the BKB after you.
Mid, there's no Ravage, so they don't fear too much.
Oh, he's going Aghanim's on tight. Alright.
Yeah, good armor reduction is always nice, AoE. And it's a great farming tool. Honestly, it's a really good axe. Nonetheless, there's a Kisses coming in. Meteor Hammer drop doesn't really do anything.
Oh,
the Kisses
no.
do tons of damage. Kiyotaka so close to dropping, but barely going to be able to slither on out. And,
I am sure it's better for him to get like a grease, you know, rather than get an axe. I don't know. Like, why is he actually getting the axe, you know? I don't feel like it's actually that good this game. It's a very selfish item, you know. It's just good for yourself. And in certain situations, I feel like it's good, like when you have like a Ember, you know, somebody that can just do a lot of spread damage across the board. Then the AoE minus armor would be useful. But their heroes don't really benefit from the AoE minus
you
armor.
were talking about they need D push against the Ancient Beastmaster. This is a good way to have D push.
Okay, fine. That's true. But I don't know. I still prefer, you know, to be the front line. Like, you gotta keep everyone alive and stand in front of the team fight. Because nobody is standing in front. Like Terrible is not standing in front. Invoker's not standing in front. You're gonna be standing in front as Ty. I guess the stats from Aghanims will help. But I still like Mech more.
But you farm your mech faster when you have Ags, so. Hey, Greed is good. He's an offlaner, which is just a safe laner in a different position.
I rather have like an earlier mech than get an axe and then I found the mech faster with the axe.
Possibly, but would you in this game? Are you looking to make it to late or are you looking to fight early? If you're Hellraisers,
obviously late.
This is a good way to get to late and also have good farm.
So it's basically like a very different way of like seeing it, right? Because I'm talking how much about like the type needs to be a tower defender, and yes, you're right about like when you get axe you can de-push, you know. But I'm looking more towards you get mech and pipe and you stand at the tower, and then if they go for you, they need to expend a lot of resource and time to kill you. Because the type with this build is not really that tanky, you know.
I know, I understand. I guess they just don't want to fight anytime soon yet. Ramses is pretty much done with the Scotty. It's actually pretty nice to take a possible fight here, but there's just so much damage coming. Look at Shopify. They're already knocking on the high ground. That's
where's your tower defender? Where is your tower defender?
Well, he's running in with the haste rune. He's got the Ravage at the ready. Sunstrike comes out and he's just gonna right click.
Yes, Aegis, bro. The Morphling is Aegis.
Hook shot in. Ravage does get blown. Meteor Hammer on top as well. While they're in the Sackstorm Kinetic Field, Sableye did already use the Roar. They find the first. Sableye is going to be a second crit with a nice AoE stun, but they need to kind of be careful. Wait for him back in by the Morphling. Ramses does have that Scotty. No, actually, he doesn't have it bought up yet. He still needs to purchase the point booster at the secret shop. Does manage to pick it up right now, but the fight has ended. It's a pretty worthwhile engagement there for the side of Hellraisers. Aegis popped, got 2 kills on top of it as well. And
Yeah,
we'll,
very, very nice combo with the Tide here. He managed to get 2-man Ravage into a 2-man Meteor Hammer plus the
Radiant's top
Static
tower
Storm.
is under
So that pretty
attack.
much won them that fight. So, okay, back to farming right now.
Yeah, he's got Ags now done, so doesn't have the Gush slow talent.
Radiant's top tower
That's a little bit sad.
has been denied.
Doesn't even have Gush max level yet.
50 Anchor Smash damage is nice for farming.
That is very true. And of course, if you get level 20, Anchor Smash affects buildings, which you're never going to choose, but cool. Oh, crit. Hook shotted upon. Gets himself out of there, but the Glimpse will be holding him down, and crit's dead. But in comes Mikey. And Mikey has a coil in 10 seconds. Miro just standing there like, they can't touch me, but...
Oh, they got him!
Kiyotaka can get the kill onto Mikey. Roar onto Kiyotaka. There's a Evoker trying to run away. Do they have detection? No, they do not. And he'll be able to disengage. Miro is going to be the next target here. While Kiyotaka is slithering on about. And currently Ramses is still farming on the other side of the map, trying to get his BKB. He's going to TP in. They have vision of the area with the Hawk. Meteor Hammer is not going to be able to land. Ramses is actually surrounded by enemies right now. In comes Antares, gets a 2-man catch. Kiyotaka is still here, coming through. Sunder comes out from Ramses. Fly is dropping dead, and Ramses doesn't have the meta for another 30 seconds, so needs to be a little bit
Is
careful.
under attack.
So does Saberlight, to be fair, because he does not have another roar, but Ramses is going to bail out. Without the BKB, he does not feel that confident in taking more of this engagement, but Hellraisers, they're getting a couple of very important kills, especially just blowing up that Mikey puck was pretty huge coming out from Kiyotaka.
Yeah, that was a very, very well played, sequence by Invoker. He casted his spells very nicely, finishing off with a Deafening Blast, Cold Snap, and the right click set. So he had no time to have his second phase shift or third phase shift, I don't know, but his next phase shift ready to survive that. It's well played by Kiyotaka, and again, XHR, they are very happy if the game is like still in this state, like a 50-50. You get to the late game, you have Invoker, you have Tide, you have Terrorblade, you're happy, The only thing I would say for Shopify is they have a late game offering, but Hookshot coming in.
Wow.
Sunstrike.
From downtown. But the rest of the team is like nowhere nearby. Glimpse comes back there. Gonna get the catch on Saberlight. Extra damage from Miro with that range gush. Ooh. Value.
Value,
Oh no, Ramses is dead though. That's counter value. He's gonna get caught out in the bottom lane. There's just too much magic damage. He really needs a BKB.
So they lost Terrorblade, they killed Beastmaster, not a very good trade for them. But I was gonna say, like, for Shopify late game, you still have like the Morphing Agonists later against the Terrorblade. That's very, very annoying. Alright, another kill.
A big fat
Another-
meatball, always nice. Kiyotaka's playing such a good game on the Foker.
Focus. Very scary right now with all this farm.
Next item, Blink Dagger, and yeah, late game Poker is also one of the most terrifying heroes out there.
Yeah, with Tide, it's very scary, with the Cataclysm. You just blow everybody up with 2 spells, or maybe 3 if you have Refresher.
Oath Refresher, the beauty. Tide's actually going Blink into Pipe. And yeah, makes sense because currently
I mean,
Ramses
why is
only
he?
dying
Why is
from
he
magic
still
damage.
getting the? Why is he still trying to get a pipe now?
I mean, the person, like the aura is in general already value. It's what?
Yeah, but if it's that valuable, why not get it like 10-15 minutes earlier?
He didn't want to actually fight earlier. Like Ramses
Oh, but
doesn't
they
want to
were-
fight.
Come on, dude. He was at every fight.
True,
Radiant
but
stand.
technically they shouldn't. Like the only ones that should get it should have been, Vision with Rocket Flare, Glimpse back, Sunstrike. That should have been their fight, but they've gone pretty balls to the walls on Hellraisers in a lot of these engagements.
Yep. Now they're gonna smoke up with the blink. New purchase by Miro on the Tide. It'll be nice if they can actually get the Morphling, if they can find him.
Oh, Glimpse catch, but it's going to be a puck that they tried to glimpse, which is not the best target because you can just completely dodge it.
Yeah, now they know there's an Observer in the lane, so... Yep, no more ward for you in a moment. Terrorblade is going to he already finished his BKB. He's going Lincoln's next to deal with the Raw.
Roar and also Morph, I think.
Yeah, the Morph one is probably the bigger one. The Morph X.
Which is pretty much done right now. It's really hard to deal with for TB because he steals what 20% of your stats and 70 attack speed.
Radiant structures
A little bit
are
busted.
fortified.
A little bit? Come on.
Okay, it's completely terrifyingly terrible. Ramses though needs to be careful because they're all smoked behind, trying to scout in the trees, but doesn't.
I mean, if
work.
they can jump the Terror Blade and burst in,
Oh, they're gonna go in on two different directions. Hook shots in. Ravage gets blown. Ramses needs to be careful. He's actually waiting out the BKB of the Morph to get a possible Sunder off. They lose one. Miro is going to be the second one. A lot of magic damage comes out from Ramses.
Oh, Sunder.
Sunder comes out onto the Morphling. They go Meatball as well. Archer gets blown to smithereens. And the 2-for-2 trade. But there is no Beastmaster and no Morphling for the next 60 minutes. Are they going to be able to extend? Ramses did just pop Metamorphosis, but doesn't have a BKB. That's the only downside. The Morph Drain is about to end. Mikey gets some extra damage in, but they're just going to back off on Hellraisers instead of lurking about too long.
yeah, that was a very, very nice play there from Ramsey. Just waiting and waiting. It was very patient. Just waited for the Morphling to commit in, finish using his BKB, and then come back in, get the Sunder off. Just very nicely played there by Ramses. And now we are kind of in the late game already. This Invoker, Tide, and Trailblade, they are very, very powerful right now. And Shopify, they have to try to, I would say, like make a play in the Rosh. They have to try to get the next Roshan and try to play around that since they have the Beastmaster vision. If they cannot get any form of advantage, you let the game just go as it is. Another 10 minutes, it'll be very difficult to deal with this Invoker, Tide, Trailblade, Tricol.
Yeah, but soon you've got yourselves to deal with the Clockwork Vision of Ags. He's almost done with it on Antares, and then you got the triple Rocket Flare entire map scouting tool.
It's not just about that, you know. Like, he deals just so much damage. He kills all the supports easy. The Enchantress, the Snap.
Pushes the side lanes out the entire time as well.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
Oh,
Crit jumping in.
no.
Oh, he doesn't get the stun.
Meteor Hammer not going to be able to connect, but Crit still in trouble. Hookshot comes through. Glimpse and Fly actually down to the low ground, and they're going to back off. That was very aggressive by Crit. Team was nowhere nearby, but they're still lurking about. Arteezy is also on the side, going in onto Solo, and the Disruptor will be found out. They're trying to get the counter ward to make sure that they can possibly head into the pit, but now that Clockwork does have his Ags, he's going to be able to spam as much as he likes. Push out everything. Hell, I'm so hoping that he's at one point going to get a snipe onto the Morphling. Swapping towards Agi, and then
I mean, right now it's hard. Even if you swap to max, you have 1.6k HP, 1.7, so it's hard. Here comes XHR Tornado, BKB committed.
Oh, Roach has
Alright.
already been secured, though. That's the big problem. Ramsey's walking forward. Lincoln Sphere gets popped, and the TB is trying to fight for more, but Ramsey's BKB is about to
He's
end.
not dying.
He needs to get out. Does still have a Sunder at the ready, but they already lost Kiyotaka, which is a big one. The kisses come in, and Terry's can't really do anything afterwards. They need to back off. Solo even bought back for this. They have that Aegis on the Morphling as well, so this is problematic for ex-Hellraisers because now TB does not have meta for another fight. Actually, the Illusion is doing a lot of damage onto the Morphling, and
Alright, there goes the Aegis.
Ah.
Alright. Disruptor has ulti.
no, yeah, he has
Okay.
ulti, but like, why did he die? That was weird.
Dire's middle tower
I mean, I
is
know
under
Scotty
attack.
reduces the healing factor of the attribute shift, but that was a very sad way to die. On your first life. I probably could have killed him a second time as well, but I guess with the puck behind it, got a bit
Yeah,
more
maybe
spooky.
they didn't realize his BKB is still on cooldown. That's why they didn't try. They just assumed that he has it, you know, so they just didn't want to commit. Yeah, but I would say that even if he has his BKB, I'll just, drop my Static Storm and just let him use it and see how the fight goes.
Fly. No, left behind. Sableye gonna, walk the opposite direction. Nope, not gonna deal with that. Kiyotaka getting closer to a Scythe of Vice. Hasn't had an item for a while now on the Evoker.
Yeah, that's a huge item. The Hex will allow them to catch either the Puck or the Morphling, and those are items that are very good, late game. If you can get like one key pick off, you might just get Rex out of it. I mean, HR is still in XHR is still in a very good position, despite like being like what 3. The 3K net worth down now doesn't really, like 2K doesn't really matter so much at the moment. It's all about like getting the right initiation, jumping on the right heroes, and just killing them. They have a very, very potent combo with the Ravage into the Sunstrike, Cataclysm or whatever it is later.
Emiro's going for the Shard next. At one point, that's of course talking about like probably 20 minutes. You might have a Tide with a Refresher, Foker with Ags, maybe Foker with Ags and Refresher. Then you get like a godly
Tide.
team. Oh. I don't know why Miro's here.
He blinked in. He deserved to die. I'm not gonna lie. He blinked in to take that wave of creep over his own river. He went.
No.
I mean, he deserves to die there for sure.
And the rest of the team tried to help him out. Solo's going to die because of it. That's going to be a dieback onto the Disruptor.
And this Tide is like sabotaging his team so much, Like he made so many really bad mistakes in the game. And now it gives Shopify a very, very good opening here to... Are they going to try to push Rex?
I would not see why not. At least try to force buybacks, which they don't have. What is Artur and Mike
that was
going
close.
deep?
Holy shit, he almost killed the Invoker.
Ramsey's going for the fight. It's a Sunstrike coming in onto the Voker. Can they get the kill though? But they do lose Kiyotaka. Ramsey's actually in trouble himself. He's gonna die!
Oh, he can't sunder the illusion!
Kiyotaka comes back and he is just gonna get controlled up.
Oh,
Die
GG.
back and meet GG.
Okay, that's
no!
GG.
What?
I mean, they're definitely tilted. I tell you, they were fucking tilted by the Tide feeding middle. I say, after that death, everybody was like tilted, like they tried to go near him and then they tried to save him and then the 2 supports died as well. And then 2 cores were like, when somebody makes a bad mistake like this and everyone else die, it probably means like people are just angry, they're talking and talking and talking in the game. They're like trying to blame each other and then they lose focus on the game and that's why you see all this chain feed happening. And then the game just ends.
Yeah, that was like a very weird ending to the game. It was like, it's going even. Good initiation can win them the fight. Then you can start snowballing over the map with the TB on your side. It's looking really good for Hellraisers. One bad feed from Tide. The supports tried to help him. They both get caught out, and then in the base they get dove.
He definitely played really bad this game. Like in the start of the game, he missed like 2 ravages. Yeah, sure, it didn't really matter so much. And I feel like his itemization is also not that great for the game. Like overall, I felt like he was definitely one of the bigger reasons why they lost this game. Like the last fight was pretty, like I feel like it's pretty bad mistake. The last one was the worst one where he blinked across here. If you are trying to take that wave in the middle lane, you wait on your side of the river, you wait for the creeps to push over, and then you farm there. You don't blink to the enemy side and farm the creeps on their side of the map.
And
that is totally
the entire enemy team was like
unacceptable.
Right behind it.
I tell you, it's unacceptable when he does that. And I don't even blame his team if they got angry, when they saw the Tide do that and then they feed and then everybody died trying to save him and then the game just ends,
Winter, he even has the Ags with Gush. 2 waves.
Yeah, why would
clears
you?
It.
No, why would you blink in? Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. You're totally right. That's the X. He could have just stayed from far and just like, what's the point of getting the X if you don't use it?
Oh my lord, that was a very interesting ending of the game, and that means that Hellraisers are eliminated. They will not be able to go forward in the DreamLeague tournament. We will have a game 2 though. We'll be going towards a short little break. We'll see you for game 2, so we'll be right back.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search. picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the dreams you're slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. I'm such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number one had a very interesting finish, but that was not the only game that was concluded. We have a couple of other matches that have been concluded. So we have the current standings to show you, the viewers, on how close it's going to be. There is, again, only one slot still left in Group A to advance on towards the next stage of the Dream League Season 19. And as you can see, well, okay, the Asta one still needs to be slightly updated, but TSM is 6 and 7, Team Astra is 6 and 7, and Execration is 6 and 7. So now it's updated. Now we have the full list there. So there are 3 teams neck on neck, and the fun part is all 3 of those teams are not playing against each other. So we could have 3 teams that are 7 and 7 at the same time, as you could have 3 teams that are 6 and 7. This next match is going to decide everything, if we're going to get tiebreakers and who's going to get eliminated on the other streams. literally every other stream but ours has an important match. Yeah. And yeah, so stick here because we got the fun match. We got the Shopify versus Hellraisers. Michael's been looking phenomenal. Hellraisers have looked interesting, haven't they, Winter?
Yeah, very, very nice, considering he's like a last minute stand-in. I don't know how much of scrim games that they managed to play with him, but he's definitely putting up a show.
Yeah, but we have ourselves a draft for game number 2. It's for all the marbles right now. Hellraisers is eliminated. Shopify is already advanced on towards the next stage. So maybe we get to see some fun stuff here. Last game was pretty fun. There were some really good engagements. The ending was slightly disappointing. But nonetheless, hopefully we get to see a good draft coming in. This time, Hellraisers is going to be the ones that picking up the Enchantress and Doom on Shopify because, well, if they pick up the Beastmaster, it will just get stolen. The creeps will just get stolen by the Ench anyway.
But that's Dragon Knight. They didn't ban Dragon Knight this time.
And Ramses is the one drafting, so he's like, oh, my DK.
10 seconds remaining.
How can I not want to pick myself DK?
5 seconds.
And like you mentioned before, DK is like a hero that they play in so many roles. Okay, actually no. So they go for Death Prophet. They feel like Death Prophet would be a better choice here than DK because of, I guess, the lane. Like if you want to pressure the lane more, because DK is more like if you pick him early, right, he's not gonna like win you a lane. He's just like you pick him early because he cannot get pressured too much in the lane. He's always gonna be able to survive and get something in.
Yeah. But Ramses has won nearly every single lane that he has played the DK safe lane, or at least the matches that we've covered. And we'll see if they'll ban it out. I assume Shopify will get rid of it because it does have a bit of flex on the side of Hellraisers as well, which is always annoying. DP, I think, yeah, there's the DK ban. Rip DK. But yesterday we saw Collapse, I think, play DP and then get destroyed by the Doom from his opponent, which was... can't remember who that was playing the Doom. Oh, it was DM on the Doom, I think. And
yeah, DM.
Yeah. He got destroyed. Absolutely annihilated by the Doom. So we'll see if Hellraisers' DP will be a little bit more effective against Doom, because they have kind of anti-synergy. Doom wants to Doom the DP, but if DP gets like Exorcism plus Spirit Siphons off, then DP doesn't really care about being doomed.
Yeah, DP is like you don't really care if you get your ghost up, and as long as you have a save from like either one of your supports, like a Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, you keep the DP alive, then you'll be able to turn the fights very easily later. I mean, yesterday there was a game as well, right? None of the supports bought Force Staff, and then they couldn't save their core. It might actually be the same game that you're talking about, the DM Doom. I can't remember. But yeah, buy your saving items, don't be greedy on the supports against Doom.
Force Staff's pretty good. Load Sorbs as well kind of forces the Doom to go for Ags. And honestly, Ags on Doom, I kind of like it, but on the other hand, it's so easily countered by just the Force Staff on one of your supports, which is the big downside of that move. However, at that stage in the game, Doom's got like max hasted movement speed, rushing around all over the place, so it's really hard to deal with an Octarine Doom. And he's going to get like Octarine at 25 minutes in the game. It's stupid how fast the hero can farm.
Yeah, the build is also allowing that, because you start with Arcane Boost, then you disassemble it to make it the Octarine core. You get the Aether Lens and you get the Octarine core. So it's just nice, like the build up is very, very good for the hero at the moment. And Shopify, they don't ban out the Morphling. And now they pick a Tusk, so I guess they're trying to be very aggressive in the early game. I presume like the Mirana and Tusk are going to be like the support duo. So those two support duo, they are very strong early in the lane. You have a lot of stuns, a lot of kill threat. You can play really aggressive. But HR, they go back for their techies, which we wanted to see in the previous game.
Yep, that's the one that we
Magnus.
really missed. Techie's Magnus as well. So you got like Techie stun, ARP into RP, or RP into Techie stun. 3 mines around, everyone
10
dies.
seconds
Or
remaining.
Tusk comes in, and snowball saves everyone, which would be the big counterplay,
5
obviously.
seconds remaining.
I love Enter's Techies. It's so enjoyable to watch because it's actually effective. And such a
sorry.
pain to deal in the lane.
Yeah, I actually didn't turn on my. Alright. Oh, that's my bad. I didn't turn on my mic in Dota.
That's not very smart.
Yeah, I have it on now. I forgot to turn it on. Okay, sorry, Kiki. Right. So yeah, they have like Techies, Magnus. It used to be a lot better when you have like a lot of the remote mines and then you skewer them in. So now it's totally different, you know. You're like playing really aggressive in the lane, you're trying to kill with the blast off, and you do a lot of spell damage.
Well, Shopify taking all of their reserve time pretty much out of the equation. The Hellraisers have not even tapped into their reserve time. Drow Ranger coming up for Shopify. So it's a Drow plus Tusk. Actually, the thing is they can flex it a little bit, but possibly Drow Tusk versus Techie's Magnus, or Drow Marana versus Techie's Magnus.
Radiant team ban.
Drow Tusk sounds better.
Probably, yeah, because you got that save to dodge a bit of the magic damage. Especially because the mines are also really annoying to deal with. The latching bombs, or whatever they're called.
Sticky bomb.
Sticky bomb, that's it. They're kind of annoying to deal with. You could possibly dodge those as well.
Yeah, because the Drow needs like a mid shield in the lane for him, so Tusk is better. And Mirana, you want to put Mirana against the Ench in the game, you know, so you can just annoy him, like kill the creeps. So that would be actually much better for the overall lane setup for them. And for HR right now, so I presume they're gonna need like a carry last. Okay, anti-mage. As a hero that we see frequently get banned, they have Magnus anti-mage and power farming anti-mage. I actually don't like the Magnus getting like max empower early even when you have an AM. Like when Magnus is a core, I feel like you should just play your own game first, you know, just get your skewer and your shockwave and just get empower when you have to get empower. You shouldn't sacrifice your own game just to give anti-mage empower early.
Yeah, no, I do think that as well. Like, you should play your own game unless you're playing some 5-position Magnus, which I highly doubt in this scenario. Queen of Pain mid, good against, if it's a DP mid or a Magnus mid. It's going to be a Magnus mid, actually. So it's a DP off lane with a Techies to back him up against the Drow. And yeah, it's still not really sure, because Crit is playing the Tusk, but they can always swap lanes between Fly and Crit all the time. Nonetheless, it's not looking like a bad anti-mage game. It's actually looking like a fairly decent one.
Yeah, against Doom, against Queen of Pain, it's very, very good matchups. Like against Drow, it could be a bit tricky, you know, depending on how the game is going, because Drow does a lot of like damage to you. But I feel like overall, if they have a good laning phase with the Enchantress and Techies, which are really strong, they'll be okay with the game going late with the AM. But on the other hand, Doom is also pretty decent against AM later when you get the AoE Doom, so you don't have to deal with the counter spell. That's going to be pretty annoying for the anti-mage, but anti-mage is really strong in the lane right now, and you can fight early if you max your mana break.
Especially with the Enchantress as your support. A lot of bully damage coming out. Of course, Doom can just eat up the creeps that the Enchantress brings, but Impetus still does tons and tons of damage. I am curious about the Magnus mid. It's been a very long time since I've seen the Magnus mid being picked up. So, yeah. What does it build? Is it Meteor Hammer?
Not very sure though. Like, should you just go like your own items like Echo Saver, Blink, BKB, and just play the game as a core? I'm not very sure though, because I haven't seen much mid Magnus nowadays. I don't know what's the best build. Oh, he does have a Meteor Hammer queued up.
Of course, it's
So,
Meteor Hammer. I mean, RP into Meteor Hammer is nice, and then they have a lot of AoE stun combinations, plus it adds some tower push and good regen for the hero that he kind of needs. Because he does spam a lot with the constant power on himself and the shockwave spams to clear out creep waves. So Solo is going to get caught, possibly. He is slowed.
Shot.
Block is going to miss the mark, though. Oof. That should have been a freebie.
Yeah, that would have been actually really, really big for the Queen of Pain. If you get the first bird on, like, Quap is probably,
30 seconds.
like, we had this discussion the other day. We were saying, like, Tinker is probably the worst hero to give a first bird to start the game off with. I think Queen of Pain is equally bad, you know, if you are playing against it.
Pretty dominant hero. Very aggressive Observer Ward as well by Shopify, looking to possibly get that first blood still onto Solo. It will not go to the Queen of Pain, but they'll at least get first blood regardless on the side of Shopify. And immediately they know that there's an Observer Ward there, otherwise it would be a strange move. Coming out from the Shopify, lurking about that long. Nonetheless, Kiyotaka in mid, not going for the bottle. Just Meteor Hammer rush. Yeah. We'll see how that one goes. I have seen the Aghanim Scepter on Magnus a couple of times. I'm not really sold on it. What are your opinions about the Magnus Ags?
I've seen it. I think it was off lane Magnus that did. Felt like it was okay, you know. You do a lot of damage. And if you go Meteor Hammer, I guess with the AM in the game, you don't really have to be like the damage dealer. You can just play like utility. But on the other hand, I feel like you need to get BKB still, you know, to get your combo off.
Nature attend us.
So I don't know when you should get it, if that's the case.
Key attack on that mid lane matchup. We got ourselves 3 lanes. Winter, the big question for you, as always. What lane should we keep our eyes on?
I would say the anti-mage lane. I think this lane is going to be very interesting. Like whether the anti-mage will try to play really aggressive, because like I feel like he can maybe get more points in the mana break for the lane, and then you play aggressive with the Enchantress and try to hit and trade with the heal and the impetus. He might actually win them the lane if they play that way. So just curious to see what he does here.
The bottom lane's got deckies, but they also have a Tusk, so could dodge a bit of damage there once Antares wants to go for the blast off smacks. Rotations to mid. That's something that Queen of Pain does have to be a bit careful of like miscalls from where the techies went, because techies destroys Quap if you get the blast off connected.
They're gonna have to, you know, just have maybe defensive wards later to avoid that from happening. But so far, the techies is gonna just focus on playing the lane. Like DP is not an off laner you can just leave alone and just roam and gank a lot. You have to secure her lane. She's getting pressured by the Tusk here. Tag team.
Going back in. Drow's dropping. And that's going to be a kill secured for Hellraisers. Just got level 2. Spirit Siphon could not heal in time to make sure he doesn't die. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. But Ekis is still alive, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, XHR definitely got the better trade out of that. Since the DP, he was able to get the XP for killing the Drow. Drow died first. Not the end of the world for them, you know. They're still going to be able to get the wave in a pretty decent position near the tower so the Drow can farm the wave safely. And that's all that matters, you know, when you're playing Drow. As long as you can control the creep equilibrium and keep it in a safe spot, you can always farm safely under the tower, you'll be fine in the lane.
Side, Ramsey's going for the Ring of Health. Once he has that, he can survive quite a decent amount more. And Doom's already got nice creep absorb, but he can also go for the beat up the creeps that Solo tries to bring to the lane, as he does right now. Thank you very much. Got the mana burn creep, which is actually really freaking useful to have, considering you can just spam away and try and drain the enemy's mana, plus do a bit of damage equal to it as well.
Yeah, and the mana regen aura. Like, who's burning whose mana in this lane? The Doom or the anti-mage is burning the Doom's mana?
It is a pretty nice one, though. Miro dies bottom side, and that is not a death that's favorable for XHR. Even though currently Arteezy doesn't have the most last hits, but there's a pretty big creep wave coming underneath the tower soon enough.
Yep, so far so good across the boards. I guess the AM lane is the one that I feel like maybe it should be going much better for him. Like so far he has 14 last hits to the Doom's 20. Doom's having a great time in the lane, has a kill.
Fighting
the
me
ring
solo on the side.
His ring is coming, so he has to wait for the ring. And right now he has to play a little bit more defensive. Solo's gonna heal him up while the ring is being transferred from the courier.
Well, it's Terry's getting the kill onto Crypt bottom. I'm so distracted in that top lane the entire time. While mid, Kiyotaka forced to walk all the way back to base to Dota. Harass from the Queen of Pain is a little bit too much. There's a dive top side. Ramsey is trying to run away. Does have that regen from the Ring of Health, but this Doom is pretty big. There's also a full creep wave that's underneath the tower, which is a little bit of a problem. Fly will be able to heal up. They didn't manage to bully Ramses out. He at least will be able to return to get some creep farm. Or at least attempt to get some creep farm. The Saberlight is being a bully. As he does best.
Yeah, Anti-Mage is definitely not having a good time here. Taking so much harass from the Mirana. Oh, he's dead,
dead.
I think. Yeah, he's dead. Wow, this is so huge for the lane, you know.
Dire's top tower is
I'm not very sure if the lane should go this badly for the Anti-Mage though. Like having an Enchantress.
I mean, Solo has level 2 enchant.
Yeah, maybe he shouldn't be getting... I'm surprised that he actually chose to go for 2 points in Enchant in this lane, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if you have heal and impetus, you should be able to create an environment where the Doom and the Mirana is low, then they can't really pressure the AM as hard as this, you know. This is not right, you know, the way the lane is going.
I'm really baffled because Mirana can arrow the creep and Doom can eat
why?
the creep. Like, they have 2 tools against enchant and he levels enchant to level 2. It does nothing. Ramses is now pretty sad because his support doesn't... Like, he's got level 1 heal. That's pretty much what Solo has.
Well, he has to hope for ganks from this Magnus, you know, to come back in
Solo.
the game, you know?
Oh, Saberlight with the high 5. Gets the kill. Miro bottom lane is going to get taken down as well. There's a... And Terry's techies will find the kill onto crits. Possibly? Nope. Actually, he's got infused raindrops. Never mind. Fly rotated bottom because Saberlight's got full control over in the top lane. That... Doom is not going to die. Honestly, that Doom, if he's got a Devour available, I don't think they can even kill him with the 2 of them.
Yeah, this is like what we call bleeding into other lanes, you know, because one lane is going so badly for one team, so the other team support can just rotate and gank the other lanes, which is what Fly did. He goes to the safe lane and he wins another lane, you know. So everything is like a domino effect, and right now Mikey has a haste rune. He has Sonic Wave up. He's going to pick up the enemy's bounty rune. So it'll be, let's see if he can actually get something done here with the haste. Probably
just for
not.
fun, check net worth. For fun, just check it.
Yeah, I know. 4k. Doom is way ahead of everybody.
Saberlight's done with the Hand of Midas already. Yeah, sure. Why not? Level 3 Devour as well. So he didn't even go for a very aggressive run in the lane. He's just going for extra gold. And Terry's taking a lot of damage. Center Stomp not even going to be able to get thrown out. And even Fly is level 5 right now. That's a very heavily leveled Mirana. Solo caught inside the Ice Shards block. Dominating streak for Artur. This is looking like Hellraisers are gonna get completely run down. Mana Void on Saberlight top, doesn't care. Bottom lane, Miro dies.
I mean, this is such a disastrous laning phase for them, you know. Like, the only one having a decent game is like the Magnus. And Magnus is not like... sure, okay, Takis. But Magnus is not like a Ember or tiny Pango that can rotate and help the team. You know, Magnus itself is like a greedier core as well. He wants to farm, he wants to get a good game for himself. So I don't expect, you know, the Magnus to be able to create too much space, you know, for the other cores to farm. So this is looking really bad for XHR right now.
Miro even TP'd mid to try and maybe make a play onto Mikey, but they're actually going to be the ones aggressing here on the side of Shopify. Crit went a little bit deep. The arrow is going to land onto Antares. Kiyotaka is dead. Antares is going to be the next target. Can the techies get himself out of there? He does have a blast off, but he's just going to falter. Double kill for Fly. 305 on the Marana. Really having a fun time at the moment on the side of Shopify.
At this rate, the game could be over very quickly. You know, if XHR they don't really figure out how to stop the bleed, they have to try to. I guess the best bet is like wait for DP to get level 6 and try to make a play with the RP and the EXO. Maybe get some kills, pressure some towers. But right now, they really can't do anything with their heroes. You know, if they're so far behind, because everyone is so slow. Their lineup. They need to get certain amount of levels on the supports.
And it's just a
this
waiting
game
game. Wants the high five there. Saberlight doesn't get it.
This game is really, really hard for the anti-mage. He's not gonna have any supports for a very, very long time, you know. I mean, I don't know how they're gonna play the game right now. DP's level 5 at almost 10 minutes.
And it's a pretty farmed Drow, but that's not the scary one. That's
yeah, and your Magnus has Meteor Hammer. He doesn't have Blink, you know.
Doesn't even have boots yet. Oh, they're getting delivered right now. Okay.
Who's gonna make the plays for you? Like, imagine the situation. What can you do as XHR?
Who's going in?
RP, Hammer,
blast off, snowball save. That's the power of crit. Sonic wave in respawn. Double kill secured. Oh. Pretty on point there with his move to at least guard Mikey in mid.
Yeah, they read the situation really well. They realized that that's the only thing they can try and do, right? Because if you're XHR, you cannot play with anyone else. Like the DP is too low level, so Magnus is the only one you can play around. So the supports were just there waiting for the RP into the hammer combo, and they read it. Snowball saves everything and just gets the free kill in return.
Well, there is an Invis rune. Mikey is going to scoop it up, actually. Blast off, Meteor Hammer is going to land. Mikey taking a lot of damage. They have the vision as well. Mikey's going to die. Jumping in front of two enemies is maybe not the smartest move. But they finally get another kill on the side of Hellraisers. I'll say Saberlight, I mean, what's BKB is going to be done at, 13 minutes? So, no worries.
I mean, this has to be the fattest Doom in this event. I don't think you can be even fatter than this, man. It's gonna have BKB like in another 2 to 3 minutes, I guess. BKB Arcane Boots Midas at 13 minutes. That's crazy, you know? That's so insane.
And he hasn't even moved away from his lane. He's just been chilling in that top lane the entire time. Although has 3 points in enchant right now, so can bring stronger creeps to the Doom so that he can eat it up. Doom on to Ramses.
Just Doom him.
Well, there is Fly as well, and Ramses in the trees. He's trying to stay hidden as much as he can, but it's slowly going to take down Solo. Can he deny Ramses? No, he cannot. Solo needs to be careful himself. Center Stomp is not going to... Actually, War Stomp, sorry. It's not going to connect, but... Yeah. What can you do? What can you do? Saberlight's
what are you supposed to
net worth.
do? What are you supposed to do with Max and Chan? He has a minus, he has a Devour, there's Arrow.
You can slow Saberlight down. Arrow's available. Come on, 360 no scope. You want to fly? It's not even gonna attempt the arrow. Huh? Yutaka's walking in. Jump forward. Saberlight's out of mana. Does have himself the Tumbler's Toy. Oh, dodging weave, baby. Arrow lands onto Kiyotaka. Saberlight to go for more. Can he get himself out of there? Ramses has a blink. No rotate. No one's TPing in, actually, currently. And Terry's is going to die in another lane. Saberlight, Meteor Hammer is going to drop. They're going to lose the Doom. And even when he falls, he wants to get himself a high five. No one gives him a high five this game.
Yeah, that's a much needed kill for the anti-mission. He's so far behind, you know. 4.8k net worth right now. Only a Vanguard and Power Trades. Still nowhere near his Battle Fury. I'm actually thinking maybe if he should like adjust his build, you know. I don't know. Try to go for like a more combat build, Echo Saber, and just hope that you can just fight your way back into the game and rely on Empower later.
Yutaka trying to go for Mikey. Mikey does have a blink. He tried the RP, but then he would not have the mana for Meteor Hammer. I think. No, at the time he could have actually done it, but decided against it. Where is Crit hiding every single time is the big question.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're gonna have Doom up in 15 seconds, and maybe they can try to make a play on the AM again. BKB almost completed by Saberlight. And for XHR, they have to wait for this blink, you know. They desperately need this dagger on the Magnus. That's their only means of making a play on the map. 700 gold.
And with techies behind him, actually, and Terry's, he wants to go hand to Midas.
What? He's queuing Midas? Serious?
I mean, he's going for that level 25, 252 attack damage talent. Getting the attack speed ready plus extra experience. I believe in the tech.
There is no way this is serious, right? Like, he's queuing out Midas. I mean, if he gets a shot, he's just gonna be way more useful. And maybe they have a better chance of coming back. Like, at this rate, the game is not gonna go long enough for your Midas to be worth it.
Bit. So, walking up. Yutaka, Ice Shard's not going to connect. They actually are starting to steal the big creeps. Nice little gold coming in, but they're forcing Hellraisers all the way back there. At least finding a little bit of recovery while Ramses is farming in different areas. So they're not being hampered too much currently, but this DP is just so incredibly underfarmed.
Yeah, so it's not gonna be a battle for it. He's going Yasha on the AM, so like I suspected. Since the game is already going so badly, he has to try to fight his way back into the game. Get a Manta and just play around the Empower, you know. I think that's the right choice for Ramses. It's a good read.
Yeah, unfortunately Empower has not been leveled so far, so yeah, he won't get any help from from his mid laner. At least the blink is almost done. So with the techies behind them, if he goes for Shard, but I think he's actually going for Hand of Midas on Antares. Going for it? Come on, Antares. You need to make the choice now. You can buy either. He's actually going into Hand of Midas on techies. He knows he's the real core right now. I don't blame him. Solo. Oh, nice
two-man RP
catch. But the drop gets interrupted. No meteor drop coming through. Great job by Saberlight. Sonic Wave comes out. Kiyotaka gets taken out. Miro with the exorcism. And Saberlight with the immediate TP out. Nice RP attempt, but the interrupt afterwards was a little bit unfortunate there for the side of Hellraisers. But they are heading topside. Mikey is silenced. Let me get the control in. It seems unlikely Miro will be able to find crit in response. Does need to be careful that he doesn't lose too much HP. Exorcism will heal him up soon enough. Actually, Mikey's the one that takes a heap of damage from Solo's impetus blasts. Oh, Solo is actually going for the Dragonlance, realizing that he actually does do a significant amount of damage. Speaking of which, he blows up Mikey. Double kill coming out. Solo's the real core now. Fly needs to dip out. And now it's impetus level 4, so he can even spam it into oblivion. Drag back onto Saberlight. This is a big mistake coming out from Shopify. Saberlight's gonna die. Fly needs to be careful because Solo is here. And Solo is dominating on the Enchantress.
Alright, here comes Arteezy.
Taka.
Alright.
Yeah.
He's gonna salvage it, but I mean that was huge for XHR, you know, getting those 3 kills. The DP, they just got too baited to go on the DP, you know, just overplaying too much, you know. I feel like they just need to reset because Doom already TP'd out. Like he wanted to go back and just continue farming and scaling, but his team decides to just go back in, and the Doom had to just walk back up to top, you know. So they wasted a lot of time, but they were lucky that RTZ show up with a DD and kind of salvage and save things. And if they get the Roshan, that would mean that things are still okay for Shopify.
I mean, they're still more than okay. Arteezy is really fast. Right behind Saberlight, who's also really fast. But the big threat right now this game is Solo's got that Dragonlance. He's going for the Hand of Midas as well. The 2 supports on Hellraisers are going for Hand of Midas.
What is going on?
Okay, now he queued up that he wants to go a Hurricane Pike. Still, would have really found that hilarious if they managed to win it this game with double Hand of Midas. On the supports nonetheless. John's still very sad though.
is under attack.
I mean, if they get another one or two good RPs with the Meteor Hammer, like the previous team fights, I think the Midas could pay off, and the Takis is going to be able to be a force to be reckoned with later in the game.
Look where Antares is farming as well. Right in front of the Shopify's base. No one's gonna expect him to be in that area
Radiant are scanning.
either. Tokyotaka. He is very deep. Does have a RP. Gets an RP onto 2. Meteor Hammer comes in as well. It drops onto Crit. They find almost the kill. Crit is gonna tick down to the Meteor Hammer. Dot damage, and Ramses gets out. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. The Techies
Ramses,
doesn't have his
Oh.
shot just yet.
one more right click,
Arrow.
vision. All right, that was huge by RTZ, securing that kill there right at the end.
Techies is doing a pretty good job at least finishing where the trades look equal. Oh, Kiyotaka gets a kill in the meantime on to Fly on a different area. Nonetheless, still a couple of decent trades here coming in. Like, it's extending the game for Hellraisers. The problem is, of course, that the anti-mage was the one that fell.
You hurt the ones you love.
But then Jerry's now has Shard, and that's
Right,
actually
that's
pretty
another
big.
kill. That's another kill for Saberlight. No way he gets out here with the DP.
Saberlight with the constant high fives. The entire game, I think he's asked for like 6 high fives so far. Never gets them though. Yutaka going Yules. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're swapping positions because the supports are the cores now.
I mean, they need to start empowering the anti-mage. I don't know. I feel like Kiyotaka has to try to follow him and just give him the
Arthur?
power.
Surrounded, skewered back.
2 minutes,
First life.
Aegis.
First life is
Wow.
gone. TP is on cooldown now as well, and there's only Fly. Oh, Mike actually TP's in as well. Does have Sonic Wave, but the kill is already there, and they find themselves Arthur an 8-kill streak picked up, and they'll even back off on the side of X Hellraisers. Like, this game has gone so disastrous for X Hellraisers, but the game's not over yet. There's still a lot of dangerous threat coming in, especially if you get yourself some nice freebies like that. Last hit coming in. Deck. Hey, and Terry's gets the kill. Right click techies is the way to go with that Animitis.
I mean, they're bleeding way too many kills right now.
Is under attack.
That's not very good, and they're giving anti-mage a chance to actually come back into the game. So finally, the empower is starting to kick in on the anti-mage. If he can somehow get to the point where he has Abyssal, I feel like the game is just gonna start to turn.
Okay, going in. Ramses is going to get the
Alright,
spell reflect
cut the
on.
spell.
Yeah, this is problematic. Crit's in trouble. Kyutaka's looking for more, trying to get the catch on Saberlight. But Marana ulti has been used, and yeah, this is actually starting to get scary because you mentioned it previously. Like, anti-mage forfeited going for that Battle Fury build because he wanted a fighting build. And because they have a Magnus on their team, it is possible to still get decent farm. He's catching up very quickly to Mikey and to Arteezy. Whereas Saberlight obviously is still by far the most farmed in the game, but anti-mage can get scary, and their team fight's starting to become overwhelming because Solo's got the Hurricane Pike now. He's actually going for Ags on Solo. I love this. He's just going to become a core himself.
Yeah, it's a very good decision because if you think about it, the Doom is going to be focusing the AM or the Death Prophet, like even the Magnus for that matter, you know. So you need the supports to be able to do the damage as well. Doom again onto DP.
Try to force staff him out of there, but Miro is going to drop. Solo's trying to heal up. The level 2 Wisps won't do anything, so a nice big double kill. Coming in. Ramsey's closer towards his Basher, and considering he already has the Vanguard, Abyssal Blade's not going to be that far off.
Dire's courier.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very huge item because then he can solo kill. I believe he can solo kill the Queen of
The old combination, Techie's Minds with the skewer coming through. They blow up Arteezy, Terry's in a lot of trouble. Does get taken down by the Quap, and Kyutaka's trying to disengage, but there's Saberlight on the opposing side. Ramses, can he actually make a play happen right now? Gets silenced up. His mantra's already been used. Does need the blink out of there. Gets the blink further forward. Crit still on the chase. They do have a scary Saberlight. on the hunt. Blink is available for Sableye. Will he be able to go for more? Exorcism was popped by Miro, but the rest of the team was trying to disengage Solo. He's got that impetus damage. The snowball will at least keep him distracted, but has the blink to the side. Blink's right towards the creeps, though, and that's going to just be a chase that they should be able to catch up to.
Yeah, that was a big save there, you know, allowing Ramses to get away, like the Grease at the last moment there, saving him because the Doom really wanted to commit and finish. I feel like he would have given his own life just to kill the anti-mage there. But M is fine. He's going to be able to continue farming. And the longer the game goes, it's going to be really, really bad, you know, for Shopify. Once this Magnus and AM is truly online, I mean, the team fights are going to be really, really difficult.
I had flashbacks there of old techies plus Magnus or old techies plus tiny lanes where techies just plants trees, bombs in the trees, and you toss them back. Oh my god, I thought that day and age was over, but techies can still do the nasty. They're going to go in on Sableye. He does have BKB, and Terry's trying to get the blast off to disengage. It's the tiniest blast off he's ever managed. Sableye's going to the TP. RP gets the interrupt, and Sableye should be slowly whittled down. He is pretty fast, but Meteor Hammer will be able to connect, and the timing on that Yules plus Meteor Hammer is impeccable.
Yep, very, very nice play by Kiyotaka there. He's actually very, very important for his team. Like, every kill has to be set up by him because no one else can, and he's doing a really, really good job, you know, using the RPs into Meteors, the Yules into the Meteors, and Anti-Mage. Can they actually have enough damage here to kill him? Nope, he gets out with the blink. But the game is not going well for Shopify. This 8k lead is very deceptive, you know. It's not that big of a lead anymore against the XHR lineup.
It's getting fairly interesting. Miro has been the target of being doomed every single time. And honestly, I don't think they really care because look at the supports. Solo and Terry's net worth. Like, they're catching up quickly to their quote-unquote cores.
I feel like he needs to doom the Magnus though. I think the Magnus is the one that's keeping the team fight in check, you know, for XHR. I don't think he should be doing the DP anymore. Like, I feel like the DP doesn't do much if the RP is not landed well.
Oh, Ramsey's got his bashes. Not going to go with this one just yet. He's instead building up the Lincolns against Doom. Makes a lot of sense. And Terry's is getting his bombing situation sorted. And Kiyotaka is nearby, so if anyone tries to cross the river, this could be fun. This could be very fun. I'm ready for another blast off.
Only fun for the Techies team, but not fun to play against. This is very annoying. So the game is gonna...
Good dodge the spells. They're all jumping in. A lot of damage being dealt. Kiyotaka is going to get taken down. The Doom was being used. And Terry Stun's not going to connect at all. Didn't do as much as they would have liked. Miro is still on the disengage. There are still some bombs there. Sableye's running right towards Solo to get blasted. Taken down. Solo is actually still a nuisance. Has the Hurricane Pike. Can he get himself out of there? Is going to get stun locked. Great silence.
Nice silence.
Too. But Solo is still healing. The Nature's Attendance Wisp is doing the work. And now it's going to be Artur getting blasted. Solo with the Hurricane Pike needs to get the vision of Mikey. Doesn't have it. Will be able to walk back and survive. But Mikey needs to be very careful himself because Ramses is a scary hero going forward. Mikey is going in. Ramses is still here. No mana on crit, but Ramses is forced back because the rest of his team is dead. These fights are just so scrappy.
Yeah, they were able to get the Magnus first. That's why they initially thought they were winning the fights, but like again, you know, Ramses came in at the right time. He was able to get the kills, and you know, RTZ was the big kill there. You know, they were able to kill the big carry there. And you know, HR is, I feel like they're in a very good spot in the game despite being 8k behind right now. If
it's been 8k for a very long time.
Yeah, if they can ever land a good RP in the team fights, I feel like they're just gonna win the team fight.
Look at Solo's item build right now. Look at how masterful that is. Past 25 minutes, triple Wraith bands on the Enchantress.
I'm a bit sad that he's not going X. He's going
Armor.
X.
Catch onto Sableye, pops the BKB. Doesn't have Doom available, but the rest of the team is keeping in. Snowball gets spell reflected. Sableye doesn't have a BKB available anymore. There's going to be a jump by Antares onto Doom. Boom! goes the dynamite. Techies looking for more, but they will find Ramses,
Radiant's
and they
middle
will
tower
find a
is under
huge
attack.
kill this time around. Fortunately to run away, but then Terry's will be in trouble. It seems not much he can do. Mikey with an unstoppable streak on the Queen of Pain, which is pretty impressive considering how dangerous this game is for Queen of Pain.
Yeah, that was a bit of overcommitment there from XHR. You know, they're feeling themselves too much. You know, the game has been going well for the past couple of minutes, and just feel like they can get away with more. And now, as a result, they're gonna pay the price of giving the Roshan to Shopify. Aegis and Shard. So who is going to get the Shard? They give it to what, Tuss?
Yeah. I guess more vision against Techie's minds.
Dire's top
Anyone
tower
else
is
needed
under
a shard,
attack.
maybe? Oh, the only other one that needed a shard was the Mirana, so yeah, then it makes sense. Mirana shard's kind of whack.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I guess he's the only one that can use the Shard. Everybody else doesn't really need it anymore.
Well, support's actually getting something. What a world to live in.
Rejoice.
I think, wait, is Techie's going for Aeon Disc? What's he building?
Radiant are scanning.
No, he's almost got the full Octarine on Antares.
Dire's
Bot lane
top tower
Saberlight,
is
they're
under
trying to wait for him, you know. They know he's around. Just covering the anti-mage. I know he might try to solo kill the anti-mage.
They're also scanning the outposts so that if they TP, they know he's there. Kiyotaka going in. Yule Scepter catches out the Doom. He does have a BKB, but TP has been used, so Sablight's just dead. Should be dead at least. Interrupt the TP the entire time. He is pretty fast. No BKB. Yeah, now he's gonna fall. And there's no rotations coming in. Great job there. Kiyotaka is, surprisingly enough, considering how terrible his lane went and how terrible the game went, doing a lot of work on this Magnus.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
he's
is under
definitely
attack.
keeping his team's
Dire's middle tower is
chances
under
in this
attack.
game relatively good here with all the pickups that he's been setting up with his skewer, the RP, the meteor hammer. I mean, if they can get another kill here, that would be great. You know, Solo is smoking, but he's alone. Okay, he smoked in alone. I guess he was expecting his teammates to be nearer. So just gonna reclaim the outpost here. Anti-mage is still farming alone in the bot lane. Should have his Lincolns in a bit.
Yeah, Ramses is still having a pretty decent game. So the one thing that kills him every single time is going to be that Doom, possibly. And if he stays out of range of the Drow is, that's a ton of damage coming out. It's also going to be a Silver Edge being built up on the Drow, so they'll be able to break the magic resistance of Anti-Mage.
Yeah, and Doom is gonna get the axe. I think the axe is gonna be very important here against the AM. I mean, if they can get the axe plus the level 20 talent on Doom, they might have a much better chance in the team fights. They're gonna smoke in right now. Place the observer ward. Nope, no
That
observer
shot
ward, but
to
Doom.
Kiyotaka, that's a big one. The Doom gets the control onto the nasty little Magnus Miro, though. This time, finally, he does not get Doom, but he's just going to get completely slowed into oblivion and no BKB. Mana for BKB, actually. That's the big issue. He's lacking in the mana needed. It's only 50. But he used all of his spells and will just get blown up. Ramses is doing a terrific job cutting the creep wave immediately to make sure that even with those couple of kills that they managed to get on Shopify, they will not be able to do anything.
Oh, he might
off
get
of
caught
it.
here. They have a ward.
You have the stun lockdown.
Arrow.
Nice arrow. Yeah, that should be the end of Ramses.
All right, that's some value observer ward right there. That was a huge kill on Ramses. So right now, Shopify, they should be able to. I think they should try to pressure high ground. Yeah, they definitely can. Like the Tekis, he has to try to scramble and pull up as much mines as possible to delay it. This is not looking good right now all of a sudden for XHR. Just getting a little too complacent, you know.
But most of the game hasn't been looking that good for
Dire's middle tower
XHR.
is under attack.
So they had a little bit of a glimmer. Right now it's starting to dwindle down. No buyback available on Anti-Mage. First life is gone again to Techie's mines. Look at the left side as well. It's just completely riddled with those mines. If you jump in unbeknownst, you will get absolutely blown up. Kiyotaka, he has a blink available, and they're going to go for the Yule's catch, but the BKB popped in response. Miro, again, does not pop the BKB. Stun, lock, stun, kill. There's a skewer, 5 seconds. Yeah, Kiyotaka's looking to get the blink skewer, and Shopify, no. He's going for the RP, back.
Oh, nice RP.
The team, he gets the catch, 2-man stun. Brian Terry's, and my God, Kiyotaka with the plays. Oh, Mikey on the run. They're trying to chase him down, but Mikey is a little bit too quick with that
Blink, use.
Oh,
He's gonna get it.
Yules,
he's
meteor
got
hammer,
him.
catch. Can they get the kill here? Mikey pops the BKB again and wants to go back in. Sonic Wave will not be able to connect, and that's a BKB usage. But God, Kiyotaka and the two supports are absolutely styling right now. Solo has a Witchblade, just pure cores all around for the side of X Hellraisers.
Like, who needs the cause, man? When we can be the cause. I mean, at Shopify, they have to try to. I mean, it's hard to push high ground, you know, against techies. Like, they have to try to maybe split, like push all the lanes in, and then see where the techies is laying down his mines, and then you go to the other lane. That's what normally you would do against techies. I mean, they have to be very careful the next time they push again. That cannot happen one more time. I think if it happens one more time, the game would just easily be over for them.
And Terry's he's got that Octarine as well, so he's just placing all these mines everywhere, which is kind of really cool. It's just a minefield on the side of the Hellraisers part of the map. And if you walk into any of the, like, the problem is Doom wants to blink in. If you're not on point, you get taken down. Speaking of getting taken down, Crit needs to be very careful. He takes a heap of damage. They do find another Doom onto Kiyotaka. The BKBs are pretty advantageous. However, that means that they're going to be on cooldown for the time being. Nero finally gets a BKB usage off, charging in after the Drow. But a great Ice Shards will keep the Drow alive, and they're spreading their attention. However, oh, and Terry misses the stun. And now Solo needs to be a bit careful. Saberlight, same story, but without a BKB, Miro is such an easy target once Artur gets his right clicks going.
They have buyback with Magnus though. Let's see if Shopify wants to force it. Roche is...
Ramses is cutting the creep waves the entire time, so it's really hard to make any plays towards the Hellraisers base.
Okay, so they have the axe on Doom now. I mean, I don't know, like, I feel like it's really hard for them to go high ground, you know. Even if they do what I said just now, like, you get all 3 lanes in, and then you look at where the mines are being placed, and you try to go to the other lane, and there's always this constant threat of the Magnus coming in and skewering your heroes into the high ground. So it's pretty annoying to deal with this late game, you know.
Printer is just chilling in his base, spamming more, but bottom lane, there's a big catch onto Ramses, and he gets taken out with the gem dropped as well. That's going to cut down any bit of vision they have, which they have none of. There is no vision on the map for the side of Hellraisers. So, yeah. It's a high ground defense gaming. Back to 19k net worth lead for Shopify. Solo is going for Moonshard. Okay. I guess the extra vision is also really nice if you've got the Hurricane Bite, but it's so freaking greedy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Miro. It's gonna get arrowed.
He had the chance to pop BKB before the arrow latched, though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. Anti-Mage is still dead for another 35 seconds.
Miro for 60.
Doom is gonna push the top lane in, but Roche is up though. They just need to go and scout it.
Free shard, and that would be, I guess, for Quap. Maybe Drow double BKB. Or actually, Doom doesn't have his refresh yet, so it's just gonna be double Doom.
I mean, I feel like this game is gonna be like all about like whether the Doom can pick off the AM. Like when it's alive again, they're gonna try to set up with the next Doom on the AM. AM is gonna be trying to split the map, push the waves out, and if Shopify can get him with the Doom, then they can just push high ground. But if that doesn't happen, then the waves are always going to be constantly shuffled. Then it'll be hard, to go to the high ground. So we'll see, or the silver edge from the draw, that will also be really helpful at catching the AM. The game is going to be all about like hunting down his AM as Shopify.
At this point, wouldn't it have been great if Solo did go for that hand? I might as
They might get him here. Oh, he blinks in. Oh, he got him.
Can he get out of range?
Stop.
There's a refresher.
Arrow.
Oh, yeah, he's
that's
gonna
it.
die.
No
but
buyback.
Look at the chat right there from Antares. Go high ground? Question mark. Like he's just waiting. Come on, please die. Kiyotaka almost blows up a lot more mines than needed to be blown up, but this is
Radiant's bottom tower is
horrifying.
under attack.
25k net with lead, but if you blink in the wrong position, you get blown up.
If you can't push when the AM is dead for 70 seconds,
Dire's
I don't know what to
has
say,
been
man.
killed.
it's just way too difficult. Like, how are they gonna push? Like, what should they be doing? Like, draw has to hit, and then you have to be ready for the skewer every time with the toss.
Dire's bottom tower
You have to be
has
able to
fallen.
react and get the stun on the Magnus every time he does that, because Magnus does not have BKB.
Ares has he has bots too on the techies. The frick? Not even leaving his base. And he's got bots too. An interesting choice, to say the least. DP almost has the load sub. That could be... I mean, it would have been absolutely amazing if Doom didn't have Ags. But he already has Ags, so then the load sub doesn't really do that much.
You can take away the Infernal Blade, that's a lot of damage. But it's a 2-second cooldown, 2.5-second cooldown.
Oh, look at what Fly is building. The Wind Waker.
Oh! The Doom! He got aim again!
Oh, not again, Ramses. He needs help.
But
Someone
can they
needs
push?
support
No, the
staff.
question is, can they push against the techies, Killing the AM is one thing. Okay, this happened the last time, AM was dead 80 seconds and they couldn't push.
But now they've got the lane top pushing in, and the mines are not completely in that area yet. They can also use the illusions to scout. Like, they're trying to find multiple ways to clear out the illusions. Mikey gets a solo kill onto Miro in the meantime. Solo on the run. Can Solo get himself away? No, he cannot. They're cutting as many mines as possible. Though, very quickly you see a Prow range dying. Nice Doom coming out onto Solo, and Solo will fall. The Kiyotaka is looking for a big catch. Can he get it going? The problem is the mines are a little bit far away. Speaking of mines, Arteezy is going for the chase. He's running into the mines, and Arteezy gets blasted. But it is going to be a dieback regardless, and the only one alive is Antares. Arteezy.
Okay, get the Rex.
Oh,
Get
look
the
at
Rex.
the cam from Arteezy as well. He's just laughing, knowing what happened. It's part of the game. It's Antares' game.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
What can you
Dire's top
do?
barracks has
What
fallen.
can you do? Oh, double mind half HP of Flydon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But Ramses is almost back up. 39k net with lead for Shopify.
Dire's middle barracks
Oh,
are
Cobb has to
under
be careful. He can just die to the AM. And we have to back now.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Alright, just do that again, catch the AM with a Doom. And apart from the fact that they just chase the techies all the way into the base, so don't do that, just stay and hit the Rex.
Think, if Ramses does not die in those fights, with how close some of these engagements have gotten, you get an extra...
Yeah.
Like Miro also died again before that fight. It's just 3 heroes every single time. They will find themselves a catch, but Fly's got himself the Wind Waker. Can he get himself out of there? That's the big question. And yes, indeed, leaps all the way to safety. Gets out of dodge. Bottom lane, Miro's gonna get caught. DP is dead. 15 deaths on Miro. A really painful game to be a DP.
Yeah, Techies has to go back to base and set up the mines again. He has to prepare for the next push. DP's down for another 50 seconds, Shopify is going to come right now. They have to just focus on the objectives, don't chase the heroes because they have no idea how many mines are there behind the base.
Where they are. Well, you can just pretty much predict they're everywhere.
So just don't go there, Just don't go there.
At this point, you just need to get like BKBs and Wind Wakers on everyone and make one big sprint through the entire base to blow up all the mines. RP, drag back onto Mikey, but he pops the BKB, Sonic Wave, has to blink out of there. They're actually going to go back in, and now it's going to be another Ramsey's Death of Terry's will fall as well. That is no techies, and this should probably be it. Mikey actually needs to be very careful. Solo gets the kill, but that is it. Miro is the last one standing. GG gets called. It was kind of one-sided the entire time, but Terry's and Kiyotaka and Solo gave us a show, and it was a very entertaining one, which will most certainly be our last one at the DreamLeague 19 tournament winter. But what a game.
Yeah, very, very nice game. Like a bit of a back and forth, but the anti-mage couldn't prevail. I mean, he was actually pretty close though. I feel like if they could have just defended the higher ground, won one more fight, and I feel like the game would just easily turn, to their side, But unfortunately, Sableye on the Doom just really, really clutch in the moments where he was in the head of Ramses, He knows where he's farming, where he's hiding, and he gets a lot of like really good reads on where the AM is going on the map, and just managed to pick him up enough and allow his team to push the high ground.
Yeah, it was a rough game there for Hellraisers, but it's and Terry's Steckies there's a reason you need to ban it. Even in a game like this, where you got so heavily stomped in all three lanes, you can still see that glimmer of hope just because he is playing the techies. And, well, you have a tool to work with the techies, of course, with Kiyotaka and their RP play. But nonetheless, Shopify just waits until they got the items necessary. We even see a Wind Waker coming out from Fly as his only real, like, he has Boots of Bearing, Wind Waker. Those are his items. It just shows you exactly, there's one thing we need to do and make sure that we do not die. Even though RTZ a couple of times was so greedy for kills, he didn't care about any mines in the enemy's base. Nonetheless, it is going to be Shopify that has been going forward in the tournament, and ex-Hellraisers that has been eliminated in the DreamLeague 19 tournament. But they gave us quite a show at the end.
Techies, man. This is the most annoying hero. Just ban it, when you play against him. If you don't want to deal with this, it just makes the game like so difficult to play. He understands the hero, every in and out of the hero. He knows when he should be fighting, when he should be farming. Very annoying in the lane. Just unfortunate they lost the early game so badly, And I felt like their heroes were not supposed to lose the lanes, so much, especially the Enchantress anti-mage.
We do have an interview, and it is with Saberlight right now. So Saberlight will be joining us for said interview. He did post a tweet yesterday, and we'll ask him about it. Saberlight, congratulations on that win. And considering you had a nice tweet yesterday, show us your tomfoolery and goofiness.
What do you mean you can't force it like that? It's, it has to happen naturally. As you can see, I am standing right now, so that's already very much a lot of tomfoolery already. How are you guys?
I am doing fine. How are you
I'm very
doing
good.
after that? I mean, it looked like it was over after 5 minutes, but that game was still a very interesting one to see.
Indeed, it was quite easy. After I destroyed Ramses in lane, the game was super simple. This guy, I felt like he was tilted since minute 2, so yeah, a lot of fun.
Well, you kept high-fiving him. Obviously, he's going to be tilted every single time you kill him.
Yeah, it's the mental damage.
I mean, were you surprised that the lane actually went that well for you against the Enchantress and anti-mage?
Well, I think if I got a wolf creep, I would have destroyed him even more. But unlucky, no wolf creep. But I think it's like a skill issue, so it went pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you took a spot in that roster obviously for a reason. You just showed him exactly why. Nonetheless, you guys let Terry's Techies through. You won the game, obviously. But what are your thoughts on playing such a game that is completely different compared to like any other Dota matchup that you have?
It's just, classic techies Dota. He's just sitting in his base, clicking mines. Luckily, I was playing Doom, so I didn't really care much. I was eating creeps, I have Midas as well. My farm rate was insane this game. I'm farming my GPM for the stats, so I was very happy that we can just sit around and hit some creeps. If they want to play 70-minute games just for fun, then that's fine by me.
Yeah, I was also wondering like how has the team like find it, playing with Mikey compared to Abed, what do you feel like are the main differences playing with Mikey compared to Abed?
Well, different. I think they have slightly different hero pools. I mean, it's also like this team has been playing with Abed for quite some time, so they know what to like expect of him and stuff like that. Whereas Mikey is much more of a wild card, and I think they both are kind of silent. But Mikey, I don't know. They actually feel very similar. These two players are very similar. Maybe that's why we're doing so good, because like I think Mikey fits us pretty well. I think he's like he's very similar to Abed.
All right, good to know.
Of course, there was also a game one, and we had obviously a bit of a discussion about specific item choices, but that last fight where Ty jumps over the river, dies, two supports try to help him, die. Your team dives into the enemy's base, they get all the kills. Like that ending was so incredibly fast. We had no idea what to think of it. What were your thoughts at the ending of that game?
Yeah, well, we were like, okay, guys, let's go smoke, and then we smoked, and then Tide blinking into the five of us, and it just kind of snowballed from there. Arthur just really wanted to dive them, so he just went into their base. I was like, I can't help you there, buddy. They was like, no need. I'm just gonna smash them alone.
And smashing they indeed did. You guys advancing on towards the next stage, even with a sub, as you mentioned, obviously a very good sub. I mean, he's been incredibly impressive so far in the DreamLeague tournament, and you guys have been looking really good as well, not losing a single series in that regard. Any last questions, Winter?
No, I'm good.
He's good. Any last remarks? Any words for the viewers at home?
Thanks, guys. See you.
See you indeed. Save a light. Great interview. And there's the tweet, of course, that he pointed out yesterday. He wants to get more involved in the interviews, and well, that was a fun one to see him excited at the very least. And honestly, this Shopify rebellion, like it looks very scary for the other teams.
Yeah, and I feel like what he said actually made a lot of sense as well, because Mikey is a very similar player to Abed, so it made it very easy for the whole team to play around him, even though the hero pool is slightly different. But because if you have a replacement or a substitute that's very similar in demeanor, in the way they communicate and talk and make calls in the game, it actually makes it a lot easier for the team to adapt to that person. So hopefully they are able to show us more of what they're capable of in the future.
And I quickly checked to see is that correct? I think there is a 3-way tiebreaker all of a sudden. Yeah, there's going to be a 3-way tiebreaker because all three group teams, Execration, Team Aster, and TSM lost their second game. So they are all tied up.
More Dota, yay! More games.
That's such a weird way to go. Honestly, you know what's the fun part? If Hellraisers won this series 2-0, they would also be tied up for their tiebreakers. They would have a quad tiebreakers if they won this series.
Do you know what's the format of the tiebreakers? Are they going to play best of one against each other?
I assume they're going to probably do the best of one round robin thing. I don't necessarily know exactly what it is, but it is. It's kind of funny to see that all three teams, they just needed one more win to at least force tiebreakers, if not advance on, and they all just fumbled the ball at the last match.
Oh yeah, it's correct. So if there are three teams, it'll be a best of one round robin tiebreaker.
Infinite tiebreakers, as we love to see, because only one team advances on. Execration,
Yeah.
Aster, and TSM. And TSM, of course, the team that won in NA, got first place in NA, is right now struggling a little bit. They have had 6 ties and 1 loss is their score. Ouch.
There is still a chance. There is hope. Out of the 3 teams, I feel like they are all very close, in terms of where they are as a team right now. I feel like anybody has a chance to just snag the last spot. I mean, it'll be a very nail-biting best of 1 tiebreak, and maybe it might end up like what happened in TPC. Three rounds? They played 3 cycles of tiebreaks.
Yeah, infinite tiebreakers are always a fun thing. Brings us a lot more Dota to witness, obviously. The tiebreakers will be handled tomorrow. Today there is one more series to be covered. It's going to be Group B. There's 1 team left to be eliminated, and all 4 of those teams that are now tying for that spot are going to be playing, and they're all 7 and 5. So one of those 4 teams is going to get eliminated. It's very close, very scary, but that next matchup will be handled momentarily on this channel. Gareth and Lacoste will be covering Tundra versus Nouns. Nouns, of course, have already been eliminated, so Tundra needs to 2-0 them to put themselves in the best possible spot. Any last words, Winter, considering this is most certainly it for us at the DreamLeague 19 tournament?
Can't wait to watch more techies, man. That's all I'll say,
The techies was
is-
impeccable.
I mean, techies just makes the games so interesting to watch, but
Pick
playing
him in his
against
pubs.
it,
Pick him in his
yeah,
pubs.
but playing against it is totally a different story. But it's always nice to watch a good techies game.
It was a very enjoyable game, and Terry's is a terrifying player in that regard. Nonetheless, hopefully you enjoyed our show, but there is Gareth and Lacoste taking over momentarily, DK Truman and Winter. Both thank you, obviously, for having us. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Hello, hello, welcome back. Here we are with some more Dota action as we closing out the group stage. The last day of regulation play before we potentially get to tiebreakers and Lacoste our series, Nouns versus Tundra. As Tundra looking to break out of these ties, and Nouns already out, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, kind of expected result, I would say, for Nouns. Team that needs a little bit more experience. They do come from North America, where competition is not as strong as in other regions, so kind of expected, I would say. But yeah, this is the learning for them. You know, you got to start somewhere. This is how you form a team. Maybe there's going to be a couple of swaps at the end of the season, DPC, and then they try to like get their chances somewhere else. But yeah, the team looks like they caused some upsets. They had some good, decent games, I would say, on side of Tundra. Pretty standard, you know, Tundra, especially yesterday when they played against Nigma, it was a wild one. By wild one, I don't mean the most entertaining Dota, but this is how you close out the games. If you like, we even had an interview, and Nine was like, I don't know, classic German efficiency. You don't want to let them leave the base if you don't have to, so they just choked them out for like 30 minutes. Not the most entertaining Dota to watch, but it's very efficient.
Yeah, if the train is meant to arrive at the platform at 10 a.m., it's not going to come at 9:59. It's not going to come at 10:01. It will arrive at 10 exactly when it's supposed to. Yeah, it was definitely a good showing out of Tundra. And closing out the game, we can take a peek at those group stage standings going into this last day. And Group B, what we're looking at now, Nouns down at the bottom. And like you said, a few good performances from them. They didn't bottom out 0-14. They got a couple of victories, you know, drew 1-1 with a few teams. And yeah, that tiebreaker situation. 4 teams currently sat at 7-5. None of them are playing against each other. They're all playing against the other teams in the group. So there's the potential here for all of them to go 1-1 or all of them to go, you know, the same result, 2-0, 0-2, and we still have that 4-way tie to see who gets second, third, and fourth place. And one additional team will unfortunately be relegated. It's going to be pretty exciting, all these games going on at the same time, to see who progresses to the second group stage of DreamLeague. But we do have a draft in front of us as we can pop ourselves across to the game for Nouns against Tundra and see if Nouns can cause another upset, if they can take a game off Tundra here. Because, of course, like we were talking yesterday, Saxa taking a break, a little bit burnt out, not going to be playing the rest of DreamLeague, so he rests up for the major, and they do have Aramis standing in as their position 4.
Aramis had really good performances. The one on Snapfire, the other game on Rubik against Nigma looked like a really good fit for the team. This was most likely, you know, last minute stand-in, but this is the type of a thing you need to be able to, as a player, to make a name for yourself. You know, he has some Dota history, but you know, needs to be like this breakout. He definitely wants to play in Division 1 again, wants to be able to win tournaments, and if he keeps playing with Tundra does well in the Dream Leagues, you're gonna be under someone's radar.
Yeah, get noticed by Puppy, get sniped by Team Secret. Get onto one of these big teams, move up to Div 1, and look pretty good for yourselves. First phase of bans, Beastmaster and Moran are taken out by Nouns. So we've still got that Snap Rubik for Aramis, a couple of his signature heroes still out there, and Tundra banning Broodmother Witch Doctor. Not often we see Witch Doctor in the first phase of bans.
He's a hero that pops up from time to time. It's a hero that Nouns do play, so no surprise there. Also, like, sometimes these teams do play against each other in scrims, so they have some inside info as well. And Nouns, I would say that they kind of stole the Doom away from Tundra. There's Beastmaster who got banned. They banned Morana as well. Still a lot of different heroes that are still in the pool. I was about to mention Dragonite.
Yeah.
This hero has been looking very stable for Tundra. They can flex it across position 1 and 2. We talked about that 33 doesn't play Dragonite. He plays different heroes. But we'll see what the follow-up's going to be. Another hero that they like the first phase a lot because it kind of fits their playstyle. Especially snaking, he loves to farm, he loves to scale. We saw yesterday against Nigma, him off to a great start. I think he was like 3-0, 4-0, and then he started to scale, gets Bongo Boots, gets Hurricane Pike. In the end, even ended up the game with Moonshard on Enchantress.
Yeah, they do love these very diverse drafts, right? You're talking about the fitting of the play style. They've got lots of options for themselves. Now, DK not only good at blinking, initiating with his stun, but pretty good at pushing towers and scaling with that Ags Manta build. Enchantress no different. Good at winning lanes, dominating early game, pushing objectives, but then, of course, becomes a pretty good damage dealer later down the line. This does mean that 3-3's hero pool, going to get banned out quite significantly here. Beastmaster already gone. Lycan going to join him. We might see a couple more 3-3 heroes like the Visage and the Tide join the bans. And Nouns with the Doom Drow opener. And this Drow Ranger, very early pick.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect to see Drow Rangers straight away. I mean, Nouns, they're out of the tournament, so that means that they can experiment a little bit more with their drafts. I want to see if this Doom could be flex potentially. Looking at their games, they didn't play it as position 4. So it might just be a standard offlane Doom Drow Ranger. Not the usual pairing you see in the first phase, as you mentioned. Can take a little bit more time for them to come online. We've seen Dooms do struggle sometimes in the laning stage. They get zoned out and then they can't really just get like what they want to do. We've seen like different builds from Doom, going for the Meteor Hammers, going for Hand of Midas, Phase Boots. We've seen these Aura builds, Vanguard, sometimes Crimson and Guardian Greaves. It really depends on the game, but they do tend to go for these like more tanky teamfighty items when the start is not as greatest. The Drow Ranger, great against Dragonite with the Shard, great against the Enchantress. Eventually you build into Silver Edge so you can break both of these heroes. You don't know the matchup yet, so this was kind of like a blind Drow Ranger game because they could theoretically pick a different offlaner, put this Dragonite on a mid lane.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Like, multi-shot's good against Enchantress. That's understandable.
Yes.
DK, his bonus armor isn't pierced by marksmanship, right? Marksmanship is only base armor pierce?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So he's got a little bit of defense there against her, but yeah, you mentioned the Shard, which is such a good pickup against his tankiness and regen.
And look at this big bad boy, Raid King, getting banned. They see Doom, and it seems like teams are definitely more down to pick this hero if you see Doom. And you mentioned the Snapfire. For Aramis, this is going to be his hero. So you have Snapfire Dragonite, two heroes that can play off each other nicely, Dragon Tail Stun. Into Mortimer's Kisses, a lot of team fight. You have every single hero does have some kind of tower damage. Enchantress with those creeps, maybe gets Troll, Snapfire with the little Shredder later on. Dragonite, of course, as well, contributing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that really is the signal of a very good drafting team, right? The ability for different heroes to pair together with each other that are fulfilling different roles. Everyone's doing tower damage. Everyone has a bit of catch and a bit of team fight. And they're all solid laners as well. Kind of difficult here to counter in the lanes, these kind of heroes. They will snag up the Rubik, so yeah, the ability to steal out kisses, anything from Snapfire really feels pretty good. And that instant initiation, always handy when you're against a blink stunner like DK. He jumps in, you telekinesis him, and you kind of break the combo a little bit.
Good spells to steal. Dragonite as well, Breathe Fire, damage reduction on top of Fate Bolt, a lot of burst damage, you one-shot the creep wave with it, Dragon Tail Stun as well. Like you mentioned, the Snapfire, Mortimer's Kiss is really easy to steal if you have vision, if Rubik is close by. Cookie, Scatterblast, pretty much anything you steal is going to be, oh, I have a good spell that I can play off.
Still waiting to see 3-3's hero, though. I'm wondering if that comes into the fourth pick, or if they leave him last again, and maybe risk having a few more banned out. Because we do know that Tundra like this kind of pedestrian style of play. Very slow, methodical, getting themselves out the laning stage and onto the map, piece by piece. It's always nice to see Nouns, banning out this Naga Siren, which gives so many abilities for Tundra to play that wide map for themselves.
So now Nouns showing their lanes. This is going to be Clockwork Drow Ranger lane. We've seen how good it is. Like even Enigma, even though they lost the game yesterday, the lane went pretty well against Tundra, where you have someone who can soak up the damage for Drow Ranger, zone them out. This is also, have in mind, Clockwork into Snapfire, Enchantress. So you have Cookie against Cogs. You have both of these heroes going into Force Staff, so that's always going to be the value. Push them out, try to reset. Whenever you have Doom, you need to have good catch. I mean, Clockwork's going to provide them with that. Same goes for Rubik. And looking at the mid heroes that they could potentially go for. Gunner, he plays pretty similar heroes, I would say, that 9 plays. He's also like hero specialist, so you might see like Lone Druid from time to time. He plays mid Ricky, mid Tusk, mid Pango, something that has been done by 9 so many times, and they will go with Enigma. This is also Enigma into Rubik. Tundra doesn't seem to care too much about it. I've noticed that they even, I think there was one game during the DPC when they picked Enigma into Rubik and Silencer.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's Rubik, Clock, and Doom, right? They've got multiple ways to stop him. Because
TLDR, he didn't use Black Hole in those games, but it's more about building the auras, more about the laning stage. Drow Ranger is not that bad of a laner into Enigma, because you have multi-shot, you kill the Eidolons relatively quickly, but then again, you have Enigma with his Eidolons, so he's going to be sharing the damage from the Clockwork Battery Assault, and it's not going to be as effective.
I mean, we've been talking for years, right, about this fact around Enigma. You know, the threat of the black hole is there, but majority of the time nowadays, he is about that laning presence and booting your opponent out of lane.
I'll throw it out there, Gary. Yeah. Someone's going to pick Ricky, one of these two players, because both are looking for a mid lane. Oh, never mind. I mean, they could... This Dragonite is flexible, but they're still banning out Pango, because they don't really have much to control the Pango with.
Nouns turn to ban.
A couple more bans. DP gone. I mean, Nouns are very good at really stopping combos from coming in. Clockwork, Rubik, Doom, even the Drow with Gust. There's lots of ways here to protect the Drow. Like you were talking about this Clockwork, the ability to jump in, protect the Drow Ranger. They've got quite a few ways to mitigate any gap close that Tundra are going to be trying to utilize to get on top of her. Even the Telekinesis Shard could come in handy there to give a bit of space to the Drow in these team fights. Anti-Mage ban too. He's really become a popular pick now. And ban signals the Storm. That's what Tundra get rid of. What is it for Gunner? It's the Zeus. So a lot of magic damage added in. A nice mix there. You know, Drow with physical, Zeus with the magic, a fair amount of catch. Tower damage a little lacking on Nouns side, but their nuking prowess definitely apparent.
Yeah, they're going to be taking a fight with Clockwork Zeus, a lot of global presence, a lot of nuke damage, as you said, with Rubik stealing stuff, and Drow Ranger's going to come in and deal damage later. They can take Tier 1 towers when they group up, play off the catapults, but sieging Tier 2 towers, they will need to take a fight. It's really not that easy. So Tundra, let's see if they need another gap closer, if they feel they need some... Because yesterday, 9... He played the Dragonite matchup against Zeus, did really well, took out that tower relatively early on, so they're most likely be looking into safe lane hero. Maybe a bit more global presence for them, get Spectre. Yeah, there it goes. I mean, it makes sense, because you do want to get a jump in the backlines. Like right now, they don't really have the Vision hero on side of Tundra, and this is something that they always kind of play with, whether that's Beastmaster, Lycan, and it's like Zeus from a mid lane. So backline jumper as well against the Drow Ranger, against the Zeus. Should be a good one. I think Nouns drafted themselves an okay draft, considering that they opened up with the Doom and Drow Ranger. I thought that it was going to be a lot more counter picking. We've seen some like counter picking where you just like pick Enigma into Rubik, you pick Clockwork into Snapfire, but they're mostly focusing on the lanes, both teams. They don't care about some of these matchups that I mentioned. I think Nouns have a pretty good shot. This is an okay draft. I don't think anything is wrong with it. I just do prefer Tundras, because they will farm, they will play off each other lightly. You got to be careful about that rotation onto mid lane. We saw yesterday both Snaking and Aramis ganking Zeus relatively early on. Nine got level 6, and they killed the tower off immediately. So Lelis and Husky will need to be ready to match that rotation.
Yeah, that's one of Tundra's strongest points, right? Is that laning stage victory and to pivot towards mid. What is it? Mind control Timber +1 in a lane where he was kind of meant to win, and this Enchantress went 2 points impetus, shredded him. So something maybe here that Doom and Rubik have to be wary of. Spectre and Ench, level 2, level 3 could do a fair amount of damage, and then transition into those guarding runes and mid lane ganks you're talking about.
Tundra is very stable in the lanes. You have Dragonite on the mid lane, doesn't get pushed out of the lane easily. You have Enigma who pulls the lane back. Then you have Enchantress who stabilizes a lot of these bad matchups. And not just stabilize, she also manages to get the kills. This is an extremely strong hero. Definitely first pick worthy.
It sure is. Well, here we go. Game 1 of this best of 2. Tundra all caught up in the tiebreaker scenario in Group B. And Nouns, like we were saying, unfortunately already out, but they're still looking for that LAN experience, basically, playing internationally against some of these big teams. You never give up a chance to play against Tundra. Always going to be learning something and figuring out what they're up to. It's always a pleasure to play against TI winners, even if you are the underdogs. You get a win against them and you feel happy about it, no matter how you get it.
Especially for a team like Nouns. They don't get to play much inter-regional matchups, and this is a big one. Let's see how they're going to be able to match against them. I already talked about their draft. Lanes need to be strong. I also want to see what Moo's going to bring out on Doom, whether this is going to be a bit more self-oriented build, or if he wants to build a little bit more tanky. I don't mind this Vanguard Crimson that we saw, because they don't lack damage. You have Rubik, you have Drow Ranger, you have Zeus, so at every single stage of the game, you will have enough damage to kill people. Zeus with the Shard, same goes for Drow Ranger. Like, Doom scales really well into the mid-late game, even if you go for these tanky aura items anyway.
Yeah, and you mentioned they have that catch, right? We have Rubik and Clockwork, so it's not as if a Doom desperately needs to rush a Blink. Doesn't need to go that Midas Blink BKB or anything. Can rely on some of the other players to start the team fights. Already started off with a little bit of scrap in the mid lane. Nine lost like 20% of his HP, trying to find wards, trying to fight with Gunner. And they'll get back to their straight 1v1 here. Zeus against DK. Probably a boring one, and we won't be watching too much of that mid lane. They'll be trading farm, just regenning up, gathering runes. It's all about these side lanes, especially when you're watching Tundra. See what 3-3 and Aramis get up to. They are Enigma and Snapfire against the Clockwork, and Husky already going to show off his Battery Assault and a Courier Snipe potentially. Looking for it, but might have put himself in danger. Eidolons and Scatterblast, a lot of damage. Doesn't get the Courier Snipe, and now he's kind of out of the lane.
Not a good trade. He's still coming back for the second Courier. Hits it
Go
once.
Husky. Go get it.
This is really not worth it. He's kind of killing the lane. And also 33, his itemization this time around is going to be Boots of Speed to keep the distance away from both Drow Ranger and Clockwork. He's trying to deal with those Eidolons, but it's a lot of damage. As soon as they hit level 2 on Tundra, they're going to start to play much more aggressive. I think Husky, considering his HP at the moment, is a really good first blood material. And looking at 33's items, he brought extra 2 branches, because he started with 2 branches and Boots of Speed, and now he brought extra 2. This man, he's up to something. Like, he just knows Dota inside out. He lives and breathes it.
I know you can eat a cookie, but
Yeah, a bit more tankiness against Battery Assault, Frost Arrows, a bit more damage to click into the Clockwork. We could already see how Yamsun was playing defensively, knowing that Husky was low.
nice try.
Throws out the multi-shot. Husky goes in. Scary times. Traps Aramis inside the cogs. And the push back on 3-3, so they can't actually get on top of the Clockwork there. This lane always going to be dragging back because of this demonic conversion. And Drow Ranger and Clockwork, they're trying to play forward and manipulate that creep wave a little bit. But it's a struggle. Up in that top lane. Looks like Moo having a few problems himself. 4 last hits on the Doom, while Skitter's up there at 10 and 2. And this is the thing with the Snaking Enchantress. He is so good at bolstering lanes and securing them.
Yeah, this hero can zone out both heroes. It's pretty insane what the hero can do. We're in the next patch, which should be a big one. You're going to see this hero either being nerfed or other heroes being buffed. 9 CSing nicely in a mid lane, 14 and 3 against Zeus. He doesn't even have magic sticks. This is like something that he plays, whenever he plays against the Zeus matchup. He gets it later on, but wants to prioritize just the damage, like the straight right click, brings Belt of Strength, and then goes into Power Treads.
How are you going to buff people against Impetus, though? Like, we have armor against physical, we have magic resist against magical. Are we going to have some hero with pure damage resistance? An Omni Knight with a pure damage shield to block Impetus hits?
We had that, Gary, but it got removed, yeah. And, 33, he's about to crack level 3. Snapfire still level 2, they're a bit low on mana, have a couple of mangoes to work with. So Aramis could feed Enigma with those.
What was it? What was the pure damage protection?
It was the pure Vanguard.
Pure Vanguard?
I'm just kidding.
God, you confused me so much there. I mean, I was thinking back to like universal damage and all that stuff.
Universal damage. You had the fire damage, Brewmaster. We had that for a couple of weeks, and then it got removed. Maybe it wasn't even a couple of weeks. Maybe it was just like a couple of days.
3 days.
People were like, yeah, we don't want that in the game.
Yeah, I mean, throwback to when Enigma and Tinker both had universal damage to kill off Ancients when they were still magic resistant. Tundra gonna come across and ward up the small camp, stop Husky from pulling. He's low HP, so can't really go face-to-face with them. Snaking up top. Gonna chase Lelis back, but Rubik was on his way to the bounty rune, so we'll gather that up with no issues. Spectre's still free farming up here, though. And down at bottom, Husky again, very low HP.
Ogre
first
smash
blood coming, 3-3 is there.
I was watching top, Ogre Bruiser. Channel that Ogre smash. It's almost impossible to land that. It's like you need some kind of a setup. They don't have a stun in this lane. But yeah, as expected, Husky dies bottom. 33 already has mana boots, so Aramis doesn't need to bring like as much mana regen anymore. And now dragging the creep wave back behind tier 2 tower. We'll see as they're...
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where Husky kind of wanted to die for the past couple of minutes. Reset his regen. Come back into lane with some items. Make sure he can play into that small camp and de-ward the sentry that was placed there. Snaking still with this Ogre Bruiser, wandering around under Radiant Vision. They know Skitter's alone for a little while. Lelis and Moo are not too much in the way of mana on the Doom. I don't think they can play into the Snaking Enchantress right now. Send the Bruiser at them, bodyguarding this lane.
Channel the stun, let's see. Ogre smash.
No smash. Yamsun, dead down bottom, steps too far forward, didn't have the clockwork near enough by to protect him. 3-3, and Aramis having a very good time down there. Now with a catapult wave, could actually put a bit of pressure onto the tier 1.
This side lane ward that they placed, that Aramis placed, gave them vision. They see Clockwork leaving the lane if he wants to go for a pull. And then they can start to play a bit more aggressive. Husky wrapping around. Let's see if he can find a catch.
Yamsun's coming in from the left-hand side, and some good cogs from Husky there. Sets things up on the Enigma. Thunder God's Wrath from Gunnar out of that mid lane. Cracks down on the Enigma.
And this is the rotation I was talking about. You see both supports lurking around as soon as Dragonite hits level 6. This is a replay from yesterday's games against Enigma, because Dragonite did pick up double damage. Fortunately for Gunnar, he used ulti to get a kill and scouted both of these supports, making a rotation to the mid lane.
Yeah, saw them both coming. Snaking leaves his little troll there in the mid lane to get a little bit more damage on the tier 1. Skitter pretty content just staying up in that top lane alone. Not really taking too much damage from the Doom and the Rubik. Might attempt to dive on him, but I don't know, kill threat just isn't there. Moo permanently out of mana. He's trying to spam out his spells as often as he can. Snaking's going to come across. Good telekinesis to stop that enchant into Centaur Stomp. But lane victories across the board for Tundra.
Moo gets a deny on a siege creep. Yeah, you said he's out of mana. Does bring mana boots with the courier. So we'll have a little bit more spam every single time Scorcher is up. They should try to put some pressure on Skitter, who's sitting at half HP. Also, maybe next to Zeus ulti, they could get a kill. It's going to be up in 50 seconds. Not too bad for Nouns in terms of the laning stage. Rao Ranger doing really good. It's a matchup that she likes to play into, and especially when she hits level 6, 1 creep away, then they can start to get maybe more kills. Clockwork goes in. Ooh, snaking.
Yeah, he's been gone on top. The Scorched Earth is ticking him over, and Moo picks up the kill in the end. Took a little while to chase her down. I get it done. And in that mid lane, 9 just keeping the damage on the tier 1 tower. We're forcing a rotation out of Husky. Oh, I was wondering if, yeah, like you were saying, maybe Gunnar moves up top to look for the Spectre, but Spectre moves down bottom with a Haunt onto Yamsun. Drow Ranger sat at 50 health under this tier 1 tower and trying to juke into the trees. But there's always that shotgun there. Out of the Snapfire.
I think Skeeter was maybe asking for a mango to be fed, so he has enough mana for his dagger to get the kill. But Aramis, no shenanigans, does not want to mess with it, gets the kill, which I think is a correct play. You don't want their carry to leave, especially if you commit it with the Haunt. It's 3-minute cooldown. Husky. And here's the mango that we talked about. He gives him now. Mana boost.
Gives it to him now, yeah.
5-second cooldown on Enigma.
Oh, hello, Clockwork. Steps forward. How's that Radiant Vision there to see Aramis? 3-3 getting Centaur stomped as they move this wave away from the tower. They don't get a real push on. Instead, it's going to be 9 actually lurking in behind that mid tier 1. Pops his dragon form and goes for 3 hits on it to finish it off. Gunnar just going to heavenly jump away. But now that's the mid tower gone, and this opens things up. If they get the bottom tower, Enigma's going to have so much free time in that bottom jungle. And we can already see now starting to prep for that with some pretty shallow observer wards trying to scout them out.
Moo does have Doom available. Lelis is their level 4 Rubik. Let's see if maybe they can find an opening. Zeus ulti is also available, so that might be a bit of an extra damage that they need. But also got to be careful about the TP rotations. Skeeter just holding on to tower for now. Doesn't feel too comfortable getting close.
Yeah, I can't see a couple of the heroes out of Nouns. Maybe he's expecting 3 or 4 of them to be up here, lurking in the shadows. The Alpha Wolf barely stays alive while Husky dies down bottom. The Cogs, no protection against the Eidolons. Skitter handed some more mangoes by snaking there as they attempt to go for the last hit on the range creep. Oh, who's gonna get it? It's Rubik.
Skitter has... He gets hit by that Fate Bolt, puts Seeds of Serenity immediately. Because Snaking was bringing 2 neutral items. He was jungling, found 2 neutral items, brought it to him. Dug up a mango, as you said, feeds it immediately to Skeeter. Now, they do make rotation. Gunnar is here top. But they're gonna get scouted. This observer ward near the tower, if you're not smoke, it's gonna scout out your rotations.
Yeah, they see everything coming.
9,
yeah, so
Blink Dagger available.
The
They want to make a rotation themselves. Bottom.
Oh, the 10-minute.
Tier 1 tower. Seems like it's just gonna drop. Husky wants to collect some XP, but they might find a big kill. Yamsun, they see him.
Straight on with a Blink Dragon Tail and the pairing with the kisses. Snapfire from long range clears through the Drow Ranger. And just pairing up together. Smoke out with a 10-minute Blink Treads magic wand out of 9. And 3-3 has already cleared through bottom tier 1 with the catapult wave. So this is that collapse into the bottom jungle where Snaking can now start placing aggressive wards, playing in towards mid, and you're going to close the map around Nouns. So Drow Ranger really can only feel safe up in the top lane. Maybe a couple of waves, and they're signaling there, these 3 camps that Drow can maybe start to farm, and then, of course, filter back into her own triangle. That means the rest of the team going to be lacking in spots to get themselves any creeps themselves.
9,
Husky
ready to
still
jump
level
in.
5.
One more time. Let's see what he steals. What could it possibly be from Spectre? It's the dagger.
Is he going to be able to use it? He's just stunned up, gets a dagger out, but still falls. Aramis dominating. Snapfire involved in 6 of the 6 kills out of Tundra.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And the struggles begin for Nouns. Zeus does have his Thunder God's Wrath ready, but they would love to have a level 6 Clockwork right now just to be able to kick off fights. Husky's gathering what little experience he can down at bottom, and he'll crack level 6 off of this range creep.
It's time to try to get some kills. Zeus ulti has been available for a very long time. Like having Drow Doom, something we did mention during the draft, is it can be really slow. Dooms do struggle to like be active if you are trading the farm and someone else is getting more farm from it. If you don't want to be the one initiating, kisses and 20, but they got the stun.
Yeah, Lelis, telekinesis up there, 9, half HP, but the Spectre's Horn comes in. Aramis dead and a streak is stolen, but Gunnar and Lelis in serious trouble now as Skitter charges towards them. 3-3 pops the drums. Very fast on their feet as Moo TP's in, but the black hole from 3-3's there. The Doom, he TP's in to defend his team, but he's just moved around, dragged back in, killed off as well. 3 for 1 there, as Lelis and Yamsun scatter to the hills.
They're so tanky. Doom, again, doesn't get anything off in a fight. Snapfire Kisses was not used because it wasn't ready. There was a good Rubik lift mid-cookie, so it kind of stopped it. Still, in the end, he dies, and I like the target prioritization, I can't even say it, from Tundra, where they go in, and then they switch the target. They try to go on supports. Instead, they find the Zeus. They notice that Heavenly Jump was already used, and then they just switch the targets, go for the kill.
Yeah, get those bigger kills. You know you're already ahead. You're amassing now, what, a 3,000-4,000 net worth lead. Skitter's going to make that even bigger with this ancient stack that he's clearing, thanks to the Blade Mail and the Dagger spam. And Tundra spread wide across the map. They're playing 3 lanes plus jungles, while Nouns kind of gathered up a little bit towards that mid lane and bottom jungle area, playing into their own vision and looking for any targets they can find, really. If they see a Tundra hero, they probably want to go on them with a hook shot. Try and get some kind of catch.
Big stacks that Skitter just farmed. They're also digging the items, putting it inside the base, so Skeeter picks it up. Every single time there is a healing salve, and he's going to stack it one more time. This Blade Mail does allow him to farm the Ancients. Moo looks very dead here. Way too much damage.
Impetus hits. What is it? Level 4 Impetus. Doesn't even bother leveling Nature's Attendants. And the shiny golden line of light from the Enigma. As Yamsun dead to Aramis Kisses. And it is stolen by Lelis, though. The hook shot from Husky, unfortunately, off the mark. That could have been a turnaround kill on the Snapfire. But Drow Ranger dead for 20 seconds. She's off the map and not farming. And Tundra going to be very happy with that.
This is going to be a really good timing on Aghanim Scepter, on Spectre, considering the lane. He came back with those stacks that they made for him in the triangle. And also this time around, 33, he will not go for any auras, at least not for now. I mean, he did buy drums, but seems like Snapfire will be the one going for mech. Does have it finished.
Yeah, this build from 3-3 quite interesting. Drums, Ether Lens, like 4 staff, a lot of sense up against this Clockwork and Drow Ranger. Drums to try and maneuver yourself around the map a little quicker. Give yourself a bit of a team fight impact.
It's all about the Eidolons and the damage. He took the level 10 talent, Eidolon attack speed. You increase the attack speed with the drums as well. Nouns, they are looking for something. I'd find Aramis, but that's just going to be it seems.
And 9 is actually trying to counteract this with a jump on Lelis. Doesn't have any backup just yet. Spent his blink stun. Heavenly jump, Gunner zapping with a lightning bolt, but Husky can't stay on top of the DK. And now 3-3 and Snaking, they're both here. Black Hole not available for another 10 seconds, but with the Haunt coming forward, they'll get the vision over onto Nouns. Slice down Husky, pick up Lelis, kills abound as the Thunder God's Wrath is thrown out. They will take down Snaking's Courier, but they've lost 2 supports in the trade. And 9 is still going, gets the Dragon Tail stun down, the Fireball out onto Doom. The rest of his squad, though, rallying around their mid lane, wanting to play with 3-3 in his Black Hole.
They announce they go inside the enemy, like, outpost. They plant a vision. They get a kill. Husky understands that he's dead. They get a kill here.
I've got a lot of damage.
There's enough damage.
Yeah, Doom, Infernal Blade, now Aramis launches the kisses at them. Mech popped by Moo, trying to dodge them, sidestepping. Serpentine, but 9 is there to stop him in his tracks with a Dragon Tail. Another steal of the kisses from Lelis, though. That's a huge steal for him, and maybe if they stick around, Gunner and Lelis might be able to spot someone they can kill. They scan in the trees. Rocket Flare doesn't see them. Yeah, now showing they can still get into this top jungle, start fights. They've got an awful lot of damage through Zeus and Doom. But Tundra with that laning stage lead, still controlling the map very nicely.
They are waiting for Aghanim Scepter on Spectre, which is going to be finished in 1500 gold. Dragonite, his BKB is not going to be synced up. Let's see what 33 decides to bring after he just picked up the shard. So that's going to be even more Eidolons. You got to be careful how you kill these. If you don't kill these things, they're just going to dismantle you in a fight. So it needs to be Zeus, multi-shot, Scorched Earth.
More Eidolons.
He's the most farm hero in the game, which is not surprising. 33 does tend to farm a lot.
Yeah, especially with Enigma. Even without the Hand of Midas, finding himself atop the net worth. Nouns still looking for plays to make, though. You know, this hook shot, not a massively long cooldown, just 60 seconds. Keyboard German. Yeah, I know that feeling all too well. The Z and the Y key are swapped on German keyboards, so...
Oh, yeah.
I can see a problem could have happened there. You need to do the old Shift-Alt. Swap the keyboard language.
Happens to me all the time, and seems like they're ready. They figured out how to solve the problem. Another smoke from Nouns. They don't have Doom available, but they do have those stolen kisses that you said. So all they need is a hook shot, and it's going to be a kill.
And there we go, straight on to Aramis. Lawless holding the kisses, doesn't want to spend it just yet. Maybe allow Husky and Moo to get in on top of the Snapfire. Now the green cubes arrive.
He's
Not
out of range.
Finishing him off. Snapfire's out of there. The Thunder God's Wrath required in the end. Quite a number of ultis expended just to kill off the Snap while snaking. And he's getting pummeled by the magic damage, but he's going to slip away while 9 jumps in with a Dragon Tail on Moo. 3-3 pops the drums, Malefice and Eidolon spawning. Look at them. The little babies there from 3-3's Enigma popping up next to the Doom. 9 got to be careful though, as 3-3 just 4 staffs forward, looking for the black hole, but won't be able to find it. Lifted back in towards Husky. They've got the battery assault to finish him off.
Oh, that was very aggressive. The 4 staff try to go for the black hole, and now we see Lelis taking care of the business, killing those Eidolons, Fade Bolt, Breathe Fire, reducing the damage. So they're not going to be able to deal as much. Good fight for Nouns. Snaking will get a D ward. Husky try to go for the deny there, but not successful. Yamson's sitting on a decent amount of gold himself. He's going into Pike, picked up that early shard. This was like 15-minute shard pickup, so he can also deal with the Eidolons as well.
And now we are dealing with that Ags on Spectre you mentioned, though. So the potential here for Skitter just to play the opposite side of the map, keep pushing out, farming jungle, getting the additional bit of farm there for himself, and joining team fights when need be. This is going to increase the impact of 9 and Aramis as well, because you mentioned in the draft, they're very good at pairing up together. Invis Snapfire, Blink Stun from DK, and they can join without Spectre. With a little assassination attempt on the Drow, they'll get on top of her, but a hook shot, stopping the combo. Cancelling out the kisses. Make sure the Drow survives.
Skeeter did not want to come in. Quick in and out. Ulti's still available.
Yeah, they still want to go back in. 3-3's holding this black hole, ready to strike if need be. They'll blow up Lelis. Cogs are out. Husky zoning them away and killing Snaking as 9 jumps out of the pit. But there's the Haunt now. They've spotted Gunner. They see the clockwork. They're going to pick him off, and Husky's dead. Moo trapped down in the low ground in the river. RMS and 9 throw the fire at him. And Doom just a couple of clicks away from death. Well, Gunner and Yamson did both survive, but I don't know for how much longer. Another Dragon Tail there catches. 3-3 just going to black hole the Drow. Inside the trees, no safety from 3-3. He's going to die to the creeps, though, in the end. But Yamson and Gunner both falling. Moo, the only survivor left after that scrap. A much closer one than expected, though. Nouns, fighting back, but losing a lot of core heroes.
Skinner is so patient. He was on a different side of the map, quick in and out, then comes back with the Haunt, has another Shadow Step available, and the way they spread the fight, they don't want to get Doom. We've seen time and time again where Doom doesn't get to use his ulti. Like, it never feels like it's a great opportunity. If your Clockwork is dead, if Rubik used the lift, you don't have the chase potential, so they might just cookie someone out of the trouble. He, in the end, decided to go for Guardian Greaves, finished off the Midas first, but I like that build a lot. Just to be able to tank for the team, they need some kind of a sustain. The heroes are relatively squishy. Zeus, Drow Ranger, pre-BKB.
Yeah, give them a layer of protection. And now you know there's no black hole for quite some time. 2 minutes or so for 3-3 to have that big ulti. But 9 and Aramis, they'll have theirs ready. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Tundra go for another smoke. Hold hands, pair up together. Use another one of these shadow steps out of the Spectre. As Nouns move into the Roche pit.
This is not an easy fight for them. DK has
9.
BKB.
He does. Straight in. Shadow step, kisses. Husky destroyed. Might have to buy back here to continue fighting as Moo down to half HP. They do lift up Snaking, try and drag the Enchantress back, but with 3 points in Nature's Attendance and 14 1 charges, helped out by the Cookie. disengages. So Roche attempt stopped. Sat at around half health inside his pit.
Now
Nouns
it might
go
be
back
a time
in.
to strike. Yeah, they used a lot of big ultis, Dragonite, Snapfire, and also a BKB on Dragonite. Let's see, 9 throws a fireball for now, but this is a good play. Husky getting in with the buyback, immediately comes back to a fight, and seems like Tundra, they understand that they can't take it anymore. They need to go back. Yamsun is going to be the one holding the Aegis for now.
Yeah, well executed by Nouns.
Radiant's bottom
Now
tower
protection for the
is under
drought.
attack.
And I'll move up together top. So we've got Hurricane Pike, she's working on BKB. And this Drow Ranger, we've seen how well she can scale. And if you think later on down the line with a Silver Edge against the Spectre, it potentially has that hero counter available. Husky and Moo. It's not the same as this DK Snapfire. A Doom and a Clockwork roaming around together. Maybe can get a kill, but it's not going to be as simple as that.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Doom doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so can't really play off Clockwork. Needs to be closer to the target, then Hookshot comes in. Mid tier 1 tower is being pinged out. Dragonite, level 16. Husky plants a deep observer ward behind the tower. I see a lot of green lights. Everything except Snapfire Kisses are available. And again, both supports on Tundra. One going for the Guardian Greaves. The other guy is going for Pipe. Enchantress, he loves the scales. Snaking, very greedy player, but understands how to counter these heroes. You're playing against Clockwork, Rubik, Zeus. You need to get a Pipe. And since 33 opted to go for different items, someone needs to buy it.
Yeah, I've seen this a fair amount from them.
under attack.
Spread those support items across multiple heroes. Scan under the tower. Gonna just trying to protect the tower with his zaps out from the arc lightning, and the hookshot misses. Thundergod's Wrath giving the vision, the Doom in onto the DK, but a Force and a Cookie gets him the distance away from the Drow. Husky still charging forward, but with no hookshot, it's difficult to close the gap. Rubik too far away, and Snaking might just be left here, stranded and killed off.
So Doom was used. Let's see if they decide to re-engage. Spectre is going to TP top. Still has ulti available and another Shadow Step. There was a cute play bottom. Let me just hold that thought to see if something's going to happen.
Man, because 9 looks like he wants to jump in. They do have Black Hole here as well. Thunderbolt doesn't quite see the DK. You can see there the edge of vision very close to where he was hiding in the fog. And Drow Ranger actually leaving the vicinity, goes up towards the Ancients now to keep her farm going.
So yeah, the play was multiple Eidolons. They split. He used Malefice on a creep wave. Then Snaking sends Tomato creep near the tier 2 tower to die. Clicks A on one of the heroes that was showing on a mid lane. And that increases their damage by 50%. So Eidolons almost kill tier 2 tower immediately.
That's clever. You should amass these armies of summons and give them the buffs. Oh, Doom's got plenty of buffs himself. Look at that. Frost armor, Pipe plus Greaves. A very tanky Doom. Oh, Husky again. Misses the hook shot. Lands it onto some creeps in the mid lane. And both 9 and Snaking there handed a freebie. That's a couple now. Husky's been a little off the mark. Sloppy.
Nature attend us.
Yeah, some bad initiations. There was no real follow-up. They even used E-Blade from Zeus to try to save him. Enchantress with the enchant. Takes it off. The big issue I see is this Spectre, who has insane amount of farm. Like, compared to Drow Ranger, she's really up there. Aegis will expire in a minute. This is the time where Tundra will want to strike.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me is they've had this Aegis and it still feels like 50-50 in the team fights. Tundra are very good at disengaging from disadvantageous team fights when they need to, with all these Force Staffs and cookies, not getting bogged down in long duration fights when they don't need to. And with the Aegis expiring it in 40 seconds, looks like they're going to try and use this timing. Skitter going to go back to his Ancients, always able to join in. 3-3 causing problems Down at bottom, they have another Hellbear Smasher here with the Eidolon army. Let's see if they can do that little trick. But in the mid lane, they've got to jump, a catch onto the Rubik, just a blink Dragon Tail, and that Astral Step, Shadow Step. Jeez, Astral Step. There's no Void Spirit, and there's a lot of steps in this game.
Tower down to almost half HP. Catapult, Eidolons. This is something 33 does extremely well. Just plays off the map, hides his hero. Going for Glimmer Cape next. Wants to hide himself underneath the shadows. Not the greatest one against Zeus, but will increase his magic resistance as well. Decided to go for Bongo Boots, or Boots of Bearing. This item has been picked, I think, in every single game. Every single team wants to get this item. It's just way too good. 30-second cooldown. No charges anymore on it.
Yeah, we saw Bryle Invoker picking up from the mid lane. That's such an important tempo item. Someone needs to be buying it. 9 working on his Ags now, and we've seen how well this DK can start scaling. And it's not just a one-trick pony draft here from Tundra, not just about the Spectre. And 9's going to be ramping things up as well. Moo, a couple of 100 gold away from Blink, so going to add another element of initiation for this Noun side. But we do need to start seeing these hook shots land. That is the primary way that they get into these team fights.
They have very limited amount of lockdown. Once Moo picks up the Blink Dagger, just 200 gold away from it, it's going to be different. I also want to see them pick up a different creep. For now, he's been holding this Ice Armor for a very long time. It's good against Eidolon damage, good against Spectre, Dragonite as well. Also, I want to talk a little bit more about the matchup. Spectre against Drow Ranger. Things do get much more difficult as the time progresses. Spectre buying Scotty, then you're kind of crippled. This is the item that kills range heroes. Then you get the Bissell Blade as well, so you have another way to deal with her. So she's gonna like use a bike. You still have ulti to work with. She builds into Silver Edge, so you might be able to break Spectre at one point, but you need a good front line, and you need to be able for your teammates to like take care of you in the fights.
Yeah, and you need to be able to find the Spectre as well. So far, Skitter has been hiding himself from Nouns while the rest of the team currently smoked up, creating a barrier in front of the Spectre in case they wanted to go on her. There's 4 heroes ready in the shadows waiting to jump. Eidolons will show on that mid lane. Yamsun and Lelis smoked and not showing, but they do get a catch. It's Husky's Clockwork. Not going to be able to finish him off, and they change target across onto the Doom now as 9 makes his appearance in the team fight. TP out. Successful as the cookie misses.
Oof. I guess he was too afraid. Yeah, the shard. Sometimes it messes it up. I guess he was too afraid to use it on himself, because maybe he's going to be like TPing out if you're not paying attention immediately. Lelis, he's the one getting pinged.
Oh, another jump. The Dragon Tail to kiss is gonna fall snapped away. Heavenly jump away, but he's still dead. The lava globs land on his head, and Yamsun being chased into his base. They doom up the DK, but he already got off his BKB and flaps those leathern wings back behind the enemy tier 2. Tundra come in. They force a buyback after killing Zeus. And again, another comfortable teamfight initiation out of Tundra.
Great kisses coming out from Aramis. One more time. Oh, can they find Snaking? Does have 4 staff available. He's super tanky. 60% magic resistance on top of him.
Was that Rubik's fireball? I guess it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Has himself the Elder Dragon form and I guess the fireball unlocked.
You steal fireball, you get the other one for free. Let's see, 33 might be the first point of contact.
Yeah, lift back, but he's got Force Glimmer cooking, and look at that. Quickly gets 1,000 range away. And it's 9. Another jump in, and the Spectre straight on the Drow. The E-Blade save, though. Buys some time while Husky hook shots on the right-hand side. Trying to trap Aramis, but he's been left completely alone. Moo struggling to find any access point to this team fight.
Oh,
and
God,
the Ogre Seal Totem goes the wrong way. Oh, no. 9 is still chasing as well. The Black Dragon hunting for Moo's Doom. Might be able to see him. 5 seconds left on the Blink Dagger. They've pinged him out. Throw the Fireball to cancel the Doom's Blink. And still wanting to jump on top of him. Perfect placement from 9 there, right on the head of the Doom. And no protection for Moo, apart from just a TP home, apparently. The lack of stuns from Tundra causing issues for themselves.
A bit of a sloppy fight from both sides. Like, we didn't see the real execution, but second Roshan did respawn. Also, Tundra placed an observer ward inside the enemy base, which is called Sentry. This is something that Snaking pioneered. It's like, oh, it's just a sentry ward, I'm not gonna kill it, but it's not. It's easy to spot it on a mini-map.
Yeah, the fact is blue as well. It's so perfect. Moo, another jump in from the Spectre. Another Shadow Step, another kill. Has Haunt in a couple of seconds. Gonna pop a Clarity while she farms.
E-Blade is a good saving tool in certain situations, not as much against Snapfire. If there are Mortimer's Kisses, Dragonite, he's in.
Straightforward. Ogre Seal Totem blinks forward as well. I've got Kisses as covering fire. Good disengage from Nouns, though. Not getting picked off. Looks like they're going to lose their tier 2, though. This was meant to be when Yamson starts feeling strong. Finished off the BKB after this Pike and Manta style. Drow Ranger in a pretty good spot. Top of the net worth. Can output a lot of damage, but needs these initiations to be spot on from the Clockwork and the Rubik.
You can't. Problem is you're playing against Spectre, so Spectre will always find you in the fights. You're never gonna feel too comfortable, and Skeeter holding double dust at the moment just to have jump on Rubik, who's holding a Glimmer Cape, and also Drow Ranger with potential Shadow Blade slightly later. Seems like this Roshan is not gonna be contested. Rocket on cooldown for a couple of seconds. Hookshot available, but they're way too far away from Roshan Pit.
Yeah, it's already dead. The Desolate damage out of Skitter too much. Shard on the floor. I saw the Zeus did pick up an Agnum Scepter now, so adding the little Nimbus to his arsenal of abilities. A decent way to maybe cancel out the Black Hole, knowing that 3-3 doesn't have a BKB or anything.
Aramis. 4 dusts. 2 from Skeeter, and also they picked up the gem that they're going to give to Dragonite. Tundra's so good at passing neutral items, digging these healing salves and stuff, and just holding the neutral items, like who needs to hold the gem and stuff, sharing the dust as well between them. Moo, looking for something. Eats a creep, but that's gonna be it for now.
Yeah, I mean, you remember back in the day, right, when Roche Pit would be full of branches, TPs, and magic sticks? I feel like if Tundra were playing back then, they would be screaming at each other. Get the courier, bring it out, sell that branch, make sure
gold.
You get that 25 gold. And it feels like one of those Eternal Envy things, right? He was really one of the pioneers in Dota around efficiency and making sure that every little thing matters.
It's going to be so many Spectral Daggers. We've seen yesterday Illusions coming out from Tundra with the draft that they had. And now Spectre finishes off Scotty, picked up that Shard from Roshan for free. Dragonite Agnum Scepter has been done for a long time. Going into Manta style next. Level 20 talent. And now extra attack range, which means that supports are going to suffer. You send one of those Dragon Illusions, they can't really deal with it.
Yeah, so in this upcoming team fight for Nouns, who's the target for Doom? Because it feels like if you Doom Spectre or DK, and they've already... Oh god, Husky. Trapped inside his own cogs. Good force staff. Lelis gets a bit of distance for the Clockwork to double drift him away. 9 still under the Nimbus, but there we go. The catch out from Skitter. Straight onto Lelis. E-Blade saves him from the physical, but the magical damage out of the kisses amplified up by it.
Husky, he's been out of position so many times this game. Missing the hook shots as well. Not really having a good time. To answer your question, I think you need to jump Dragonite. You need to be the one initiating before he can get a BKB off. But then again, there are multiple Force Staffs. There is like Glimmer Cape, Pipe, Guardian Greaves, Cookie to push him out of the trouble. If he's in the dragon form, he can fly away over the cliffs and stuff. So, not sure if they can lock him down. They need like Rubik's Lift, maybe a stolen Dragon Tail. 33, he's very deep in.
He force-staffed Moo in, scythed him, puts him onto low ground. And Moo's going to be okay, but definitely a scary moment for him where he suddenly just appears in front of an Enigma. And Nouns, yeah, just relegated to holding their high ground. Can't really break out of their base. Classic Tundra, controlling every lane, making sure that they're using their Aegis to hem Nouns in their own base, just bunkering down. They're gonna have multiple sides of ice as well. Look at this, Spectre's buying one.
Yeah, this is Skeeter classic. Whenever he plays Spectre, he's always gonna find a slot to fit it in.
Dire are scanning.
Spectre does consume a lot of mana with the Manta style, with Spectral Daggers, Shadow Step. Ulti is also relatively costly and she doesn't have that much mana to work with anyway. With the Scotty, it does increase it by quite a lot. Oh god, Timeless Relic.
Does Skitter keep it? With
No,
all
he's
these
gonna
daggers.
give it to 33.
Oh, come on, all these daggers. Like, her shard, every 300 damage triggers a dagger to be thrown at that player-controlled attacker. I guess it's once every 7 seconds.
Max, yes.
Yeah. This will be fun to see 20 daggers flying around if they focus the Spectre down.
You're mentally done. You play against Tundra, you lose one game, they choke you out of the map. I think in this situation, you can just, like, call GG, let's go next. Like, we don't want to be in this game anymore. They're going to keep repeating this for a really long time. If you don't want to leave the base, they'll just farm. Look at where Skitter is. He's farming Triangle. 33 is farming in his jungle. Rest of the team cutting the creep waves. Every single lane is getting farmed.
Yeah, I mean, they had this against Nigma yesterday, right? Where it was like 50k net worth lead. Tundra not afraid to just wait for the moment where they get a couple of kills, force some buybacks, get that win condition, then finish off the game. Not going to make any rash decisions. Look for the next Roshan potentially as well for them, as they grab some tier 4 items while they're farming away back at the Ancients. This lead just going to amass for Tundra.
Roshan expire. Let's wait another 3 minutes for potential Rosh respawn. Keep farming, get some more items. Level 25 on Spectre about to be finished. And Nouns, they are gonna smoke. Let's see who they find.
There was snaking in the mid lane. Not going to walk into him. Instead, just grabbing that bottom outpost, which will give away their location. And in the meantime, top lane's pushing in. We've already seen 3-3 pick up that Eidolon damage talent, so plus 40 for all of these Eidolons that are going to be coming your way.
They can keep sending the Eidolons. Couple of right clicks from Dragon Knight with the Manta style as well. Double Hex about to be finished. Spectre getting really close to it. Now staying off the map for a while. Waiting until they show. Someone needs to show in the base. It's going to be Gunner.
Well, they've been using this gem to perfection. There's only one ward out for Nouns that they've placed in the last 30 seconds. Just trying to play under it right now. But it's so scary against Tundra, not knowing where anybody is. 9, the first hero really to show in a lane in the past minute or so. Does ulti up to pop his Manta, scout out where Nouns are hiding. You'll see Husky and Lelis retreating back behind their ward.
147 movement speed. Supports are not moving. Double damage just spawned top.
Oh, yeah. Nine's going to be real happy with that. Here they come, smoked up now. Lelis breaks the smoke, but there's the jump in from 9. Hook shot from Husky, misses again. Sad times for the Clockwork, while the Spectre looking for targets, jumps across in towards Moo. Multi-shot's good from Yamsun though. 9 dropping low, but the rest of Tundra just clearing house. Not a single kill for Nouns as Tundra run rampant over them. Drow Ranger hexed up, caught out by the Spectre. Doom is dead, the Nimbus not doing an awful lot. And 5 heroes just evaporating as the Kiss, and the Gobble up, snaking, sent forward.
They couldn't catch 9. 9 maneuvering on top of the high ground. They have no vision whatsoever. Tundra, again, choking them out. They can't really do anything. Spectre finds Zeus in the back lines, gets in and out multiple times. These illusions are causing way too much confusion from Dragon Knight. Eidolon's on the ground. Now the Hex.
Another freebie.
It's time to call it, Gary. They have nothing left in this game. This game's been pretty over for the last, like, 15, even 20 minutes. Classic Tundra.
So oppressive. No way to fight back. Even throwing kisses to zone them into the fountain. The first lane of Barrack's going to drop. And should be a simple task here for Tundra to swing into any of these other side lanes. Head down bottom to group up with Skitter. Eidolons, the dragon form. Yeah, you've glyphed up. A couple of seconds of protection here. Kill off the Eidolon army. But it's not just bottom lane, it's top as well with some dragon illusions there.
Skeeter keeping bottom.
Tower has fallen.
Big waves, so that's gonna push him even closer to his next item. Husky, gotta pause the game.
And Skitter with a long stretch there. The farming stretch. A little bit of lag. Hopefully get that sorted out. Roshan back up in 10 seconds. Maybe something here that Nouns can play towards. It's very difficult to fight when Tundra are on your doorstep and pressing into your base. But maybe if they get vision in the pit, a good hook shot, a Zeus ulti with a Nimbus in these enclosed areas, some close quarter combat could work out for Nouns. But the amount of team fights that Nouns need to win just to get back into this game, never mind to defeat the 27k net worth lead, the racks down that they're facing, and try and get onto the dire side of the map. How many? How many do you reckon?
I was thinking, like, how many? With maybe 4 big team fights, a couple of buybacks, we could be closer to 0, and like maybe some advantage for Nouns, but doesn't seem likely. We're looking at the buyback status. There is only one available at the moment, and that's on Lelis on side of Nouns.
Yeah, clock spent his already, and there's over 1,000 gold for everybody else to catch up to buyback status. Rocket Flare is there to scout Roche. 5 seconds, and he'll return. Vision will dissipate before he respawns. And 9. The amount of times we've seen Tundra in the past 3 days just walk into the pit at the exact moment Roche respawns is actually kind of funny. I just have this sixth sense, knowing that Roche is available to them.
They know they're coming. Instantly out of Roche pit. There is no dragon form for another 30 seconds. Aramis holding the haste. Let's see if they decide to just go in and try to steal it.
Yeah, I think with the limited options you have, this is probably one of the best moves you can make. Try and steal Roche, grab it,
Gobble up
out.
one of the Eidolons or Dragonite and send him in.
And Thunder God's Wrath scouts them out. Nouns have Husky on the front lines. He hookshots forward, but Skitter is in the pit. He's taking down Zeus so quickly with that side device. They've got the kill, and Yamson dying before Roche can even fall. The gobble up and the chuck forward. 9 is in on top of them. Skitter grabs the Aegis. Moo up on the high ground. Black hold and killed. G's called out as Nouns tap out. Tundra taking game 1.
What a shocker. I mean, Tundra is just way too good at these type of the games, and look at him. Only Skeeter smiling. The rest of the guys are like, yeah, no, another day in the office. Pretty clean. They need this victory here, so they're not gonna do any of the like fancy stuff. We're not gonna, like, even in the games that they really matter, or when they don't, they're not gonna go for these risky plays. It's the Tundra classic. They choke you out. You can't really do much about it. We've saw Nouns try to smoke up a couple of times, get outside of the base. It was just not worth it. The net worth is way too much. They were constantly ahead in this game, and it just felt like the bottom lane, they dominated it completely. Aramis again with the great showing on the Snapfire. 9 Dragonite takes this early tower. This is 6, 7, 8 minute tower. Second usage of the dragon form. Skeeter continues to farm up on his Spectre. I'd say that he's the best Spectre player in the world at the moment, and he's been that in the last year or so.
Yeah, good stuff from Tundra. Once that lane bleed starts, it's very difficult to stop the flow. Tundra just moved from lane to lane, Snapfire, DK roaming around, getting kills, snaking, pressuring all these lanes, and Tundra taking game 1, putting themselves in a good spot here to try and break out of the tiebreaker status quo that we currently have between 4 of the squads. We'll find out, though, what happens next, if Nouns can maybe cause an upset, or if Tundra can get that 2-0 victory. We'll have a quick break in game 2 coming around the corner.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back to the Storm stream as we try and figure out how we can break the ties in Group B. Currently looking like there might be a couple of teams tied up for the second and third slots to get themselves to that second phase of group stage. Well, the cost here, Tundra up against Nouns. And game one, it didn't feel like Nouns really stood a chance against the style of Tundra taking control of the entire map from like 15 minutes onwards.
Not really. I thought that they might be able to get out of the laning stage slightly stronger, that they're going to be like Doom's going to be cruising. Maybe they get a kill on Spectre. They take the tower. First usage of the Zeus ulti, they got one kill. Then there was a big gap where they couldn't find a kill. They couldn't find an opening. Clockwork was very under-leveled, waiting for that like level 11 to get the hook shot online. A couple of those hook shots also missed afterwards. And then you don't have an initiation. You don't have anyone to jump in. You can't really just gank with Rubik coming in and lifting someone. It's not reliable. So maybe if they want to go for something different, I said I don't mind their draft. It's also about the execution, how well you're going to execute it. So maybe go with something less greedy than the Doom. On the off lane, something that comes online slightly faster, something that can move. I know that Mu plays a variety of the heroes. I want to maybe see him on something like a Beastmaster, maybe Mu's signature like a Timbersaw, even Nature's Prophet, have a little bit more global presence. Add to that, Dawnbreaker is one of the heroes that he plays really well, so maybe lean towards those heroes.
Yeah, because it felt like that Doom first pick, there's definitely ways around it. Like, sure, they banned the Wraith King, one of the best heroes against the Doom, but even looking at this Spectre, this DK, they're still pretty good heroes that are just standing there and using their normal bodies to click people and punch them without even casting spells. So it was kind of difficult for Mu to find his targets in the fight. But we'll get ourselves into the draft here for game 2. And Tundra first up, banning out the IO Witch Doctor. Don't want to be dealing with that sickening offlane with all the heals. And Nouns actually removing the DK, something that maybe we expected a little earlier on against Tundra with their flex they've got.
Yeah, so that means that Enchantress is still in a pool, and also Mirana. I think Tundra might opt to go for Enchantress instead. This hero has looked pretty stable for them. Just a hero that scales well. Oh, I forgot, because they have the first pick. 33 Doom. Always a pleasure to watch.
It absolutely is. Yeah, a Scorched Earth build. You pair him with anything, Snapfire or Rubik, and you're getting kills at level 3. See what Nouns can do to try and bolster their safe lane here. Maybe they can go for the Ench, go for some heals, try and protect their safe laner.
I think they need to get like something stronger. Maybe like Undying. You're playing into Doom as well. Try to stabilize the lane. I don't mind opening up with 2 of those supports together even.
Yeah, or do you want to pick up that Moo hero that you were talking about, the Beastmaster or something?
Oh, Beast is still in the pool. All right, because I always think you play against Tundra, it needs to get banned out immediately. But yeah, I'm down for Beastmaster instead.
Yeah, then you have this pretty strong lane, Beastmaster Rubik. You can think about your safe lane a little bit later on in the draft after a couple of bans, maybe to protect yourself from some of these supports. Take a little bit of time to think about it, though. And what do you think we'll see from Tundra there? Do they grab their offlane completely? Like, just pick Aramis Snapfire again? Because he's performed pretty well on it in the games we've seen.
They have, I'd say, 3 options, because these are the heroes. Tundra doesn't really experiment way too much with their drafts. So they can go Enchantress, they can get Snapfire, or Mirana that you mentioned. We'll see what they decide to pick. If they pick Beastmaster, most likely they will pick Enchantress.
It seems like a difficult decision here from Nouns. What do we want to go for? And do we want to grab this Moo hero? Do we want to go for that double support that you were talking about? You know, take the Undying, something along those lines.
Whenever I see Moo playing, I'm like, pick Spirit Breaker for him, so because he produces like, it's the cow Moo sound, you know. But they go with Disruptor. I don't mind that either for them. I would have preferred maybe if it was Undying over that. Disruptor is a strong laner, so is Rubik, but these heroes don't deal well with like the backline jumps. This is why Dragonite is such a good ban. Imagine Rubik Disruptor playing against these Dragonite illusions with Aghanim Scepter. They just can't really protect themselves. These heroes are very easily bursted as well.
Yeah, you need a very strong front line here for Nouns.
Now you need to ban out the offlane heroes. You probably want to ban out that Beastmaster that we mentioned. I think this was what Nouns was thinking about for so long. Try to figure out whether Disruptor is going to get banned. I also want to see what they're going to combine this with, because you need to have good vision for Disruptor to be able to glimpse people back.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you do. I'm wondering if they'll go for something a bit cheesy. I've been mentioning it, this Eastern European strat of like Bounty Hunter with a Tinker. Is that something they could think about? Try and cheese Tundra here. Maybe we'll see the Gunner Tinker come into play. Get a bit of vision, get the glimpses, get the tracks.
I don't know. Tundra is a team that always builds into these aura items, so even if you get a Tinker, you know what's coming, but you could try to surprise them. Then I would prefer if you have like position 4 that can run in, instead of having 2 range supports, so I don't think that's going to be an option.
Yeah, then you're so reliant on Moo being that face tanking hero. Well, Monkey King's out. Try and give 3-3 the best lane he possibly can. If you ban Monkey, are you also thinking about banning Ursa here?
Ursa's a great pick against both of these heroes. Good laner, great against Enchantress. You always have solo kill threat.
Very slow and deliberate draft. Everyone dipping into reserve time pretty deep. I think it's still just a solid plan to get rid of some of these zoo heroes for Moo, though. Yeah, you've got Enchantress, but it gives them such a nice timing and an identity to play around.
Doom is also a hero like similar to Night Stalker, not as good in terms of eating the big creep. Because with level 15 talent, you can devour Ancients. Night Stalker does that much earlier. He does it at 15-minute mark if he saves the gold for it. But I've seen people just pick Doom against Beastmaster because you want to be able to... Like, even Enchantress has it on level 20.
Yeah. Yeah, stealing all the ancient... Yeah, you're right. This duo pick actually blocks out a lot of the zoo heroes, or the helm buyers at the very least. Well, Drow Ranger, the choice to be banned. Yamson had a pretty good game, even if the result wasn't what he wanted. He was top of the net worth for quite some time in game 1. And Drow Ranger often able to protect herself in lane just with an early point in Gust.
There's the Mirana that we mentioned.
10 seconds remaining.
Aramis is great hero, loves to play it.
5 seconds remaining.
Lanes well with Doom. Ton of damage, you hit an arrow, even if you don't go for the arrow build, if you decide to put second point in Starstorm on level 3, Doom gets 2 points in Scorched Earth. The hero just straight up dies. You can't really deal with it. Both teams, yeah, taking a lot of time.
Yeah, I think there's also the consideration here if you're not going to be banning the Zoo heroes because you've got these two already. Things like Batrider and Primal Beast, early tempo offlaners or potential flex picks for Gunnar and Moo, pretty solid bans. I'd love to see a Primal Beast here for Nouns, just someone who can get in on top of his opponents, plays well with the Rubik, can play aggressively and collapse onto the mid lane pretty early on. It's just such a wonky opener with Rubik and Disruptor. Like, hey, these are our two side lane supports. They're kind of squishy. Oh, there he is. Primal Beast. Yeah, big fan of that.
Yeah, good call. This hero can go in. There's nothing to stop him yet, so I want to see some kind of a stun. Great hero against the Enchantress. With Rubik, one left, Fate Bolt. I like it. This could also be a mid for Gunner if necessary, but most likely this is going to be Moo's hero.
Yeah. It's like a soft flex, depending how the matchups go.
There's like, we'll probably not flex it, but there's still a chance.
Tundra Esports.
So if you know now, Rubik Primal Beast likely going to be that offlane, so they pick up a hero that can deal with it. Disruption very good at stopping that trample and onslaught forward, and Chaos Knight will give you the potential to turn around and fight into the Rubik, ignore the Primal Beast in the lane. And so two very strong side lanes there from Tundra, leaving Nine's hero till the very end.
More illusions from Tundra. Shadow
yeah.
Demon, CK. Also, Shadow Demon is a great response to Disruptor whenever Rubik is banned or picked on the other team as well. Because it's been one of the better heroes to save people from the Static Storm. It's a lot of commitment. With Shard, you lift them, you take them out. Shadow Demon kind of does the same thing. Not as good, but it's still a great save. And also, he's anti-carry. Using that ulti on some of these heroes, especially melee ones who can't move. Now you need to start thinking about some AoE damage. I mean, I would say Ursa if there was no Shadow Demon, but Shadow Demon kind of destroys Ursa. He can't move, constant dispel, can't get the overpower. So they go with something different. If Shadow Demon was a different hero, I think they go with Ursa. Great matchup against all of these heroes. CK as well. Like, you find the real one with your talents, level 10, level 15. These are great talents for Ursa. You're a natural Battle Fury buyer. But a great Morphling game. There have no stuns other than CK, which can easily be dodged. Yes, you are playing into Doom, but you can disengage with the Rubik Lift, pre-BKB with the Disruptor, Glimpse back with his static field as well. So, looks really good. Now they need to find a hero from a mid lane that Morphling is afraid. I think you need to ban Rick. Okay, there we go. It's the one. Cloud would destroy these heroes. So, looking at... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not wrong here, right? It's going to be Shadow Demon 5 with the CK and Enchantress Doom, like enters the 4 in this game, because you want the Shadow Demon against the Primal Beast, right?
They could play Shadow Demon 4 from the safe lane. I think that's going to be what they're aiming for.
They put him in that safe lane, but give him farm priority a little later. That makes sense. Well, the Bounty Hunter does actually make his way into the ban pool. That Vision Giver taken out, just in case that flex was there. And with the Primal Beast. Last ban. I'm not too sure. Do you get rid of like you mentioned, the lack of stuns from Tundra? Storm, Ember, they always come to mind, but you're still playing into the Shadow Demon and the Doom, which can be a little scary.
I think Storm works really well for Tundra. For Nouns, because they have no real lockdown, and they ban it.
And then final pickup. 9 with his diverse hero pool can pretty much grab anything he wants to. Like, the fact that Beastmaster's still in the pool actually gives Tundra the opportunity to go for their mid Beastmaster again if they want to.
Not against Morphling. I think they need a little bit more control. Zeus with the burst damage. Invoker is still in there, so maybe go for that one. I think the mid laner for Tundra needs to be some kind of a magical damage. Oh no, you're right, Gary. Gary, you're on fire today. I'm just gonna shut up.
I saw that coming a mile away. No, I think your points are valid, though. It's just with Beastmaster going for the potential Axe build, And this ability now with... this is what Tundra like to do, right? They want multiple heroes that can push, set up for fights, start things off, and give vision. Vision is such... it's the paramount ability in the game. You see enemy heroes, you can jump them. It's still something that Nouns need.
Pick 9 Stalker, put it on a mid lane against Beastmaster.
Yeah, or even just put it off lane, have the Primal Beast mid. And he doesn't have to deal with the Shadow Demon or the Ench in the lane.
They can still get Ember Spirit. I think it's a good Ember game overall. Deals well with CK and the illusions. They don't have Catch, Beastmaster Roar, Doom. He can dodge most of these things. Couple of seconds left for Nouns. Let's see what it's gonna be.
Yeah, not much time left. Maybe they want, I don't know, a bit more burst damage or something. Oh, it's the Moo Timbersaw coming out. Well, we'll see. It might be the mid for Gunnar. Still yet to pick up their heroes. We know that Yamsun's Morphling, Lelis Rubik will have Husky on the Disruptor. They're trying to see what the lanes are going to be.
Not picking the heroes. Yeah, not showing anything yet.
Where are we going? You don't know. Everything for Tundra. Straightforward, though. 9 Beastmaster, 3-3 Doom, Skitter Chaos Knight. And there it is, Moo Timbersaw. So they will put Gunnar on the mid lane as the Primal Beast. So he'll dodge out the Shadow Demon lane. Make sure he's got the straight 1v1 against the Beastmaster. Beast against Beast. And then Moo Timber, laning with the Rubik against Shadow Demon CK. I guess now that you know the Primal Beast is mid, you could go back to the more normal setup and put Shadow Demon with the Doom as the 4, Ench as the 5, and have your natural laning setup here.
Yeah, you could. It's a lot of beefy heroes. 3 strength heroes on side of Tundra. Look at the big boys on Nouns. Timbersaw, Primal Beast. It's been a while since I saw these 2 heroes on the same team. They kind of fulfill the same role where they go in, but they also buy time. These heroes don't really need items. Pretty much they all need is levels, and Morphling can farm. I think Morphling is also one of the better Yamsun's heroes, so we'll see how this one goes. I think Nouns have a pretty decent chance to win this one. I kind of favor their draft, to be honest.
Yeah, very good at fighting 4v5 while the Morphling's farming. Great ways of catching with not just Disruptor and Rubik, but like you're saying, the gap close out of Timberchain and Onslaught gets on top of very squishy supports that Tundra have. Enchantress and Shadow Demon maybe can protect themselves from 1 round of spells, but that second round comes in and they're dying. I'm curious to see what kind of rotations Tundra are going to make with this Beastmaster, this Doom. If they do just go for that regular Tundra style of waiting things out, milling around until 20-25 minutes and look for that map control. We'll find out how things go, though, as it is still important here for Tundra to pick up another win, as they are all caught up in the tiebreaker status in Group B. And from some of the other results, I think it's looking likely that with Team Spirit losing their first game, we will have our 3 teams set up to go into those group stages, maybe have some 1v1 mids to break ties there, but we'll find out how things progress as we get ourselves into Game 2. Tundra up against Nouns, and all teams, all players smoked up and going to the opposing sides of the map, so no early clash.
Unfortunately, nothing's gonna happen here. I do like what they drafted for themselves. Like, I think they could play early-oriented Dota, something that they did lack in the previous game where you had Doom from the offlane. This time around, they could go for early kills. They always have heroes to initiate with. This is Primal Beast from the mid lane, which means that Onslaught and Trample will be maxed out. And then you can just charge in. You have Glimpse to work with, even if you don't have level 6. I think Nouns understood what the problem was in the previous game, so they couldn't really gank post 10-minute mark if Hookshot is off the mark, if Clockwork is dead. So this time around, going to be much easier for them.
Yeah, so many more tools to teamfight early. And it feels like quite a soft draft from Tundra. Enchantress and Shadow Demon, not the best team-fighting heroes, very single-target focused, as is the Doom and the Beastmaster. But if they can latch on to a First Blood here, grabbing Disruptor with a Disruption and blocking him in between the Cliff and the Illusions, First Blood's there, and it'll be 9 to take it.
This is some old-school Warcraft 3 strat. What was you played Warcraft 3? What was his name? It was Night Stalker, like the one that had a sleep. Balinar, yeah.
I'm a Death Lord, not a Drug Lord.
Yeah, he was the one who used sleep, then you surround him with the ghouls, you get a kill or force him to TP out. That was the strat back in the days, but great start for 9. Already does have Bottle available. And also Shadow Demon against Disruptor. You have Disruption, which is full name to counter the hero.
Disrupt your disruption with Disruptor. Oh, Lelis taking a pounding from Skitter. Snaking. And giving chase here on the Rubik. Might be able to find Lelis as they get into the trees. Moo blocking them away. Keep the Rubik alive, but yeah, scary times already for that Rubik. Tundra so good at turning these little opportunities into lane-winning scenarios and going back again as Lelis attempted the Courier Snipe. He pops the Fairy Fire, but the impetus shot from Snaking will secure the kill.
Good trade. Almost gets the Courier. Dies in the process. A bit too greedy there. Also, only level 1. Timbersaw doesn't provide you with much. Timber Chain, no real stun slows or anything. 33. Look at his build. Puts a point in Infernal Blade. Understands that this is the way to deal with the Morphling. This is the way how they get the kills in the lane.
Yeah, 3 branches, Wand, Gauntlet, very tanky. While in the mid lane, Gunnar having Wild Axes stacked on him. 9 doesn't quite have enough to finish the job there, but does force a Fairy Fire. And will be able to guard up one of these water runes and maybe deny one with a boar. Ooh, denied.
That was close.
Really nicely done.
That was a really nice play.
No bottle refill for him. Yeah, wonderful from 9. In the meantime, Mo still at level 2. Very low HP, but it looks like the mana has been expended by Tundra.
I want to see if 9 sends another boar for a 3-minute bounty rune near the outpost, the dire one, to deny region from Primal Beast. Right now, Primal is bringing a healing salve for him. Forced to use the Onslaught as well. 9.
Yeah.
Dominating this matchup.
He sure is. 4 last hits ahead, 4 denies for him. I guess the other option is maybe to stack Ancients for yourself. But you could be asking Aramis on the Shadow Demon to do that as well. And as Beastmaster, no matter what lane he's playing from, once those Ancients stacked up, use the axes to clear them. Oh, stack attempted by Husky. Going to be stopped by the SD. And Yamsun can't really get close to the wave right now, just being handed tango after tango. Try and sustain in the lane. That's the same story as game 1. Yamsun being protected, doing pretty well for himself, getting last hits. But yeah, the top 4 last hitters here, the 3 green markers for Tundra. Everyone free farming in their lanes. Lelis going to steal a bounty rune.
Lanes are going well. For Tundra. 21 on Beastmaster. Doom doing well as expected. Has that 20 already going into Meteor Hammer this time around. Just to have a little bit more extra stats. A little bit more region. CK is the one who was struggling but had a full creep wave getting close to him. And now Skeeter, he's back on track. This bottom lane, you do have sustain with the CK. With potential nature attendance, but Snaking is playing that greedy position 5, going for more damage. Now Gunnar forced to use Onslaught. Oof.
Needs that water rune. Salve is cancelled as well by the long-range axes. My goodness.
Still running down.
Is he just dead? 8 stacks of axes?
Next axis should get a kill.
They should do, yeah. I mean, Gunnar might try and deny himself to Ancients, but they block the Ancient camps. There's no Ancients to deny himself to. Oh, no. So they blocked the camp to stop the stacks, but that means he couldn't walk in there and deny himself, so 9 gets a solo kill.
Look at that. That's his ward inside the triangle.
Yeah.
They're probably having a good laugh about it.
Not much they can do there. Well, down at bottom, lane meeting with that dire tower, but Moo taking a lot of damage while Yamsun shifts all the way down to full agi. Moo about to drop, though. The Chaos Bolt flying. Not going to finish him off. 2-second stun, but they needed one more impetus from Snaking, which won't come. Warpine Raider doing wonders with that seed shot, but will get zapped out by Lelis for a bit of bonus gold.
Easy 50. Gunnar
Primal
gets level
Beast.
5 on a mid lane now.
9 just stands.
He's not afraid to fight back. Does have Primal Roar available as well. Primal Beast, the hero that has a lot of strength gain per level, 4.3. It's insane. how tanky he gets with no stats whatsoever. This is level 5 Primal Beast with 1000 HP.
Man, needs help though, calling for Lilith to come and try and rescue him in this lane. But we could still see the shift from Tundra. They like to do around 6 minutes. Snaking's already here. Shadow Demon is on his way. I'll see if Nine gets some use out of this Roar. Not too much mana left on the Beastmaster. I'll be hoping for the rune grab down bottom.
No, it's
It
bottom.
spawns there. And Snaking just takes the Arcane Rune as they do see Gunner. He spent his onslaught, but they can't get close enough to disrupt him.
Maybe he was afraid that Lilith might kill it from the high ground. They didn't have vision on the high ground, so he takes it. Would definitely be a big one. Beastmaster with Arcane Rune reminds me of Beastmaster with those Aghanim Scepter axes. Good old times. The 0 cooldown.
Very balanced.
It took us so long to patch that one.
Yeah, we had like 6 months or so of Beastmaster just like getting Arcane Boots, Bottle, Soul Ring, and then 14-minute Aghanim Scepter, killing everybody from super long range. And he's got max axes here in the mid lane, 9, and he's doing a very good job zoning away the Primal Beast.
Husky's coming, level
last
2
hits.
glimpse, but no boots of speed. Can't really chase him. This is
Yeah,
how
Nouns.
Tundra like splits the map. You have Skeeter, who's free farming in the bottom lane. 33 having the time of his life, about to crack level 6. Potential Doom if he gets an opening, finds Yamsun on low HP.
9 rotating down here. They want to kill off Moo. Nearly have the job done. They roar up the Primal Beast as he onslaughted in. And Gunner, he's offering himself to Tundra here. Was trying to defend his Timbersaw, but he's going to die. Doesn't even get the trade kill on Skitter. Yeah, Nouns chasing Ghosts, trying to come in and defend the mid lane. Bringing supports there. Returning to their side lanes, but it's too slow to keep up with the pace of Tundra.
The lanes were going, I mean, they still are poorly for Nouns. Aramis
5-0.
bringing out Lelis.
Getting some stacks of poison on him. And backup's coming in the form of 9. Axes will fly. And there's going to be stacks on stacks here. Lelis going for the TP home, but the damage from the poisons were built up too heavily.
You have poison stacks, you have Axis stacks. 9 picks up the Invis rune. We'll get out of the Invis immediately, and look what he's doing. Disassembling his arcane boots immediately, like it puts it in the backpack, so he doesn't need to like put down the items, uses the bottle. Efficiency, again, coming out from Tundra.
Yeah, and it's not as if Tundra are playing fast all the time. They're not running crazily into Nouns. They're just setting up for these fast-paced moves to really catch them off guard. And Moo being bullied out that bottom lane. Still level 5 on the Timbersaw. I'll try and go back in on him. Lelis is nearby to protect the Timber. Snaking, launching impetus hits towards him. Telekinesis buys a bit of space for Moo there, but my god, it's so close. They nearly get the takedown on him with that Dark Troll Summoner.
Not having a
left to
good
pick up
time.
the pieces.
Looking at Snaking, he does have Tranquil Boots, keeps assembling them and disassembling them. It's a lot of work, but it gets the job done. Goes back to full HP on his Enchantress. We'll turn that into Bongo Boots later.
Meanwhile, top, they've got the Doom, the Ensnare. They rooted and trapped the Yamsun Morphling. And Tundra, they've been using this Meteor Hammer on the tier 1, so 3-3, pressing forward onto objectives.
Things are falling apart for Nouns. They can't really punch back. They need Primal Beast to start playing with Rubik, with the Disruptor, Timbersaw. He doesn't provide you with much damage. He's only level 5, 1 point in Timber Chain, 1 point in Burling That. It's not enough. CK's level 7, so they're gonna go again.
Yeah, just look to blow up Moo. So much damage just comes out of thin air. 9 dominating now, and looking at the net worth chart. Okay, Doom is at the top, no surprises there. Beastmaster CK doing very well out of their lanes, but you keep looking further and further down. Enchantress was more farmed than the Primal Beast. Finally, Gunner gets up to 2,500 net worth, but looking very sad on 2 of these cores here from Nouns as 9 just charges towards them. Does get pulverized as he walks up the ramp. Snaking, offering protection here to the Beastmaster as he builds up the stacks of axes. And Gunner, hurricaned back. The Wild Wing putting him back into danger, but they can't quite finish him off. Axes, not going to be long range enough. But that's Gunner making another walk back to the fountain.
9, he's controlling all the runes, has Tumbler's Toy to work with. And as our observer pointed out, Aghanim Scepter next on the menu for him. Drums of
Oh,
Slum. It's a great... I think it's a good item. You don't like see the damage coming out from it. Like the one thing I don't like is you don't have your Helm of the Dominator creep, so you don't get the full value. Oh, smoke. They're underneath the ward. Because you heal yourself, you heal the summons.
Onslaught's coming. Aramis in between a bunch of Ancients and the Primal Beast as they catch 9 with a glimpse as well. Beastmaster about to fall. Snake King can't protect him here. A good aggressive move by Nouns invading the triangle. But I don't know if they can steal the stacks, but they're going to try it.
Trample
Chakram.
in a couple of seconds.
But Tundra going to come and kick you out of here in a second. They're bringing CK along. The Ancients almost all cleared out. The Phantasm and the Reality Rift in. Static Storm drop, but skitters out of the field. They don't trap him inside, but they glimpse him across to save up Moo. Stunned for a second, while on the left side, the Meteor Hammer from 3-3 landing onto Gunner in the trees. The Primal Beast ticking over to the damage over time, while Moo still looking to escape, but under a tier 2 tower he's found. And Husky just dying to this Enchantress, chased across the edges of the earth by Snake King.
Not a bad move. They get a kill, but they'd steal the Ancients. It was way too greedy. Doom is available. Was thinking about it. Still thinking about it. Let's see if he decides to drop it.
Yeah, waiting for it. Let's see the Meteor Hammer off the ensnare, but the waveform is there from Yamsun. Barely gets the distance he needed. Now the Doom. 3-3's had enough of this nonsense. They might still get the kill in the end. We'll see what happens as Gunner bodyguarding the Morphling, getting him away from this sticky spot.
I wish 33's camera was a bit lower just to see the facial expression after what happened, because I could not see whether he's smiling or whether he's just chilling or being angry about it.
A wry smile, potentially. Snake King, 1v3, nearly killing Husky. Axe is off the mark. Enchantress down inside the Chakram. 3 kills up on the board for Nouns. They're getting what they can whenever they can, but these 2 cores in the Timber and the Primal Beast, who are meant to be your space creators. These are the heroes in the early game you want the most net worth on to be able to make space for your Morphling. They are playing well together. They're still behind, and Tundra have a lot of answers for them.
He knows they're coming. 33 is pinging it out. Help, guys, team.
TP, bring the cavalry to help me. Gunner,
Nice
oh,
disruption.
self-disruption. Aramis gets himself out of there and skitter. Straight back in onto the Primal Beast. 3-3 chasing forward. The floor is lava as the Scorched Earth starts to burn away at Husky. Gunner does get the distance though. Skitter, he finds the vision with the Reality Rift. They'll drag him back into the Chaos Bolt, take down another target. And it's not just this fight bot happening, it's 9 and Snake King pressuring mid.
This tower is dead. Tundra, they're all over the place. Great disruption, stops the glimpse from going off, setting him back to wherever he was. Oh, man. These heroes were supposed to be tanky, but have the most deaths on their team.
Yeah, they're forced to be so active, but kind of walking into the solid brick wall of Tundra. 3 deaths up on Moo. Has not been able to set the tempo here as 9 just goes straight up for the roar on the Rubik. Yamsun, Moo, and Husky all around him, though. So a glimpse back into the kinetic field. Going to get a pick off on the Beastmaster. Another good grab. A lot of resources expended by Nouns as they gather up as 5 heroes in the mid lane. But 2 kills, potentially worth it. When you're so far behind, every kill matters. And if they can push tier 1, all the better.
Tundra with some interesting moves there. Beastmaster running in. I guess they were relying on Doom TPing because he bought Boots of Travel. I'm not sure if Glyph was not available, but didn't Glyph it. Creeps died to Lelis's axes that he stole from the Beastmaster. Maybe that was the play. Like, Doom gets in, they get a Doom. Yamsun, he's getting the farm. About to finish off his Lincolns. Needs 100 gold. So that's going to keep him pretty safe against both Beastmaster, Shadow Demon, and of course Doom.
Yeah, offering a bit of protection. All the tier 1s down, though, means there's no real great places for Nouns to TP and defend people. And Yamsun, he's being found out here under vision. Observer Ward gives them all the info they need, and the Doom is there. No way to save him. No one even bothers to try and TP. Nouns instead want to try and make a move in that mid lane. They caught a glimpse of Aramis with that deep obs. Gunner, unfortunately, can't get there quite fast enough.
This is going to be some good damage on a tier 2 tower. Meteor Hammer about to be channeled by 33. Snaking is so annoying whenever he plays Enchantress. There's always some kind of a creep pushing the wave, getting the farm. At one point, he was almost as farmed as Primal Beast, but Primal Beast... I mean, he still is. Just 500 gold short to be the same amount of farm as him. It's nuts.
Not much separating them. This is where some of these big items are arriving now for Tundra. We see the Ags on the Beastmaster there, so the drums of Slom are ready to be banged. I think Echo Saber done on Skitter as well, so adding in another big old punch for the Chaos Knight.
They have 2 drums. One coming out from Enchantress, one from Drums of Slom.
Well, it fits. It fits the lore of Tundra, very rhythmical.
If they decide to quit their Dota careers, they can form a band.
Yeah. What kind of music do you think Tundra would be playing, though? Oh, Lelis? He does telekinesis back to Hellbear, but 3-3 very quick with the boost of travel. And I don't even know if he was needed. I think Snaking just solo killed him. Nouns trying to find something off the back of it, though. The Onslaught Trample missing, sadly, and Snaking slows down Gunner on his advance. But the Chakram from Moo, Meteor Hammer landing onto the Primal Beast. Snaking still alive somehow, but the Timber Chain in the end will shred him to pieces. Now the Roar from 9. Tundra rally around their captain.
They don't have enough to kill Timber.
They don't, but they can kill Gunner here, potentially. Inside the Static Storm and the Pulverize, though. Skitter being blown up. A lot of damage, and Yamsun finally able to open up as he's disrupted and held back by Aramis.
They threw Lincolns on top of Gunner just to be able to save him. This Roar wasn't really there. I keep forgetting about the Drums of Slom damage. So if you get like those staxes, amplify the damage for it. The only thing that do stop it, it's either silence or a stun. They have multiple stuns on their side. Morphling with just Adaptive Strike. You can glimpse him back so he's out of AoE. Primal Beast, Rubik with the lift. They're still not done.
Oh, Snaking, he's the big damage dealer, feeling like he can kill off Moo. And usually we're praising 3-3 in his micro. He left his courier unattended up by that Dar Observer Ward. That got picked off
fired
easily
this
by the
guy.
Rubik.
This one mistake that he made in the last 5 years or something.
Oh, that's the thing, though. Tundra makes so few mistakes. I think it's worth pointing out when they make one.
Take 20% of his salary right now.
Oh, I'll show him. But yeah, Nouns showing they can team fight, stay in this game. 8k lead for Tundra, sure. But it can be a struggle when Snaking wanders up into the high ground and gets glimpsed back. TP from the Boost of Travel. 3-3's Doom arriving, but the Enchantress is destroyed. It feels like Tundra really itching to fight. They're bringing numbers, wanting to battle with Nouns. But we're getting to this point now, closing in on 20 minutes, where the Primal Beast and Timbersaw have reached almost a point of critical mass where they're very difficult to kill off. You can't burst them.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially once they decide to pick up BKB on Primal Beast. He's going to have it in the next minute or so. Legasphere on Morphling. He's getting tankier and tankier. Timbersaw going into Kaya Sanj, holding onto Casual Cloak. Found the Vambrace, so that's going to be some extra tankiness for him. Tundra might struggle in terms of damage if Enchantress is not the one who doesn't die. Like, who dies first. They might struggle with the damage against these heroes.
Yeah, they need her impetus shots for sure. We'll pick up a Force Staff soon. Aramis getting that full bottom lane to farm out. Already picked up his Ether Lens. Grabs up some Tranquil Boots. 3-3's like, if there's farm down there, I need more gold. I've already got 12,500 net worth with quite a greedy build on this Doom. Another 1,000 away from Blink Dagger. And holding the Speed Aura very fast on his feet with the Boots of Travel. But here comes Nouns. They know that they can take team fights. They are reasonably strong, and if they find individual targets, they can pick them off. Skitter going to be that hero they find in the bottom jungle. Nearly taking him down just in one flurry of spells off the back of a Pulverize. And now Tundra, without the Chaos Knight, not in a position to really fight. They've got to evacuate this bottom lane as Nouns start charging towards them again.
They might find 33 here. He does have BKB available, so he's super tanky. Oh, Tumbler Soul, it doesn't work. Nothing works against Kinetic Field except pretty much Rubik's Shard.
Yeah.
He's gonna drop here, Husky.
I thought they would keep more down there. I was expecting Nouns just to use that kill to pivot into bot lane, look for more. They left 2 supports stranded down there. We do now have that BKB on the Primal Beast. So Gunnar even more ability to dive in to find the openings. So,
most likely they need to roar him during the BKB, or if they see him running in. They can also play off Disruption, which is a great saving tool. Tundra doesn't want to take these fights until they get their BKBs online. Skeeter, just a recipe away, will disassemble his Echo Saber. 9 needs a full recipe. Doom has one. But with the 3 BKBs, their damage output is non-existent on side of Nouns. So they are looking to have like a slightly longer team fight. Maybe turn that into Roche. It's still 9k gold lead for Tundra, but it doesn't feel as much as it did in the previous game with this type of advantage.
Yeah, they're not as scary.
33 keeps TPing to a lane where someone's already farming. He does not give a damn.
It's like when I'm eating dinner at the table, my cat comes along and is like, food?
Oh, yeah.
Food for me? My food? 33 sees gold, he wants it. But Nouns just playing together, 5-man unit, grouped up together. 3-3 still stuck up here, drops his Meteor Hammer on the tier 2, blinks away. No, they can't dodge this, surely not. 3-3's gonna get found. Telekinesis in, a lot of damage comes his way, does BKB up, but still dies to the right clicks of Yamasun. The rest of his squad were on the way top, but they're not fast enough to reach him.
A little bit of a head scratch there on camera. Now they're gonna go inside the Roche pit. Yamsun, he wants to be the one starting it. Let's see, 35 seconds without Doom, no buyback available. Shadow Poison, need to scout things out. Hawk, BKB still not done on Beastmaster.
Yeah, they've recovered this very well. You were saying at the end of the draft you kind of preferred Nouns with the ability to play with his Timber and Primal Beast frontlining, and Glimpse to display Snaking. Moo offering a lot of damage. Couple of seconds bought there with a disruption, but in comes Gunnar with his BKB. Purged up and slow to a crawl, but Snaking still dead to Yamsun's morph. Moo, about 30% of his health gone, and now with the roar on him, Skitter starts to open up with the physical damage. BKB'd up CK, looking for the Moo Timber Saw, will find it in the end. Primal Beast going to onslaught away as Yamsun
he just blanked in.
Oh no! Straight into the waiting arms of the Doombringer, who's there, and 3-3 was ready. This gives the opportunity for Tundra now to Roche.
They wanted way too much there. It wasn't a bad start of the fight. They killed Doom. They tried to like bait a fight inside the Roche pit. They did not want to heavily commit. But Skeeter, he comes in with Phantasm, with the BKB. It just reduces the damage. And then I don't think Yamsun needed to die. He wanted way too much. He wanted to get this kill on CK. And it's going to be Skeeter holding the Aegis for another 5 minutes. Primal Beast damage, like I talked about the roar from Beast. I keep getting confused by Primal Beast and the Beastmaster. They can also use Demonic Purge on top of him, stop him from being maneuverable, so won't be able to get the trample damage in.
And he needs that Blink Dagger. Oh yeah, another smoke out of Tundra. Up towards the northern jungle. BKB for 9, so another bit of protection there, and Husky... He just wanted a bounty rune. Will get disrupted. Quite a quick pick-off. No ability to come in and fight around that top outpost by Nouns. They will go in onto Skitter, though. That's a very quick kill and a DD grab by Gunnar, but in comes 3-3 with a 2-man stomp. Infernal blading up Gunnar, pop the Lincolns with the Reality Rift, and the Chaos Bolt will land. In they come with a Phantasm. Let's see if Yamsun can waveform himself out of this. They can, and Gunnar re-enters the fight with Moo into the back, looking for Snaking. But the tanky Enchantress with Holy Locket and Drums just withstanding all the damage and allowing Skitter to stand there and crit down the Timber.
Gunnar trying to run away. Didn't hit him with the Shadow Poison. Will be able to blink out and TP out.
In the meantime, Lelis is found by 3-3 and 9. Sorry, over towards the Dire Ancients.
Nouns, they have I'd say a good read how to get a pick off, and every single time they just stay for way too long. Same thing happened at the start of the game. They get a kill, they stay inside the enemy triangle, they try to take Ancients. 33, he's been on this top lane for so long. Doesn't have TP available, so even with a BKB, he's still gonna drop.
Well, maybe a bit of frustration from 3-3. Just really wanted that tower dead. He's even pinging it saying, guys, I got the tower. Worth it, right?
It does open up the map. They can take the outpost.
Just all those little things adding up. A 13k lead now for Tundra, but still feels like Nouns have that ability to fight back. An awful lot of damage we saw in that previous fight as they killed Skitter's first life in a matter of seconds. I do need to keep the vision up, though. That's the really primary importance here for Nouns. Have vision to start team fights, get some high ground wards going. You need to be able to spot the backlines, the Shadow Demon in particular. As Aramis actually sets up on top. Disruption. Demonic Purge is there. Yamsun going to go for the TP, and he's found a pocket of fog in the trees.
The Shadow Demon, before he did not have an ability to proc to Blinkens with. Now he has 3 abilities in total. Disruption, Disseminate, and Demonic Purge. I miss the old Soul Catcher. I feel like that was just a better ability.
Well, you can see what it does. I think that's the big thing, right? You put Soul Catcher, there's the HP, it's gone. But Disseminate, you kind of... Did I do stuff with this spell? What's going on?
It never feels like it's doing much. It's also a spell that I think not just myself, but others also don't talk about it because it doesn't have that high of an impact.
It still feels like a shard spell that people just don't know what's going on with it. Tundra can't defend 3-3 bottom. Snaking gonna get glimpsed back in as well. Dead again, yeah, you're right. And a lot of money going the way of Nouns because he's top of the net worth. There's 1,100 gold going into their pockets. 700 spread across them and 444 for Yamsun. So Morphling up to 1,700 saved after his Lincoln's man to Dragonlance. He can start to look for Skadi or a bit more damage if he wants to.
This also means that Tundra doesn't feel comfortable taking the fights. Instead, they're split pushing, still getting the net worth advantage. Killing this like tier 2 tower top. Now Gunner, he's chasing, might find 9. He gets Blink Dagger delivered immediately and blinks out of the trouble. No TP, however.
I still know where he is. BKB's up and roars Husky. Stolen roar though. Lelis holds the Beastmaster in place and will have the Primal Beast to defeat the Primal Roaring 9. On final Chakram takes him out. So another core kill there from bottom to top. Nouns showing they can play as fast as Tundra can, even if they are scrambling to defend their lanes.
I'm getting worried for Tundra. They're not taking the fights. These 3 cores on side of Nouns, they are scaling. Timbersaw finished off his Kaya Sanj long time ago. BKB is now done. Yamsun getting closer to his Skadi. So that's going to be a great item against the CK, against Enchantress. Will make him more tanky. Primal Beast also. Blink Dagger, BKB picked up, getting the levels, level 17 at the moment.
Yeah, definitely a problem for Tundra here with their lack of team fight. You know, we brought it up at the end of the draft, very single target focused. If they have the vision off the back of a Hawk, they can jump someone, dispatch with them quickly. But we're getting to the point now where buybacks are going to be there for a number of heroes. And waiting for this second Roche to come up, going to be a pivotal moment for Tundra and Nouns. You could argue if Morphling gets the Aegis there, Nouns probably ahead in terms of game state.
Also, Beastmaster doesn't scale from a mid lane. I don't think there's an item that you buy that's like, wow, he's not as impactful as, let's say, Dragonite from the previous game. With every item that he buys, it's like, this is very tempo-oriented mid-hero, I would say. Like, maybe you can get Kaya Sanj, maybe you get Shiva's Guard, maybe you get a Hex, but still your damage output is still going to be the same.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the Scythe of Ice, right? Something we've seen from these Beastmasters. The Blink Hex, get an Octarine, a Refresher, but that could easily be any hero from the mid lane buying a Scythe.
Seems like they're going to be playing even more split push game. Beastmaster will disassemble Arcane Boots and what you talked about, the Octarine core. Get Boots of Travel later. So they want to split the map as much as they can. Next Roshan, potentially in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, I like this from Nouns, picking up a gem on Rubik, knowing how important this vision is. If they can get Gunner into advanced positions in a team fight to get his Blink BKB pulverize onto a key target, vital for them.
Still holding onto that Primal Roar that he stole from 9. When Nine wanted to have a little bit of extra move speed to try to run away with his BKB on.
Yeah, still has it for like 30 seconds or so. Plenty of time here. And they do get a high ground ward down. Husky going to pay with his life for that vision. Disruption saving up Skitter as well as Gunnar diving forward. The BKBs are out from Tundra now. Aiming Yamson and Morphling too far forward. The Roar buying time, but the counter Roar from 9. Inside the Stack Storm, Tundra fine to fight. Moo, he's in the middle of 3 of them trying to take down Skitter and he succeeds. In the meantime, 3-3. Went very deep, got doomed up by Lelis. Has to retreat. He's BKB'd up and on the run and glimpsed back in towards Moo and Husky. The fight spread 3 different ways. Snaking trying to do damage into Husky, but Nouns coming out on top with his team fight victory. Gunner's going to find the last one on the map, and it's Aramis dead.
So, like, in terms of net worth, the game's still pretty even. These are some very expensive buybacks. I'm talking about Yamsun's buyback on Morphling. They threw everything on top of him, but then you see Moo and Gunner kind of cleaning things up, and him coming back into the fights against the Enchanters will find enough farm for Scotty. Roshan, let's see the respawn time. They don't have anyone inside the pit for potential instant respawn. It's going to be 30 seconds, so all Tundra members will be alive.
At the very least, Nouns get across the river for what feels like the first time in 20 minutes. Moo gets the farm down bot. Top lane getting invaded by Gunnar and the Ancients. And looks like Lelis under a Hawk for now. Should be able to scout the Roche if he sticks around for another 10 seconds.
Gets double Hawk. Gunner, extra 120 gold for him.
Oh yeah, there. They've got the gem, don't they? Scouting out these Invis Hawks. Yamsun dodging away. Waveforms out of that Chaos Bolt. Roshan respawns, but nobody is going to be scouting it yet. Now just going to reposition themselves back to their high ground in that top jungle. They felt pretty confident when it comes to Tundra making these invasive moves. It gives Nouns that ability to find the target they want and give Gunnar the good positioning, which he's currently using to sit atop that ward spot and break the smoke of Snaking. And get some ward coverage down, but he onslaughts away.
Uses Illusion Rune so that they can't like initiate on him with the Roar. Doom was still not available for 15 seconds. Rest of Tundra is still smoked. Maybe with the wraparound, they're going to keep... They have Hawk Vision. Snaking is also going to be the one scouting things out, and Skitter starts beating on Roche.
Yeah, down to half health already. If Nouns want to do something, they've got to do it now. But it looks like Aegis and Charge is going to be in the hands of Tundra. They're sending illusions forward. Gunnar, he's in. Roche not dead yet. Pulverize cancelled. He's doomed up. Primal Beast trying to hit Roche as 3-3 goes into the back. Looking for Yamsun. Aegis grabbed by Gunnar. You're right. He killed Roche. Got the Aegis. Static Storm drop and 9 BKB'd. Roars up the Disruptor. Moo. He's shining golden. Killing off 3-3 with Yamsun. Freed him in this team fight to chase back with another Roar. They've caught out the Beast Master. And Nouns are doing it. Charging forward. The Primal Beast disrupted for now. Tundra trying to run to the hills with a glimpse. Displaces Enchantress, moves her back in towards the big bad beast. A double kill for Moo, and Nouns, they grab that Aegis, they use that second life on Gunnar, and they win another team fight.
Doom managed to get Shard from Roshan, but Gunnar getting the big one. Surviving there, taking Aegis from Skeeter, and now the tables have turned. Down to 1k gold lead. We talked about it, like, Yamsun, this fight, he was not the one who got doomed, so he could do whatever the hell he wants in a fight. That's the spell that he's really afraid of. Other than that, he's gonna be fine. And 33, he instantly queues up Aghanim Scepter once that AoE Doom wants to control multiple heroes, potentially.
And Lelis has been having such a good game.
Yeah,
stealing
Lelis.
Roar, stealing Dooms, Disruption. There's so many great spells for him to steal, but with his Octarine Core Blink, it's his positioning that's allowing him to do it.
Add Psychic Cat Band on top of that. If you zoom out, like Telekinesis, Fable, like everything is really big cast range. I don't think it shows the real cast range for some reason, but yeah, things are looking really good for Nouns. I was looking at the itemization that they're going to go for 9. Like, we haven't seen an item for him in a long time. After picking up that BKB, Skeeter, Scotty's finished. That's a big one against Morphling to reduce the healing. Going into Blood Tor next, this is a big item pickup. To have a little bit more burst damage, post BKB, post Manta style. You lock onto a target and you instantly kill it. The question is, can you survive long enough? Because these 3 beefy boys in front, one side of Nouns, are going to cause some serious issues.
Yeah, they're dragging these fights out, really causing havoc in the ranks of Tundra. Gunner goes on one target, Moo on another, and you're forcing people to cast spells on you. That means spells aren't being cast on the Morphling. So Yamson with his Lincolns, protected against the Doom and the Roar, and not really getting popped by any of the SD or Ench spells. A very good showing here of this. It is full Protect 1 in the team fight, in the game.
Double Lincolns now available, so they need this Aghanim Scepter Doom even more. That's one way to deal with it. You still can't get roared, can't get Demonic Purged. Let's see. I would have seen Nouns taking another fight. I feel like they're super strong right now, and they're gonna smoke. They also have vision on the high ground. They see most of their jungle. Don't see the top part, of course, because right now Tundra's hiding in the jungle.
They scan it. 3-3, trying to TP back to his creep wave. Escapes from the ability there for Gunner. He's just going to trample over the trees, see if anybody's still lurking. Reclaim that outpost. We can see the Radiant Vision up on the high ground, being played under by Tundra. A little scary for Nouns to press any further forward. And there's no real objective here for them to be claiming. It's mainly just maintaining this top lane, making sure there's no free push from Tundra there. And consider playing back in towards mid.
Aghanim Scepter down on Moo, which means double Chakram. Great against CK and his illusions. Though you take out the CK illusions instantly, like Fate Bolt, Primal Beast on top of them, you kill them. A lot of their damage is gone. 33, desperately trying to get the farm. Those couple of deaths, those extra deaths, kind of costing him. Not able to get the Aghanim Scepter on time. They're chasing, they're looking.
Yeah, 3-3. Oh, he blinks and BKBs. Gunner nearly had him in his hands. I do make that play down to bottom. Got to spread themselves out across the map again, though. The ability here for Tundra to keep that split push going is always an irritant for Nouns. It just really feels like this is one of those games where that initial jump, vitally important to catch key targets.
If they manage to jump, hero like a Shadow Demon, if they catch CK, they can't save him with the disruption, of course. But I don't feel the influence of the Beastmaster anymore. His damage output, I think, in the last 5, 10, maybe even 15 minutes has been very low.
Yeah, still struggling even to get into Aetherlens. He's got 3,500 saved up. Might just sell his wand and buy a Scythe of Ice in a few minutes' time. Some form of additional catch. Try and disjoint Nouns' initiation from this Beast and Timber. And there's no way here for Tundra really to play alone on the map. One death could spiral into something bigger. And here comes Nouns into Radiant Triangle. Let's see if they can get that D-Ward going, because Tundra have smoked up and want to play back in towards their Observer. Gem is there for Gunner, so he'll see the Obs on the high ground, take that out.
They know
Tundra
where they
are coming.
9 is not there. He does have TP available, plus tier 2 towers, so can TP rotate. Might be late. Let's see. Finishes off that Aetherlens that you talked about. Jump is already happening.
No. Getting clicked down by Skitter, but they've lost Lelis straight off the bat to Snaking. Morphling waveforming in to clear out an illusion, but now he's been stunned up, and the AoE Doom 3-3 on top of Yamson. Well, 9 and Snaking. The damage from the edge, the real carry has arrived. A double, look for the triple. 9 chasing Morphling, but he survives. Gunner and Moose still stuck in this big old team fight, and the damage is there onto Gunner. The Primal Beast has been slain, and no amount of buybacks will save Nouns from this fight.
The power of AoE Doom, we see it in this fight. They get the first initial jump, they kill one hero, then they reinitiate, find Morphling. There are no Force Staffs available on side of Nouns, so that means you can't push them out of the trouble. Rubik has Shard available, but that means that he needs to be alive for it to cast it, actually.
Big lag. I've been kicked out of the game, and I think the Observer has as well.
I thought it was me. I just got a new internet. I'm like, man, I'm going to complain so hard, but it's been stable. No complaints here.
Looks like the players maybe having that issue as well. Get themselves back into things. Yeah, Husky, RMS, Eomson all reconnecting. As I'm back in the game as well. Well, what's the knock-on effect of this then with the team fight loss from Nouns? Does that knock the wind out of their sails, or are they still good to be fighting potentially into next Roche?
Yeah, this also messes up with the Roche.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't show when the Roche is going to spawn.
It says he's alive, but he's really not.
He's not there. I checked the pit. Had to double check. Maybe it was like the instant spawn. Some kind of a bug appeared. There was a bug with second Roche. Not sure which heroes caused it or what caused it. Do you remember? It was like it
was 2-3
months ago. Yeah, something happened with within China region.
It was like a pause and disconnect bug, I think. Where everyone got booted out. They got back into the server. There were just 2 Roshans there for them. Maybe it was a reload, but I can't remember. There was definitely something weird going on with it. Well, admin said, please wait. Snakey's like, no, I want to play. Team 3 needs to reconnect.
Yeah, there's going to be another team. We have 3 lanes in Dota. Needs another team.
It's like one of those 4D chessboards.
What if we added like a 6th player to the game?
No. God, no. I mean, you can do this. All of this is possible if you play Overthrow, the best arcade game out there. You can play, what is it, 8v8v8v8? There's like 24 players in the game, 4 teams.
It's a mess, huh?
It's real funny. Like, all your spells get upgraded. Just play Bristleback, turn around, and you're getting like quadruple rampages just spamming Cool Spray.
Problem is you can't really turn around considering there's like 60 different players playing against you, so they're gonna find an angle.
Or you end up being against a Viper who has permanent nether toxin on the floor. That's not fun. Oh yeah, get all our casters and observers back in the game. Make sure all the broadcasts are working properly. And make the players wait. Make sure the viewers have a good time.
Absolutely. That's what matters. Looking
Good
at some of the
Tundra,
big...
though.
Yeah, some big talents. Doom did pick up that level 20 talent, of course. Minus 35 seconds Doom cooldown with Doctrine Core. It's just insane. You can throw it every minute and 20 seconds. Aramis getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter. So we'll have 3 charges. Break on Timbersaw initially. Timbersaw in a lot of these late game fights, they don't have reactive armor stacks, so they can easily be bursted.
Oh, and a quick spoiler alert. If you don't want to learn about results from other teams, mute the stream now for a couple of seconds. So it looks like everything else has gone 1-1. So we currently have a 3-way tie in Group B. And if this series goes 1-1, we'll have a 4-way tie. Tundra, if they win this game, looks like they'll guarantee themselves a slot in the next group stage, as they will overtake Spirit, OG, and Beast Coast, who are all tied up at 8 and 6.
Let's see. They want to win this one real badly. 5,000 gold on Skeeter going into that Bloodthorn for now. Saving a buyback. But that's a big item. You blow up Morphling so easily. Yamson. Also sitting on a decent amount of gold. 3k gold on him. Wants to build a Silver Edge. At least that's what's in the menu for him. They need to have some kind of a Force Staff. These 2 supports to push them out of the Doom. This is AoE Doom we're talking about.
I'm going to try any way you can to get away from 3-3. Nouns not comfortable going out on the map just yet, though. Waiting back in their base. Hopefully they've got the timer on Roshan written down somewhere. Oh, look, there it is. The countdown. 1.5 minutes. Pops up out of nowhere. And Tundra going to try and use this timing here. Smoke up as 5. Look for that individual pick-off. And do classic Tundra things. Close the net in around Nouns. Pressure the map. And control the pit. Nouns want to come out as well. But they're going to be playing into Radiant Vision here. Snaking, frontlining. Vision about to be broken. Gonna get spotted. They'll kill the Observer to start things off. Nobody making the jump.
They'll retake the outpost. Roshan, 50 seconds. Tundra, their smoke just wore off. They have another one on Aramis.
More high ground vision as Moo just goes straight onto Snaking. Gunner thinking about the onslaught, but stops it. Doesn't want to go too deep without the rest of his squad backing him up. And that vision stays atop the cliff for Tundra. 25 seconds for that Roshan now to spawn. Kill off the Morph Illusions. Get rid of all of these info givers for Nouns.
Tundra holding their high ground for a very long time. Nouns, they replace their observer ward on the high ground. Vision very limited for both teams. All they have is one observer ward. There is one extra from Tundra near the river. And they also have the Hog. Snaking.
I mean, this map is so dark, snaking with serious damage with his inter shots, forcing Mu back. And both teams will know that Roshan's alive. Another smoke from Tundra, just looking for this edge. Well, it's a balancing act from both of these teams. Don't want to make any drastic moves. Don't want to get caught in these weird team fights. But Tundra are going to try and force it. High ground still held by Nouns. And they see Gunner. He's breaking all the trees. Trying to make a level playing field here for himself with no places for Tundra to hide in.
A lot of gold on Morphling. 6,000 gold. Is not spending any gold at the moment.
With Mu, they make the jump, they force disruption, but in comes the AoE Doom. 3-3 straight on top of the Primal Beast. Yamsun starting to get damage in towards the Doom and will look to bring down 3-3. He has to pop the BKB. Waveforms forward, but he can't get the job finished. Now Skitter able to bodyguard Tundra as they retreat. And in the meantime, they've got a glimpse back, grabbing 9. Beastmaster down with no buyback. He's gone for 90 seconds.
Ooh, this is a big one. Third Roche. Refresher. There's a lot of gold on 33. He wants to buy out. It seems like he wants to buy that refresher, maybe contest for the next fight. Doom's going to be off cooldown in 50 seconds anyway because of all of that CDR level 20 talent, his Octarine core as well. Some costly buybacks from Nouns. If they manage to catch Primal Beast one more time. Right now, sitting underneath the vision of a Hawk.
Tundra seeing everything.
There's a refresher.
They're attempting Roshan. Nouns all here. And Tundra, yeah, no buyback still on the Beastmaster. 4 versus 5, but there's 3-3 with the AoE Doom refreshed back up. Straight onto Mu, the Morphling in trouble. Static Storm's drop, but they can't protect Yamsun.
Oh!
Buyback's available. They got the Morphling. Aramis falls as well. Shadow Demon and the Timber Saw all dying around the pit as Mu's BKB does nothing to protect him against that pure damage of snaking. Roshan, 1,000 HP remaining, but Skitter's arrived. Shreds through the Disruptor, and buybacks are lacking now from Nouns as they've spent all over them. Roshan,
Yamsun takes it. Oh,
inside the pit, grabs the Aegis, and they lift away Skitter. Oh, the cheese, the refresher shot still on the floor. Snaking comes to grab it all up, and Yamsun, he's gonna die. Aegis gone, Skitter trades his life. Gunner with a Pulverize, aiming for the Snaking Enchantress, and the Wild Axe is out of Lilith. Gets the kill.
Enchantress wanted to get in. Snaking only stealing cheese, didn't have enough to steal the refresher, not enough slots, didn't make enough of them, and now Yamsun, yeah, he was the one holding that Aegis. They still take it off, but they're now chasing. Beastmaster needs to run away. Whew, that was close.
Wild team fight. They already brought down this tier 3 bottom. Disruption saves up 3-3. The lift back, buying time for Gunner here to maybe onslaught away, but they've got the Orchid. Silence him up and make short work of the Primal Beast, who is now dead for over 100 seconds. Nouns can't kill off any of these barracks. Tundra will defend their base.
Refresher is going to be back online in 70 on Doom. Has that level 25. Still thinking which talent he's going to need, but they need another break because break's going to be online for Shadow Demon. Those 3 demonic purge charges. Or if he needs Infernal Blade damage, which is and sounds better than the other one, especially against these tanky heroes like Morphling, Primal Beast, and Timbersaw. 1 minute left. Let's see what they can do. Not a single hero in the game has buyback at the moment. Doom needs 300 gold. He's the closest one.
Everybody throwing everything they've got into these team fights. You know how important it is for Tundra.
What an item, Gary.
What did they do in the last fight? I missed that.
You missed that because he was doomed himself, and then Morphling got out. He got lifted by Rubik, and Ogre's Seal Totem closed the gap. and managed to kill him because of the Doom. He reconnected on top of him.
Great stuff.
Good stuff, exactly. 40 seconds.
New creep wave arriving. Overwhelming blink for Skitter now as well. Let's see if they can breach the high ground. And trying to cut out the bottom lane as well as the hardcore push into mid. The Boar sent forward to scout anything out. Nouns very good at clearing these waves though with Timbersaw and the Rubik. They've stolen axes, they've got Fade Bolt. Creeps don't last very long. Tundra still want to stick it here though and force the glyph at the very least. That's going to be their signal to retreat now. Nouns live to fight another day. Primal Beast respawning. Is this where Nouns like smoke up and just run down a lane, look for pickoffs, try and find something? Because they've opened up mid and bottom lane. Tier 3s are gone.
It's gonna be whoever wins the next fight pretty much wins the game. There are buybacks are slowly coming in. One on Beastmaster, one on Doom available at the moment. Others don't have it for like 3 to 5 minutes. Let's see. This is a big one. Setting out the illusions from Morphling. Maybe trying to get some kind of a bait. But Snaking, he's the one. He's always like the first point of contact, being there. Super annoying. He's like, yeah, go at me. I'm extremely tanky with the untouchable attack slow talent. Has ascetic cap as well. Nouns, they look very afraid at the moment.
Yeah, trying to wait for Tundra to come to them again. But this Radiant Vision is going to be able to spot them out as Tundra cutting waves once more. Mid and bot both trending towards the Dire base. Yamsun and Ninja Gear self-smoked, just trying to obscure himself from any kind of vision that Tundra will put over the top of him. It might come down to another waiting game around the next Roshan. We know how Tundra love to play that deliberate, safe kind of gameplay. Don't want to overreach for anything here. And they may have a decent chance at going into the enemy base, finding pickoffs, and really just closing this game out. That also gives opportunities to Nouns to hold their high ground. The game plan is, as always, just continue farming, get to these bigger tier items.
Maybe they feel better about them having buybacks compared to enemy team having it. Because they have much more net worth. Like Beastmaster, he's level 24. Octarine, Timeless Relic. It's a lot of spell damage. Now going into Arcane Blink. So this like instant initiation from Primal Roar.
Yeah, still no Scythe of Ice though. Something we do usually see is that Scythe into Refresher Orb. And they'll just hold themselves around the Roche Pit. 51 minutes. We're getting closer and closer to that next tier of neutral items. 9 minutes to go. We might just get there. It's always a sad thing though when you...
Yeah, I mean, Tundra always finds a way to play off the illusions. Now it's going to be CK going for the Aghanim Scepter.
Hey, is there anything big that'll dispel off?
Fade Bolt. I don't know.
Not too much, really.
Nothing too serious they can dispel. It's going to be all about the confusion. Oh, gets the boar.
No! Sokshka, he came back.
Oof. This was supposed to be the big one. The initiation had Refresher Shard that they got from the previous Roche. Let's see if they do it one more time.
It was meant to be your surprise attack. The board just tanks it for them. Now I'm going to swing back out towards that top lane, regroup with Skitter. Make sure you rally around your big carry. And Nouns just not comfortable at all to move out of the base. There's a long line of Snaking's army. The Dark Troll and the Skeletons do get cleared out by the Primal Beast. And now it looks like they'll maneuver themselves back into that top jungle to reclaim the outpost. And yeah, we are in position now to wait for that next Roshan.
He decided to go for Wild Axe's cooldown with Octarine Core. Has Arcane Rune as well in the bottle. So let's see what the cooldown is going to be. For now, it's 2.3 seconds.
Yeah, basically has the old axe, doesn't he? You were talking about that earlier. E-Blade queued up next as well. And knowing that these BKBs down to 6 seconds on the Primal Beast, 7 on the Morphling. If you can draw out these long engagements even further, and keep the magic damage stacked up.
Buybacks slowly coming in for both teams. Skeeter's one is the longest. Minute and 15 seconds. Same timing as an Enchantress one.
Yeah, they're still very good at holding high ground and clearing out these waves. And glimpsing illusions. Trampling down onto the creeps. Some big old swings there on the graph, though.
Next Roche. Is this the fourth one? Kind of lost the count. Every single time we cast Tundra games, and we've been the official Tundra casters for the last couple of days, these games are very long. There's 4 or 5 Roshans every single time.
Yeah, and we get to tier 5 neutral items most games as well. A pretty quick spawn as well, 40 seconds. And again, Nouns have found themselves in a spot here where they're not being pressured too hard back in their base. You know, both squads playing this 5-man group up means we don't have that split push action, dance around to maintain the lanes. So ability here.
Hits level 25. Pulverize. Goes through magic immunity. Make it double with the refresher shard that he has.
A DD rune for Skitter, though. That could be the difference maker. Roshan 4 seconds away. They'll not see him yet in the pit. Now still in a good spot here, though. Grab the bottom outpost. Would love to have the top one for that additional layer of defending Roshan with buybacks and TPs. But some more huge items arriving. Scythe of Ice for the Beastmaster. Another ability to just blink hex somebody. I saw a Lotus Orb now done for Gunner. Maybe reflecting a Doom or a Hex back onto Tundra. As 3-3 just goes for the AoE Doom on himself. No Lotus Orb or Link is going to save you from that, Gunner. And down goes the Primal Beast. Buyback immediate from him. Ogre Seal Totem trenches forward, but Yamson's dead as well. Down in the low ground. Skitter with that DD rune made short work of the Morph. Double buyback from Nouns. As Roshan is alive in the pit and being eyed up by Tundra.
These are 2 very costly buybacks. Top lane is also pushing in, so right now they're gonna smoke. Both using a scan. Roshan still very healthy. Gunner wants to jump in.
Oh, he does, yeah. Straight into the pit. Roche nowhere near dead, though. Pulverized there. Glimmer Cape saves up. Skitter with a disruption as well. They bought time for this CK. Still low health, though, and might get turned around on with another Pulverized there. Husky's dead, but Snake King with the damage out of the Impish shots and then refreshed up Doom. 3-3's chasing the Morphling. Gunner and Mood looking to protect Yamsun. They do get him a bit of distance now, but roaring up Mood. The Timber Sword trapped in the river. Chains up to high ground. Impetus shot missing. He's BKB'd up and on the run, while another Reality Rift will grab the Primal Beast back in towards Skitter and
so
9,
low.
but he's about to die. Timbersaw falls. A buyback only available on Moo right now.
This is 4 versus 5, and they still have buybacks available. Doom picked up the Hex, so double Hex, longer duration Hex with the Timeless Relic as well. That was actually someone else with that. That was Beastmaster with the Hex. I'm getting confused by all these beasts on the ground. Refresher as well. Aramis will pick this one up. CK will be holding the Aegis.
It doesn't help Beastmaster's ulti. It's called Primal Roar either, does it? Snaking down at bottom, though. He's going to get found here by Yamsun and Lelis. Telekinesis back into the damage of the Morphling. So at the very least here, Nouns able to get something done and force Tundra onto the opposite side of the map. So a bit of time for Gunner to respawn. Yeah, you doom those creeps 3-3.
He's having a good time. Doom's on 80-second cooldown anyway. Refresher back in 50. Enchantress does have buyback available if something happens, but with no Primal Beast, they can wait it out. CK also picked up Aghanims from Roshan. So that means there's going to be more illusions. The spell that we talked about, that's a basic dispel, so not really the strongest one.
Nouns still sticking around bottom. Well, they're all here, not afraid of their other lanes being pushed. They won't be going high ground or anything like that into Aegis and Cheeses. Yeah, they've got 2 cheeses, right? Doom has one, Ench has one. Yamsun looking for the Swift Blink next. Sold his boots long ago. Gets rid of the Dragon Lance now.
CK. 8 the Moon Shard, level 28. He's fully jacked. Can't upgrade anything. Maybe he swaps this armlet for something different. Doesn't have buyback. There's 5 heroes in the game that do have buyback at the moment. And now the rat strat is going to start. CK with the illusions. They take the tier 3 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, finally. Opening up this dire base a little bit. Still not comfortable to go straight up high ground without their captain. He's snaking back. Looks like snaking is microing couriers while he's dead. Gonna scout things out and hold a smoke over the heads of the rest of Tundra boys.
Husky still doesn't have that Aghanim Scepter. Very close to it. I think it might be time to sell these drums. Because right now, like, you get extra 800 gold from selling it. So you will have enough to buy Ags. And it's a big game changer. Sure, you're playing into Shadow Demon, who can save people. Maybe save even... Oh my, it's gotta get ridiculous with everything they have. With all these refreshers. Level 25. 2 charges of disruption. Then you have 6 demonic purges, demonic cleanses with the refresher. You don't have enough mana pool to cast all of these abilities anyway.
Yeah, and a freshly purchased Eon Disc there for RMS as well. So they can't even blow up that Shadow Demon immediately. And Chandra's incredibly tanky. The 2 supports that were easy targets previously in fights have itemized very well to protect themselves. Another bit of high ground vision there for Tundra. Trying to play into that top jungle so they can cut into mid and top lanes, pressure that dire base. But Nouns are coming out to set up base camp in the top lane. They see Skitter for a second. Moo will show on the wave, and he's being spam pinged. The AoE Doom is coming, but the telekinesis lift back will save Moo. 1 Doom down. Nouns very happy with that.
Let's see if they have a smoke available. Self-smoke on Morphling. Husky. No buyback, so he should buy out. I don't think having drums with no charges is gonna make a difference, but Ags
The blink.
will.
Scythe. Oh, big phantasm. Lots of illusions as Gunnar jumps in looking for Skitter, but the physical damage just ripping through the Primal Beast. Gunnar's dead for a long old time, and they've got the Roar on the right-hand side as well. Yamsun trying to take down 3-3, and he'll succeed. Morphling still up and running as
He
Moo
gets him.
dies in the end, pops out to that final bit of damage of Aramis.
Those demonic purges on top of him, it keeps stacking, and he hits level 26, not just 25 from the previous fight. So 2 charges of disruption, he can make even more illusions, more saves coming out, and here comes the illusions, the classic Tundra strat. It's time to siege. They take over one of the Morphling illusions with the Enchantress. Use
So
it
many.
against you.
And with no buybacks on 2 of your tanky cores who are meant to be frontlining, this looks very, very difficult for Nouns to hold on to. 1 lane of barracks, an easy take for Tundra. They could quite simply go for Megas, maybe even consider tier 4s. But as we know from Tundra, they are always very safe with their decision making. Will go for the simpler options,
Roar.
but this opens them up to a Roar and a kill on 9. Skitters into the back lines. Now aiming for Yamsun. They do drop the Static Storm on Skitter, but he BKBs up. Hits into the Morphling, and he's dead for 2 minutes. A glimpse back will not do too much there. Just Lelis and Husky hiding in the fountain as Tundra control the entirety of the dire base. This is their home now.
They want to end it. They have a Refresher on Doom available, another BKB, a lot of these illusions from CK,
Oh my
Aghanim,
God.
but not a lot of FPS. It keeps lagging, Gary.
I can't see what's going on. Blue illusions everywhere. FPS drops. Tier 4s will go along with the frame rate down to the bottom of the ocean. Husky gets destroyed by Skitter. Gunner's in with his BKB, but 3-3 has the AoE Doom. Primal Beast can't maneuver himself out of this one, and game 2 will go the way of Tundra, giving them the 2-0 victory they needed to break out of that pack of tiebreakers.
Another long game from Tundra. Now, what's happening with the camera? Did he flip over? What just happened with
I don't know. Slammed the table
33's
too hard.
camera? Probably, yeah. Well, he's gone. He's out.
That must be 9, right? 9's the one that's missing.
Yeah, 9's
Skitter.
missing.
She disappears.
Wild game. It always is with Tundra. Like, they always find a way to win the game off of something. These, like, multiple, like, refreshers. Also, 33 Doom. He had a little bit of a bad, like, 10 minutes throughout the game, but in the end, gets the Aghanim Scepter. They didn't have a single Force Staff on Nouns to push people out of that. They had Rubik's Lift. That's about it. It was a close game, but Tundra just too experienced team compared to Nouns, and they get that dub. Which should mean that they are going through, right? Is that what you said?
That should be it, right? Yeah, Tundra end up at 9 and 5, and we have the other 3 teams, Beast Coast, OG, and Team Spirit at 8 and 6. So a 3-way tiebreaker there with 2 slots available, meaning one of those 3 teams will be eliminated. And I believe that also means because it's a position of importance, we will have some actual gameplay, no noise stats or 1v1 mids. We should have those single round robin best of ones to try and tiebreak things up. Yes, 3 or more teams, best of 1 round robin should be played to try and find out which teams stay and which teams go. As I believe we're trying to get Snaking on the line for a quick interview to round things out here for the group stage. As they've definitely a sigh of relief for them getting that 2-0 victory, as we can get Snaking in here and find out how he's feeling, how the mood in the camp is. Snaking, congrats, 2-0 victory. A little shaky towards the end there. Looked like Nouns might be able to come back into things. What was the mood in the camp there, making sure you got that 2-0 victory to get out of tiebreakers, which were possible?
I think it was a bit of a sweaty game on the second game. We definitely threw it in the mid game, but we're very relieved that we don't have to play the gauntlet of tiebreakers that is tomorrow. I think we're a little too familiar with these tiebreaker situations every season.
Yeah, it does happen every single time in Western Europe, but yeah, always glad that you can dodge a bullet. What happened with Nine's camera? We couldn't see. Did he say anything on Discord? Because he just like flipped it.
Actually, we're totally unaware. We don't know what happened. Maybe it just fell in without us realizing it. He never even mentioned it.
He didn't. All right. I have a question about like 33. Was he saying anything throughout this game? He had like a bit of a rough period in the game where he got caught multiple times while trying to split push and use this meteor hammer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he was doing some calculated risk and he just overextended a little bit, and he pretty much just said he messed up. These things happen. It's okay, you know?
Yeah, because I remember talking with him during the DPC tour, and he was saying, don't buy a meteor hammer if it's going to change your play style. And now he becomes a victim of his own strat, with the meteor hammer, but still looked really good. How did these games always happen to you guys? Like, you always find something to abuse. Now it's illusions. Like, you have Enchantress that steals the illusions from the other team. Then you have Disruption. You have Aghanim Scepter. Like yesterday, Dragonite with the Manta style. All these shenanigans. Is this something that you plan going into the series, or it just happens in the game?
We didn't really explicitly plan for it, but going into these games, like, these are like some of our strategies that we know is our go-to and what we're comfortable and strong with. So maybe in like the back of our minds is like, this is what we like to do and this is what we prefer, but we don't consciously think about it.
Yeah, you guys have a very well-defined identity, and I think Enchantress fits that identity so well as a hero, not only like controlling lanes and the map, but scaling as well, looking like you are one of the big carries with Impetus doing sick stuff. But do you get bored playing Ench every game? It seems like you first pick that hero whenever you possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for me right now, I just kind of been playing a pretty small hero pool, and it's working out for us, and if it works, why try to fix something, if it ain't broke.
The feeling of victory outweighs the spamming of the Enchantress then. Yeah. Well, again, congrats on that victory, Lacoste. You have any more questions for Snaking?
Yeah. Did you manage to watch like any other games? Who do you think is doing the best and who's going to be the toughest opponent for you guys?
I think our toughest opponents are always going to be our Western Europe counterparts. I think Liquid or Gladiators are always very formidable opponents, and especially with both of these teams are at the top of their groups, so we we're gonna be, you know, preparing our best to play against all enemies, obviously, but we're gonna keep an eye out on our Western European counterparts.
As always. And we're going to let you go. Let you celebrate with the team that you dodged that bullet. Don't have to play infinite tiebreakers, shenanigans every single time. And you seem pretty happy about it. But yeah, thanks for the interview and thanks for joining us. It was a fun game. You always make the games really fun. There's something to abuse. You're going to find it. And yeah, make it very enjoyable. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Naking.
Thank you,
Always
guys.
giving us something to talk about. Well, there we go, Snaking. Tundra dodging the tiebreakers as they get themselves the 2-0 victory as everybody else went 1-1. And we will have that 3-way tiebreaker that should be broken tomorrow with some round robin. And not just in Group B either. I think there's a 3-way tie in Group A for one slot. Execration, Aster, and TSM all at 6 and 8. So quite a few matches coming your way tomorrow. But I think that rounds things up for regulation play and here for day 4 of the group stage. So we'll pop off and maybe come back tomorrow for some more gameplay. Thanks all for tuning in. We'll see you next time.